Hello and welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, something a little different today. It has been a little over a year since I got my first ever motorbike, the Life and King. I've made quite a few videos about this motorbike, all the various things that I've done to it, modifications, repairs, etc, a bit of maintenance in there too. And I thought, seeing as it's now been a year, it'd be good to sort of look back at those videos and look back on the bike as well, how well it's done, how I'm getting on with it, etc, etc. Now, I'm not going to call this a review video, mainly because I don't feel that I'm in any way qualified to review motorbikes, at least not yet anyway. I've been riding about as long as I've had this motorbike. I've done a CBT. I am working towards my full license at the time of filming, but it's taken a while because it's winter and getting a test booked is a nightmare at the moment. So yeah, I'm not going to call it a review. It's more of a retrospective look at a year's worth of ownership of this bike and just talking about some of the good points, the bad points, all that sort of thing. I'm also going to talk about my first year of riding. It seems like a good thing to do. We'll say there have been some good things and some bad things that have happened. There have been some good things and bad things that I've done, and there have been some lessons learnt along the way, so I'll talk about all of that as well. I feel it's good sometimes to sit and just outline your thoughts on something. Certainly if you're looking to improve in a particular area as well, it's always good to look back and be honest with yourself, so we'll do a bit of that as well. Now, it may be a bit long, a bit rambly, but most of my videos are. Actually, no, all of my videos are. And as always, it is completely unscripted. I'm just going to talk about the bike. So yeah, hope you enjoy it, and thank you for watching. Oh, where's my cup of tea? Right, well, I just realised something as I was just setting it all up. This is going to be your first glimpse of my new workshop slash motorbike showroom that I've been building for a few months now in the background. I haven't really been doing much recording about it. But yeah, this will be subject of another video in good time, but yeah, I'm sitting here for now. Since it's windy and rainy outside, I thought I may as well do the video in here. So yeah, a whole year with this girl, the Life and King. I mean, if you want a summary, it's been good. It's been great, in fact. I love this bike. For a cheap Chinese 125 that I paid 900 quid for, I think it was. Oh, my ring light's just died. Never mind. Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. I can't fault it at all. Well, I can, because I've made several videos of all the various faults that have been on it, but that's not the point. I've loved it. It's been fantastic. So, yeah, if that's what you're looking for, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. If you're looking for a bit more from me, then, yeah, keep watching. So, where to start? I suppose we can talk about both the bike, my riding, and, well, we can talk about the content as well. So, yeah, because it hasn't just been a biking journey this past year, it's been, well, something of a YouTube journey as well. I like to think that I'm getting better with my videos, I'm learning how to make them more interesting, more engaging. The editing should be getting better, although I still spend hours and hours on it. I was hoping to get faster as well as better, but never mind. And I'm hopefully getting a little less rambly than I was in my earlier videos, although this video is going to fly completely in the face of that. Never mind. So let's look back on the content. Let me just remind myself of everything that we've done. Right, so on the biking playlist I have done 24 videos. That does include a few HD remakes, so yeah, 6 of those are HD remakes, because partway through this past year I've upgraded my editing software to work in 4K. I have 4K cameras, so it made sense to use it. So I re-exported some of those videos, so yeah, with 6 taken off, so we've done 18 videos, which is a little over one a month. Not bad, really. I've been aiming for one biking video a month for it, so Yeah, so, I mean, we started off, when was this one released? Oh, look at that. Almost to the year, yeah, 11th of January 23. I got the bike in December. I know that because my insurance has just renewed about 2 days prior to filming this, which was great just before Christmas. I've also had to buy heating oil this month, which was great just before Christmas. But anyway, so yeah, we started our first video was the 11th of January, new motorbike introducing the Lifan King. I mean, I look back on that video now, and it's hard to believe how different the bike looks. Unfortunately, it's all in the wrong ways in some instances as well. It's so clean and shiny. I mean, at the moment, the bike is unfortunately filthy, like properly filthy. Yeah, I took it for its MOT, and it was windy and rainy and muddy. Because of where I live, the roads are just caked in mud at the moment. It's terrifying going out on the bike at the moment. And of course, it then dried onto everything hot, like the exhaust, and I just haven't had the time or the patience to give it a good clean. But also, things like the exhaust were nice and shiny. And they're just not now. They're rusty, and I need to do something with them. Still, though, I'm happy with how the bike looks now. So yeah, I don't really regret it. There's still some work needs to be done. There's a few bits like this plastic thing here is broken, which is quite unsightly, but finding a new plastic surround is proving difficult. And yeah, the other thing with the video, I think I go into extreme length. How long is this? Nearly 27 minutes, 26 minutes 58 seconds talking about the bike, and I go through like every knob and button. I think in future, if I'm going to introduce a bike or something like that, or maybe one day I'll do reviews of bikes, I won't go into every knob and button. I could have probably done that in half the time. So, but that was the start. It was the start of my biking career. So I don't regret it. I don't have any regrets this past year. Well, none that I can think of right now. That may change. Second one was why you should avoid budget action cameras for moto vlogging. Yeah, I had a little camera, it's like made in China, action cam. It was supposed to be 1080p at 30 frames per second. The computer said it was 1080p, but it was a poor 1080p. So if you'd taken, say, 480 and just blown it up to 1080p, it weren't right good. Yeah. Decent camera gear, not necessarily expensive camera gear. I'm recording this on a Casio V50X, and they're great. 4K, 60 frames per second, image stabilization. I think I've said it before in other videos. It's 9 out of 10 what an expensive GoPro is, but 1 out of 10 on the price. It's fantastic. But yeah, that is 3.5 minutes long. And if you're thinking of getting into moto vlogging and you've got these cheap cameras, don't use them. And that will show you why. They were pretty terrible. Building my own top box. Yes. Yes. So that's probably my most plugged video. This came out in February 23. It's probably been my most useful modification to the bike. At the moment, it's got tools and spare oil and fluids and such like in it. That's pretty much what it does permanently now. I just carry little things like that around. Always handy to have, especially if you're on a long ride. But yeah, it just seemed to come up a lot when I was making all my other videos. So one of my longer videos. So it was a nice learning experience. I really enjoyed making it. It's one of my first projects. Yeah, highly recommend it. I was talking to a chap recently. He had a bit of trouble on his... Blimey. I think there's a hurricane forming outside. He was having a bit of trouble on his bike. It lost some of its oil, but we can't figure out where from. It just, but yeah, he's carrying a bottle of oil with him now, but he doesn't have anywhere to put it, so he has to go in his rucksack with his packed lunch. I'm like, need an ammo can top box. So he's thinking of making one now. So yeah, spread the word. Everyone should have one. It's fantastic. Alright, and we're just going to skip through a few here. So we had, headlamp switch repair. That was kind of the first real fault, and it happened, I think, like the day or like the day after I got it, or I started noticing it. Yeah, I couldn't put full beam on. I forgot the alarm's on. I couldn't put full beam on with the headlights switch, or rather I could, but I think it would just turn the lights off entirely. I can't remember what was wrong with it, but it needed fixing. So yeah, that was the first thing that went wrong. We had to replace this arrangement here. Fixing the Life and King indicators was next. Oh, fixing the indicators, sort of. That was a good one. So the indicators have been something of a running saga. Yeah, I ended up doing 2 videos on it. Fixing the Life and King indicators, sort of. And then the Life and King gets new indicators. Yeah, over time, it's now actually got 4. Oh, actually, no, it's got 5 on because one of the new ones broke as well. It's typical. But yeah, we started off, I wanted to change the bulbs in them, and the back ones were rusted out, the bulb holders, and there was no fixing them, so we changed the rear indicators, and then later on, I tried doing the same with the front indicators, and they were the same. So it's eventually got 4 new indicators on it, and interestingly, I've had to wire up the front ones differently to the back ones. The front ones are wired up with a single wire setup, and the back ones, because they're mounted to a plastic mudguard, fender, whatever you want to call it, they have to be set up with a 2-wire setup, because reasons. Oh, and we also had the issue with the indicator relay. Looking back now, that's a perfect illustration of the quality issues that you get with Chinese motorcycles. Now, I'm not going to say that they're deliberately making cheap crap. I mean, some Chinese companies probably are, but I think the ones that are exporting to Europe and North America, but to the West, they're not trying to make cheap crap, because why would you do that? We expect a certain level of product here in the West, so but they are somewhat inexperienced at it. What had happened to the indicator relay was where it mounted on a little rubber hook, it had moved and was vibrating against a bolt at the back under the seat. Unfortunately, that vibration over time ruined the relay to the point where it seized up inside, and then when you're trying to use it, your indicators would either be off, just wouldn't work, or would just come on as a solid orange light. But if you revved the engine up a bit, then you could get them to work, but depending on how fast you rev the engine would determine how fast they would flash. It was very, very strange. And of course the relay was getting very hot and it actually melted slightly, so something of a lucky escape there. But I can't help but think if I had, say, a Suzuki or a Yamaha, for example, that wouldn't be an issue. They've learned through trial and error in the 60s, 70s, 80s, when they were the new face bringing cheap crap into the West, or cheap crap, that things like that just can't fly. They would have put the bolt somewhere else, or the relay somewhere else, or some sort of little rubber grommet to stop the two touching each other. So yeah, I think that is the first sign of the sort of issues you're going to face with Chinese motorbikes. At least at the current crop, this sort of age, they're getting better day by day. So yeah, little quality issues like that, and I don't think there's anything deliberate about them. I put it down to inexperience. I like to give them the benefit of the doubt on that. Alright, what did we have after that? Yeah, next was the HD remix. We'll skip past all those. So, the brake light saga. Fuck me. Yeah, that was quite a frustrating ending. Was that we had a right do getting the brake light to work on the rear brake pedal down here. I spent fucking ages. I think I went through. I ordered one genuine switch because I was convinced it was the switch, because the light would work, but you had to jiggle the switch in a certain way. So the only thing it could be was the switch, which is just on the back of the pedal down here. So I ordered a new genuine one. No difference, didn't work. That one, the new one, didn't work at all. Yeah, it was even worse than the old one, which at least worked intermittently. Anyway, so sent it back to the guy, that I ordered it from said, sorry mate, it just doesn't work, and I checked the continuity through it with a tester, and yeah, it was just dead. So yeah, sent it back. Sent it back at my own cost as well. I mean, it wasn't very expensive, but still, as well as spending an hour waiting for fucking Mildenhall post office to open. By the way, the post office is shit. It really is. You know, their opening hours, I swear, are like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right, with 2 hours for lunch, and they wonder why their business is shrinking all the time. It's because they're just never fucking open. And this place, you know, they advertise their opening hours on both the post office website and on their own website for the shop that it's in. I go there, and the guy at the counter's just like, yeah, we're opening late today. What? It says you open at X time. Yeah, well, you know, yeah. So it's normally quiet on these days, so I decided I'd open a bit later. But yeah, come back in an hour. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And the few times that I have used the post office as well, it's very hit and miss. You either get someone who's great to deal with and really helpful, or someone who's just got their own little empire in this post office and they don't like people being in it at all. I found the ones that are inside the larger stores, like say a Co-op and upwards, an Asda where I used to work, used to have a post office inside it as well, which is quite unusual. Yeah, they were always great. But then my local village post office, I remember when I was trying to tax my very first car back when I was 17, and I went down to the post office to do it because doing it online wasn't a big thing at the time. It was possible, it had been for a while, but my parents and grandparents had always taxed their cars at the post office, so I went to do that. And the guy behind the counter was so unhelpful. You know, it's like you have to take certain documents with you, but being 17, didn't know that. So I went there and he just says, you haven't got the documents, and that was it. And then he literally just went, next. I'm like, great. So I'll go all the way home, and I think, right, well, these are all the documents I have for this car, and I'll take them all with me. No, these are all the wrong ones, next. And in the end, I ended up going to this post office 3 times. Still didn't get the car taxed because he just wouldn't do it. You know, he just fucking wouldn't have it. And in the end, I did it online. I've done it online ever since. So there you go. But yeah, that is unfortunately the sort of attitude you get with the post office. But yeah, anyway, so posted it back to him, and it gets back to him, and then the guy goes on holiday, keeps my sodding brake light switch, right, so I'm sat waiting with no brake light on the rear brake, and then he sends me the same switch back again, the one that I just returned to him. Oh, for God's sake. So I looked up and got some non-genuine ones, just like generic brake light switches. I think they were made for like kids' dirt bikes or something like that with these things. Thought, screw it, that'll do, it's just a switch. And then after all that faffing around and getting it to work and cutting up the wiring harness to accept the plugs, to accept the little connectors on the new brake light switches, turned out it was nothing to do with that at all. I can't even remember what it was now. So, oh yes I can, it was a connector under the seat that wasn't sitting properly, and that was it. I just plugged it in properly and the brake light worked perfectly ever since, so I never needed a bloody switch ever in the end. And the faulty one that he'd sent me and then I'd sent back and then he sent back to me, turned out it wasn't faulty anyway, so it's got the new genuine switch on there now. Whatever, that was yes, that's why it's called the brake light saga, with a frustrating ending. Anyway, that was a bit of a rant. And then we started having a bit of fun. Well, we had the Life and King chain tension adjustments. That was something new. Yeah, they noticed the chain was getting a bit slack, so we went through the process of adjusting it. Yeah, It lasted a while. We would find out later, however, that the chain was on its way out, so it didn't stay at the correct tension. By the way, if you're getting a lot of noise in the background, it has all of a sudden started blowing a gale outside. The door is shut, but yeah, there's a reason I built myself this little showroom. I don't want to be outside filming in this. Fucking hell. Alright, yeah, then we started having a bit of fun. We had Lifan King gets the eBay treatment. Well, I think only half the stuff was actually off eBay. Some of it was off Amazon, all sorts of places. But yeah, I'm trying to think, what did we stick on it? What's come off eBay? Well, most of the stuff has come off eBay. The top box, they came off eBay. These saddlebags were eBay. The little tool roll on the front forks, that's eBay. The screen wasn't eBay, that came from the parts supplier, but I ordered it online, so I think I included it in that as well. Oh yeah, there's USB power under here. I think that was eBay, although that did get its own video in the end. Yeah, half the stuff that I've bolted to this bike has been eBay or Amazon or something like that. I quite enjoyed that one. Yeah, big haul of stuff. Well, it wasn't that big, but yeah, a lot of stuff, and just spent ages tinkering and putting it together. That was a good do, wasn't it? Ah, yeah, and then we had the big one. I had to do this as a two-parter. The chain and sprocket replacement, which turned into a lot more than that. We ended up like servicing the brakes and all sorts on it. Yeah, that's probably the biggest job I've done so far on this bike. And at one point, the bike looked to be basically cut in half. It barely looked like a motorbike anymore, you know. All the back wheel was off, the chains, the sprockets, all of it gone, parts everywhere. Yeah, we ended up servicing the rear brakes, and then of course putting it all back together, readjusting the rear brakes which had broken. Yeah, that was it. When I keep saying we, it's a one-man band this. When I did the chain tension adjustment in the previous video, we had the issue with the broken brakes. The back brakes stopped working, and we finally got it going. But of course, had to do the whole job all over again. But yeah, it was a two-parter, 37 minutes and 30 minutes 13 seconds. The two of them, so over an hour's worth, and that was cutting down a lot, as I remember. I took a lot of footage out of that. But yeah, that's probably the biggest job I've had to do so far on this, besides maybe the 3,000 mile service, because that's the big service on this bike. But at any point I could have just left the service items and the bike would have still worked. I mean, you know, obviously can't do that when I've already drained the oil out of it, for example, but I could have done those items separately or over a longer period of time. The chain and sprocket, once you've started, you ain't got a bike until you finish. So, but yeah, it was a big job, and I'm lucky enough to have made quite a few biking friends over this past year. And to my knowledge, none of those have done that job on their own. They've just had it done. They've just paid for it to be done at a garage. So, and whilst I'm quite mechanically minded, I'm really good with my hands. It was still a completely new area. Biking is completely new to me, so yeah, I'm quite proud of myself for doing that. Oh yeah, we had a couple of outtakes. Slightly drunk while doing the editing. So I was actually a little drunk whilst I was doing the editing. So, but I mean, I try not to get drunk on camera too much. So, although I've been filming some episodes of Strange Things from Across the Pond, and yes, there's a bit of drunkenness in those. But yeah, slightly drunk while doing the editing.
Able to brake, and then yeah, well, it's starting to do it. Look, all right, we'll let that penetrate and do its job.
Penetrate.
Let's get a bit more on first.
Alright, let's moving on. So, what did we have then? USB power supply and saddlebags fitting. Yes. Now, the USB power supply it's still in there. It's under the seat behind this plastic cover. It still works, but I haven't used it once since fitting it. Not for any particular reason, just the opportunity hasn't come up. I don't really have a reliable way of mounting a sat-nav or my phone to this bike, not yet anyway, partly because decent phone mounts for motorbikes are so much money. Everyone goes mad about the bloody quad locks, and I look at the price, I'm like, what the fuck? There was a fairly decent Fortnite video recently that looked at different ones, and even they pointed out that the quad lock was far too much fucking money. So, and there were other cheaper alternatives, although none of them were that cheap. But, you know, I'll get something like that eventually. So, the saddlebags, though, still here, still in use pretty much every time I go out. I think one of them, well, maybe it doesn't at the moment. Oh no, it's up there on the shelf at the moment. Normally, if I'm going out for any sort of good distance, you know, like a long ride out to the coast, I'll take my little 1 litre jerry can with me and make sure it's full, and I'll go in one of the saddlebags, and we'll have like lunch sandwiches in the other. So yeah, they're still there, they're still doing really well. They need a wash, but they're still nice and waterproof as well. Not bad for East German. So, yeah, and then we had the oil change and 3,000 mile service. That is my longest video, hour and 16 minutes. But again, glad I did it. The oil change, as I stated in the video, it needed to be done. I didn't really have any service history for this bike. Well, I do, but I can't be bothered to go and dig it out of the filing cabinet. But it never details everything that's been done. They normally just sign it off and say, oh, you had an oil change at this point. So I wanted to do all of it, though. I've been enjoying learning about this bike. And then the most recent ones we did Bentley versus Lifan, because I just love a good bandwagon, really. That was actually the first bit of filming I did in here. I'm still working on getting the lighting correct. It's probably starting to show on this video because it's getting dark outside now. But yeah, I'm still working on getting the lighting right in here. I think I need some floodlights on the roof to do proper filming in here, especially in the winter. And last one is the Lifan King overheating issue that we had. Yeah, it hasn't overheated since I made that video, so I guess it's fixed. But I mean, it's winter at the moment, so it's a lot harder to make the thing overheat when it's fucking freezing. I'm not really riding that much at the moment because mud on the roads, it's cold, it's wet, it's miserable, and nobody I know is really riding that much unless they have to. Nobody's riding for fun at the moment, so yeah, at the moment it's put away. And I'm really fucking busy. Oh, and of course, yeah, I did a supercut because I always do a supercut of things. This video will end up in a supercut in a year's time, so yeah. Right, so that's been the content. Like I said, 18 videos, or 24 if you include the HD remakes, and I don't regret any of them. I've really enjoyed making them. So yeah, it's good to have a good recap of them, I think, sometimes. Yeah, hopefully many more to come. I've got a few ideas on the go. I'm always in a bit of a knife edge situation with my content creation on the bikes, in that I'll have an idea and I'll act on it and make the video of it, but I only seem to have one idea at a time, so my scheduling is never that far in advance. So other series like Strange Things from Across the Pond, I'm nearly a year ahead on that. I've done so much filming this past month, and I've been slowly working through and editing all the episodes together. I'm well ahead on that because I have all the items I want to try, and it's a monthly series. But with this, they take a lot longer. There's a lot more planning has to go into them. I have to order things, spend a lot more money. So yeah, I'm trying desperately to keep to the monthly release schedule for the bike, but it is getting harder at the moment, unfortunately. But I'll figure something out. Alright, so I suppose the second part of this may as well be, let's talk about the bike. And this is probably going to overlap with my riding as well, I suppose. Thoughts on this bike, the Lifan King, or the LF125-14F is the actual model code, but we'll call it the Lifan King. And it's Lifan as far as I'm concerned. I know some people will call it Lifan or Lifan. It's Lifan. Yeah, whatever. Thoughts on it? I love it. I absolutely love this bike. It's just great. I love how it looks. I love how it feels to ride it. I've always liked cruiser bikes over anything else. I mean, granted, I'm only recently getting really into them, but I've always liked the look of cruiser bikes, which is why I bought this, really. Yeah, I was looking, after doing my CBT, I was looking at 125 bikes, and there was so much shit out there. You know, so many people are putting just death traps on there. You know, like, oh, a great bike, runs great, a few minor issues, brakes don't work. It's like, what? So it's a death trap then? You're selling a death trap? Or my personal favourite is something like, was running when parked, don't know what's wrong with it, but being told it's an easy fix. Like £10 on parts and 5 minutes work. It's like, but you don't know what's wrong with it, so how can you know that? So, and then they'll put it up at like £2,000. It's like, mate, it's a piece of shit. So it was just endless things like that, just endless crap, and people wanting stupid money. It's like, mate, either fix it or at least tell us what's wrong with it, and then price it accordingly. If you're saying, oh, don't know what's wrong with it, but easy fix, I think you do know what's wrong with it, and you know it's something catastrophic. And you're just hoping to offload it onto someone and get a shit ton of money out of them. There's some right scumbags out there. But yeah, anyway, so I saw this, fucking loved the styling of it immediately. I thought, that is the bike I want. And it had a year's MOT, or like 11 months or something like that. It's close enough. And it ran, and it had low mileage, and it wasn't stupidly priced. Like I said, it was 900 quid, and the guy gave me 2 motorbike jackets to go with it as well. So yeah, it was great to finally find someone. So I actually took out the insurance the day before I went to see it. I hadn't even seen it, but I knew I was riding this bike home that day. So as long as it started and ran and the brakes, and as long as everything worked on it when I got there, it was as described, I was riding it away. I gave the guy the money and brought it home. So yeah, I absolutely love this bike. It's fantastic. I mean, you do have a few niggles, like I wish 125s weren't so weak. I mean, I know I've only done a CBT, and these sorts of bikes are aimed at teenagers, and bikes are dangerous, teenagers are stupid, I know, but I mean, if it could have, say, like a 250 engine in it, that'd be nice, but I wouldn't change it. I did look, they do make a 250 version of this, but you only get like 2 more horsepower, and I'm like, that's not worth it. I thought it'd be double the horsepower, but it's something to do with the 250 engine being air-cooled, whereas this is water-cooled. So, yeah, I don't think it was even 2 horsepower. I think it was like 1. It was literally 1 horsepower. It just wasn't worth changing the engine, because I'd need so many other parts that just were not available. So, but yeah, I wouldn't change it from being a 125. I'm definitely keeping it. As I mentioned earlier, I am working towards my full bike licence, the unrestricted Category A licence it'll be at my age. But I'm still keeping my 125. I love this bike. It's superbly comfortable, even on the longest of journeys. When I did that Norfolk coast run in the summer, we were riding for, it must have been 12 hours we were out. I mean, we weren't riding for 12 hours, but for a sizable chunk of that, we were on the bike. I was comfortable the whole way. I was loving it. It's such a comfy bike to ride. I love how far it goes as well. It's got a massive tank on it. I look at other people's bigger bikes when I go out. I was admiring someone's Virago the other day. Tiny tank on it. They can do 100 miles and then they have to fill up. This thing does like 250 miles on a tank. And even then, I bet I could squeeze it to 300 if I was gentle. Yeah, massive tank on it. And of course, because it's small engine, yeah, you hardly use any fuel. So it's great for cruising about on, because you can cruise for miles and miles and miles. It's wonderful. And if you do what I've done and take the pillion passenger seat off, well, I've put it back on now for reasons, but yeah, you've got all this space for luggage. So if you are looking for a small bike but you want to go on adventures with it, this is brilliant. I mean, it's not an adventure bike, so you maybe want to avoid off-roading, but if you just want to go places, and all you say, if you're young and all you can have is a 125, or you've only got a CBT, I would definitely have one of these. If you can get one, they're quite rare in this country, which is part of the reason I wanted it. But yeah, I would definitely have one of these. And there may be, you know, a lot of people will say, well, you know, you can get a used Honda and it'll be far more reliable. It's like, yeah, but it'll also look like shit, because when bikes are common, people treat them like shit. And people will then turn around and say, oh yeah, it's a Honda, so it's worth more because it's reliable. The used vehicle market, used car and bike market at the moment is just insane. People want so much money for just crap. Utter crap. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I'd definitely say I have one of these. I love this bike. The only thing that I would say when it comes to recommending it, mind, is it's maybe not the best for brand new riders. I remember, and I still think this as well, when I did my CBT, I was on a Honda CBR, or I think it was CBF or something like that. Honda CB 125, naturally. And that's a great bike. It's not too loud, the engine sounds like a little sewing machine, really easy to get on with and use, and fantastic bike to be teaching people on. And then I went and got this, and it felt so heavy and unwieldy, and I have gone from a nice lightweight, sporty-ish bike to a big old heavy bastard, which perhaps wasn't the best move for my first few ride-outs. I perhaps should have spent 6 months on something different and then got this, but someone else would have bought this if I hadn't have done, so that's just something to be aware of. You are going to have to learn to, you know, to trust the bike that, you know, you can lean this big heavy thing around. Because when I first went out riding on it, I was riding perfectly perpendicular to the ground and slowing down so much for the corners, and I'm still working on my corners. I still don't trust myself that well with them. I much prefer to just gently cruise around rather than go flying along like some people do. But yeah, that is something to be aware of. It's maybe not the most ideal bike for a complete novice, but it's not that bad. Just if you want one, get one, you'll manage. Yeah, good points. You know, I'm going to say reliability as well, because whilst I've made all these videos of various things that I've done to it and fixed on it, it hasn't been that bad. It's never let me down, like, at all. It just hasn't. I mean, yeah, we had the chain stretch out, but all bikes do that. We did have a bit of an issue with the overheating. Looking back on that now, I don't think that was at least entirely the bike's fault. I think that might be because I changed the sprocket and it spends a lot more time at higher revs. But we did find some issues with it, so I'm glad we looked into it, but it perhaps wasn't the bike's fault that it overheated. Anyway, yeah, a few quality issues, like I mentioned with the indicator relay failing because it was vibrating against that bolt. I'm not too happy with these plastics and the way it's rusted to fuck, especially on the exhaust. But the main bit, the engine, the gearbox, absolutely perfect. You know, like I said, I did a 12-hour ride out on it, and it spent most of that pinned, as you do a 125. And it was fine. Absolutely perfect it was. It just didn't skip a beat the whole time I was out on it. So, yeah, I'm going to say a good point, reliability. It's great. And the other good point is, I'm sorry, but you look fucking cool on a bike like this. If you're on a 125 sports bike, yeah, you look alright. But once people realise your top speed is 55... so it's not that cool. This looks cool regardless. And it turns a lot of heads. I'll go to places like Walker's Cafe, biker cafe that's not too far away, and people look and they're like, you know, like, is this a 125? I'm like, yeah, and go, They've never seen a 125 like this. You wouldn't know it was one until you get up close to it. Yeah, it's a cool bike, and I love it. Downsides of it, it is cheap. It's been made to a budget, so I've already mentioned things like the exhaust, this chrome it's basically just rusting and flaking off in chunks now. I need to do something with it. I'm thinking of just taking the chrome off, just blasting it off and painting them black or something like that, or replacing them entirely. So yeah, quality isn't the best on things like that. We've got this broken bit of plastic up here. The radiator grille has 2 of its mountings are broken. I noticed when I was making my Bentley versus Lifan video the other day. Yeah, that's just randomly broken away. The little chrome surround on the Speedo, it's metal, but it's somehow peeling itself. I don't get that. I wonder if maybe it's been prized open or something. Well, I hope it hasn't. Well, no, the MOT history matches the mileage. Must I hope it does. Yeah, it does. I know it does. Whatever. Yeah, anyway, that's peeling away. We had the issue with the coolant bottles, that were a bit pants. I've had to do a fair bit to this bike. Like the exhaust bolts, stud bolts, came undone once when I was on a short ride out. The exhaust didn't come off, but I'd lost 3 of the 4 little nuts that held it on, so the bike sounded like a fucking tractor as I was riding it along. Coolant hoses. It's all little things which, if I had a modern Western bike or a Japanese bike, I probably wouldn't be having issues with. And this is where it gets, and this is where I'm a bit weird. I'm kind of glad of those sorts of little issues, because then I get to tinker and fiddle with it. I think it'd be quite boring if I had a perfectly reliable bike. I mean, for one, I won't have any content to make. So yeah, I'm quite glad those things happened. I mean, there's other things as well, but they're too small to really go into. Like, I've never liked the position of the brake pedal for the back brake. It's far too high up, and you have to sort of lift your leg and crane your foot. But there's not a lot I can do about that. I could try ordering a new brake pedal, but it's too much like hard work. Yeah, that's all I can say about it, really. I mean, I could summarise it as, I love it, it looks great, it's perfectly reliable, it has not let me down. I have not broken down on it, not even close to breaking down. It's never skipped a beat, all the stuff I've done to it this past year. But you do have to accept some quality compromises. I think that's the summary of it. It's good, but that's what I'd say. So I suppose the final thing to talk about is how I think my riding has progressed. To fill you in case you didn't know, I passed my car driving test when I was 17. So we're talking back in 2007 now, to show me age. And at the time, I'd looked at motorbikes, so it was scooters and mopeds back then when I was 16. But I was kind of more into my computers. I did have a part-time job, but by the time I was kind of in a position to start looking at getting a moped or a scooter, yeah, it was time to start driving lessons. I was 17, and that's what I did. And I've had a car ever since. I haven't been without a car since I passed my test, and now I have 4 of them. So when I came to do my CBT last year, which was very kindly paid for by my employer at the time as a perk of the job. There weren't many perks, and it was a pretty awful job to have, but I took them up on that one. Yeah, the offer to do my CBT came round. I'd wanted to get into bikes pretty much the whole time. That feeling never went away, but it just always got put on the back burner. I got a car, and then it was time to go to university. And then you leave, and it's time to look for a job, time to look at renting a house, getting married. That was a mistake. Spending 10 years in an abusive relationship, finally getting out of it, and then finally in a position where I can start looking at getting into my bikes when I'm already over 30. Fucking great. But yeah, so I was finally in a position to do it. And I've gone off, done my CBT, aced it. Yeah, really enjoyed the day. I did it at AAA with a woman called Amanda. Highly recommend. Yeah, I'm actually doing my motorbike training with her. I've got my Mod 1 test coming up in a few days at the time of filming. But yeah, I did my CBT there. Really enjoyed it, and at the time I was thinking, well, I just want to do it, and you know, and if I like it, I might get a bike. I might not bother, but I did it and I loved it, and I had to have a bike. So that's how I got into it. And for a time I was happy to just have a CBT and then do it again in 2 years' time and just keep riding a 125. But now that I've been riding a while, I would like a full license. I'm not overly interested in having a bigger bike. Like I say, I'm keeping my 125. I may get a bigger bike, I may not. But I'm going to be a 125 rider for life. I just want to take my L plates off because they look a bit stupid. That's the only reason I'm doing it. In terms of my riding, I think back then, and at the time when after doing the CBT, and this is testament to Amanda's teaching, I was feeling pretty confident in myself. Then I came to going out riding on my own, and yeah, I wasn't that confident. So, well, that's partly because when I got the bike and I was trying to ride it, it was so cold and icy at the time. And I remember my first few rides, especially the one riding it back as well. I was so slow on it, and I was concentrating so hard. Didn't want to lean the bike at all. It was almost like I was still riding on the pad, doing the manoeuvres like you do on a CBT, but I'm out on the road holding everyone up. And yeah, I used to slow down so much for corners. I'd be out with other people, and I'd be the one going down like 3 gears to go around a simple bend. But I think I have improved in that area. I'm much more confident on it now. It just came with experience. I'm still not keen on thrashing it round corners and leaning it well over. It's not that sort of bike. But I am at a point now where I don't hold people up when we go out riding either. In fact, once or twice I've overtaken the group leader, which is a bit of a faux pas, but he was being slow. He's got a 3 and 600 for Christ's sake. Go faster. So, there have been a few bad points. Quite early on, we were riding over to Walker's, and we came to a roundabout, and I'm at the back of the group, which wasn't the best place for a new 125 rider to be when you're out with bigger bikes. We now put the 125 riders at the front every time, regardless of their experience now. Yeah, at the front behind the group leader, and then all the bigger bikes behind them. But yeah, we came up to a roundabout. Everyone in front of me went round it quite quickly, and I was like, oh, come on, Stuart, you know, their bikes will go around, yours will too. And so you've just got to have the confidence to do it. You know, you can keep up with them. So yeah, I went round the roundabout, and the back end went. I didn't come off, but it was a big slide, and that was a bit of a wake-up call to say I need to be riding within my limits in a group. I did catch up to them, got off the roundabout without dying, and caned it back to, you know, catching up to them. But yeah, I haven't done that since. I haven't ridden beyond my limits in order to keep up with a group now. If they want to fuck off and leave, then fine. I'll bumble along and get there when I get there. But it's not really an issue now because we put the 125 riders at the front, so everyone can wait for me. But yeah, you know, it was one of those things that I promised myself I wouldn't do, and then I almost immediately did it. So that was a nice learning experience that day. I'm trying to think other things. I have developed a few bad habits as I'm learning doing lessons with Amanda again. Like, because I'm not a big fan of throwing the bike around corners, I just don't have that sort of confidence yet. I've picked up the habit of just straight lining things, like roundabouts, straight line, corners, straight line. And I'll be having the intercom and like, Stuart, stop fucking doing that. It's like, sorry. Of course you can't hear me, I can't speak back, it's a one-way communication. So it's just, stop fucking doing it. Yeah. And I have completely forgotten my shoulder checks. My God, what a lesson. The amount of times I'll hear, shoulder checks, oh fuck. Although, in my defence, because I have an open face helmet, my shoulder checks are like that. Whereas in a normal the regular helmet, you have to make them more obvious. You go like that to see. So I'm just like, yeah, there's no one there. So, you're not doing your shoulder checks. Fine, I'm doing my shoulder checks. Yeah, that's better. It's not though, but whatever. But yeah, that's about the only bad points I can think of. I'm still building my confidence. It's slowly getting better, but I learned early on that I'm not too keen on pushing myself really hard either. Yeah, I'm not in a mad rush to become some speed demon, which I think is maybe slowing my progress in certain areas, but whatever, that's life. I'm happy with it being like that. So yeah, I think that about closes it off. Yeah, we've gone through all the content. We've talked about the bike, upsides and downsides. Summaries, I love it. I highly recommend you get one. Just be aware. Riding, a couple of mistakes, but not too major. Yeah, that's about all I can say. Plans going forward. Well, I've got another video on the go at the moment. I've had another idea which I'm researching into, and that can be a video if it pans out. But beyond that, I don't know. We'll have to see what comes up. Like I say, if and when I get my full license, it's not going to affect this bike other than I can take the L plates off it. I'm still going to have it, I'm still going to look after it, and I'm still going to ride it. Yeah, we'll just have to see what the future holds. Right, I need to get on with editing this, because I've been talking for quite some time, and this is probably going to be very long and rambly and boring. But I did warn you that when the video started, so if you're still here, it's your own fault, really. Right, drink my lukewarm cup of tea, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another product review video on doing stuff and filming it. I haven't done one of these in ages. Now, the other day, went to get the motorbike out and the battery's flat. Fortunately it has a kickstart, but I thought I'd best do something about that. So I've got me send one of these. Alrighty then, what have we got here? Well, I mean, you can read the box. It's a motorcycle battery charger from Halfords, or Halfords Advanced. I don't really know the difference between like regular Halfords and Halfords Advanced, other than they come in black packaging rather than orange. Yeah, whatever. And yes, I do occasionally buy things from Halfords. No, I don't call it Halfords. It's not big and it's not clever, so shut your head. Yes, their range does seem limited compared to what it used to be. Some of it is overpriced, but occasionally they come through with things like this. And the stuff that they do sell does actually work. It's not half bad stuff, really. I can't remember how much this was. I want to say £25, but I'll put it sort of scrolling across the screen. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at the packaging. So, I mean, the front of it is fairly standard. Motorcycle 1A amp, so it means 1 amp, smart battery charger, battery maintenance charger, suitable for 6 and 12 volt batteries. Mine's 12 volt, which is fine. 2-year guarantee. It's a good job I bought this online, because otherwise I would lose the receipt well within 2 years. And we've got 9-stage charging. I've never seen anything that says 9 stages on it. It said that on the website as well. I mean, I thought there was like charge and maintain, and that was a smart battery charger, but this is 9 stages, so yeah, whatever. For engines up to 1200cc, that's nearly 10 times the size of my engine, so that'll do. Takes 20 hours based on a 20 amp hour battery. Now, when we go and fit this to the bike, we'll look up what amp hour my battery is, but when they say things like that, that's normally from dead flat, and that's normally about the limit of what the charger can do, a 20 amp hour battery, so I would expect it to be less than that. So, oh, and it also has a winter mode, which I'm assuming is the maintenance side of it. You know, a lot of people shut their motorcycles away for the winter for 3 months or more, and you would hook something like this up to it to just keep your battery maintained throughout. Otherwise, you end up having to buy a battery every year for your motorbike whenever you want to ride it when the weather picks up again. So, or if you're like a friend of mine who's got a Harley Davidson, he buys a new battery for it every 6 weeks. Suitable for battery types lead acid, gel, calcium, AGM, EFB and lithium, which is maintenance mode for long-term connection. Good, that's what I'm looking for, because whilst I do ride all year round, I am riding a lot less now it's winter, but there we go. Weatherproof, well, that's not really a big deal for me, but it's good to know. 6 and 12 volt batteries, suitable for up to 1200cc engines, suitable for up to 2000cc engines, but that's not this one, that's only the 2 and 4 amp versions. I don't picture myself ever having a 2000cc motorcycle, so that really doesn't mean anything to me. Also, my past experience with battery chargers, if you've got one that's suitable, it says suitable for up to 1200, you can put it on something bigger, just expect it to take a lot longer to charge it up. For example, I've got one that's a car battery charger that's rated for up to 1200cc. I'll stick it on the 1600 Mini and it'll happily charge it, it just takes it a little longer. Same with the Mazda, that's a 1600, the Corsa's a 1400. I haven't actually owned a 1200cc car for years and years, so there we go. Now we'll have a quick look at the back. That is pretty much the same as it says on the front. Smart battery maintenance charge, up to 1 amp charging. Now the 1 amp doesn't seem like a lot, and it's not. But remember, this is for motorcycle batteries, which are tiny. I mean, they're probably only about as big as this box, half of them. So that's more than enough, and I'm not looking for rapid charging. I mainly got this for the maintenance side of it. 1 button operation, ideal for long-term connection, protects against overcharging, good, they're 2 things I'm looking for. Yeah, that's all the different types of batteries. Quick connectors with clamps and O-rings included. That's another reason I bought it from what I saw online. Yeah, I wanted to be able to just clip it onto the battery, but also I was looking for some sort of permanent connection. Ah, this is the 9 stages of the, yes. Yeah, 9-stage charging. This is it. Excellent. So what are those 9 stages? That'd be good to know. Number 1, diagnosis. Analyse whether the battery will accept a charge or not. Well, okay, that's a nice feature. Desulfation. Pulse charges the battery to break down built-up lead sulfate crystals. These crystals occur when a battery has been discharged or left unused for a period of time. Okay, that's not bad, actually. Probably going to be quite useful, given that my battery was a bit flat. Not completely flat, but flat enough to stop it starting the other day. Okay. Soft start. Start charging at a lower current to better protect the battery. Bulk charge. The majority of the battery charging, I'm assuming that just means it goes up a bit on the power side. Absorption. Reduce charging current to allow the battery to absorb more power. Equalization. Additional stage for calcium batteries. Removes acid stratification. Yeah, I don't believe my battery is calcium. I'm sure it's lead acid, but we'll have a look. Battery test conducts an automatic discharge test. If further charging is required, the battery recondition function is automatically selected. If fully charged, the battery goes into the float stage. And the recondition, an additional automatic charging stage to help recover deeply discharged batteries. Okay, fair enough. And the float maintains the battery at 100% charge without overcharging or damaging the battery. This allows the battery charger to be left connected for an indefinite period. Oh, right, okay. So essentially it checks whether the battery is good or not, which is useful, and it helps sort of cleans the insides, you could say. It gives it a few pulses. It starts off gentle, then ramps it up to full charge when the battery is ready. Then it sort of comes down, it probably gets you up to about 80-90% on the bulk charge. Then it comes down just to top up the last bit. If you've got it set on calcium mode, I'm assuming it's going to have something like that, or maybe it can detect them. It helps deal with that, and then it sort of tests, and it will deliver more if it needs to, or it will maintain, depending on how well the battery has charged. Yeah, so they're the 9 stages, although unless you have a calcium battery that's been completely discharged, it's not going to use all 9 of them. It's probably going to skip 1 or 2 of them. Anyway, it's still quite clever that it can do all of that in something that costs less than 30 quid. It's not half bad, that, really. Caution, consult your vehicle handbook. I don't actually have a handbook. Never mind. Not suitable for charging high voltage systems. Do you know, I see that on I think I bought a car battery charger. Yes, I did, because I did 2 reviews of it that were really long videos. And it actually said not suitable for charging electric cars. I thought, if you're buying a 12-volt battery charger to charge a full-size electric car, with hundreds of volts in it, then you deserve what happens to you. Anyway, only one battery can be charged at a time. I don't think I've ever seen that on something. I really want to try and do 2 batteries at the same time now. Mind you, probably won't be able to do it. Worth a try, maybe. Do not attempt to start the vehicle with the charger connected. I have done that before, not with this, but with a car charger. You just blow the fuse on the battery charger. That's it. You're not going to die. And technical, that's just like voltage input, output, what it's rated for. Yeah, minimum and maximum battery capacity. Interestingly, 20 amp hours for charging, but it can maintain a 60 amp hour. That makes me think it could probably charge a 60, but it will just take it a very long time to do it. Right, okay. Well, let's open her up and have a look what's inside, shall we? Let's open her up from the top. Right, that's instructions. Yeah, I don't think we'll read the instructions for this. It's a battery charger. I've used them plenty of times before. So what have we got here in the box? Now that surprises me. The pictures online show you this bit and a little bit of the wire coming out the bottom, but they don't show you the back of it. For some reason I thought there was going to be another wire somewhere that went to the wall, but no, you put the whole thing straight into the wall. I quite like that. Nice little design feature. Got a decent length of wire here to go with it, and I like this as well. You get 2 connectors. So that one is your O-ring. That's designed to be permanently attached to the battery. That one is your traditional crocodile clip for temporary fitting, and they both connect via this plug here, and they only go on one way as well, so you can't put them the wrong way around, like that. And of course that can just be taken off as well, so that bit becomes a permanent part of your motorcycle, and that can just be kept in your workshop. I quite like that. Let's take this down to the workshop, get it hooked up to the bike, and see what it does. Right, we're down here at the bike. The bike is outside rather than in the studio slash garage slash workshop right now. I'm doing some painting in there at the moment, so the bike's had to come outside. I've removed the seat and uncovered the battery, because you don't need to see that, that's easy enough. I have noticed, however, one big problem with this. These O-rings are nearly the size of the terminals on the actual battery. I mean, I don't see how I'm going to be able to securely screw those on there. I could really do with a smaller set. If we look closely, look, they're just... I'd have to put washers on, and yeah... So I'm not going to use those. Not a big deal. I'm not overly concerned about having a flat battery on this bike because it has a kickstart, and it starts really well on that. So having it permanently attached isn't that much of an issue. So we'll keep that for a later date. I may at some point try and change the O-rings, try and get this permanently fitted, but we're not worried about it at the moment, and it's not going to make any difference for the test. My God, this bike is filthy. Fucking hell. So that's the other reason it's outside. She might, if she's lucky, get a wash. Probably not though. So, get my multimeter. We'll see what the voltage is now. And if we look on the bike, it has one. It measures between 9 and 15. Turn the bike on and it comes up, I don't know, what should we say that is? 10 volts. Interestingly, the bike will turn over at this point. So I'm not sure how accurate that actually is, because it will just keep on going. Even if I put, say, the headlights on. Yeah, it's not starting because the kickstand's down. But yeah, we'll get the multimeter out, see what the actual voltage is, and then we'll just plug the charger in and see how it behaves. There we go, 9.86, which is about in line with what the gauge says on the bike. Okay, so the gauge on it is fairly accurate. Bit confusing now though, because the other day it was reading sort of 11-12 volts, wouldn't turn over. I had a flat battery and I had to kickstart it, but now it's on seemingly less voltage, and yet it will just turn over. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to turn this into a video of farting around with voltages and, you know, working out Chinese electrics, but it needs a charge. It should be at
at least 12 volts. I mean, I rode it for close to 3 hours yesterday. It should be charged, but it's not. I don't think this bike is designed to charge its own battery. It's a stator, not an alternator, so yeah, whatever. Let's get the thing on and let's get it charged up, see what it does. Quick note about these crocodile clips. They may not look like much. They may look like cheap plastic, but that looks to be just this casing. They clamp on really well. They're quite stiff springs in there, so that's a good, good mark there. Good points for them.
I have difficulty formulating my words.
That's a positive. That's the word I'm looking for. They do stay on. I've got no concerns about them coming off or anything if this is disturbed. Let's plug her in. Okay. Right, okay, interesting. Did some sort of start-up cycle. It's immediately identified it's a 12-volt battery in its winter mode. That's flashing. Okay, let's just press start. Now that's flashing. And that's... Okay. And we're back now that the United States Air Force has decided to stop flying over my house while I'm trying to film. It's having a bit of a fiddle with this, so the red flashing slowly as it is doing there, indicates that it's detected low voltage and it's charging. According to the instruction, that's below 11.6 volts, which is in line with what we just measured. And it looks like what you do, if you want to change the mode, you press the start, and that begins flashing, and then you can cycle through them. So now it's gone to 12 volt LFP, which we don't need. 12 volt winter, it's 6 degrees, doesn't feel cold to me at all. I suppose it is January, we'll leave it on the winter one, but we'll go through these. And if you put it to the 6 volt one, give it a second to lock in, you just get an error message. Now that's supposed to be if you've got the terminals the wrong way around, but obviously it knows, because we're already at 9 to 10 volts or whatever it was, it knows that this can't be a 6 volt battery, so it's just shut off, not doing anything. Cycle through it, 6 volt LFP, 12 volt LFP. We'll go with 12 volt winter. It's a normal battery. There we go. It's gone back into charging mode. Excellent. Also, early in the video I said I'd look what battery this was. I thought it was lead acid. It is, if you look there, PB for lead. Now, I was going to try and show you what sort of voltage it was putting in when it was on flashing red. But in the, I don't know, 5 minutes that I've been doing this, it's already gone to flashing green. And this is reading 12.4, fluctuating a little bit. Yeah, this is really coming up and quite quickly. But then again, it's only a tiny battery. This is a 125 motorbike. So, right, going to leave this alone for a bit, otherwise the video will just end up far too long. It's already probably 10 minutes longer than it needs to be. And we'll come back when this has gone to solid green, and we'll see what's happened. And there we are. It has been about 3 hours, and it's gone to the solid green, which is the maintenance mode. Obviously it's still in 12 volt winter mode. That's it, it's done. It's charged the battery up in that time. It may have been less. I haven't been checking on it very regularly. I've been doing other stuff about the house and doing some painting. But yeah, that is it. It's done the job. We'll do a quick voltage check, then we'll disconnect it. There we are, look, so it's still on. I've just stuck the probes in, and it's holding at 12.88. That's sort of fluctuating a little. We call it 12.9 volts, so just over the 12 volt target, which, were you trying to charge this, it would take hours and hours, maybe even days, to bring it up, and even then it may never get to it. But now that it is charged, just putting in that 0.9 of a volt more will keep that where it needs to be. And like it said, it can be left connected probably indefinitely. If I had the time or the inclination to do long-term testing on that, we might see that that drops or shuts off entirely, and then later it will bring it up when the voltage drops a little, and it'll just keep it topped up over time. But yeah, that is doing exactly what it said on the box. It's gone into maintenance mode. Right, let's disconnect the whole lot and see how the bike behaves now. Now, she won't start because the kickstand is still down. I don't want it to start just yet. I just want to see how well it's cranking over. So, on. That immediately goes up to just over 12 volts, so we know that's accurate. Excellent, let's give it a go. That's exactly what I was hoping. Good, strong cranking over. It's just going for it. Let's put the kickstand up and on the button. Perfect. One last check before I go inside and do conclusions and then do the editing for this video. I've hooked her back up, moved the bike inside because it feels like it's going to rain outside, and I'm just curious what happens if you plug it in on an already fully charged battery. Does it go through the whole cycle? Does it skip straight ahead to maintenance mode? I have sort of farted around with it for a minute or two, filming it cranking over, but well, actually it wasn't even a minute or two, it was like 30 seconds, so I think it's going to go straight to maintenance mode. Let's give it a try. You go in there. Does it start up? It's deciding what mode to be in. So flashing, that's charging mode. Okay, so I bet it'll spend a few minutes in that, then go straight to maintenance mode, but it looks like it goes through its cycle. It probably does that battery check, which was the first of the 9 cycles, and maybe it's just identified that it can put a little bit more charge in before it goes on to maintenance mode. Fair enough, can't complain. Right, upstairs to do the conclusions. Okay, conclusions. So, what do I think of the Halfords Advanced Motorcycle 1A Smart Battery Charger? I really like it. I think it's a great purchase. $24.99. Well, at least I think that's how much it was. Yes, it definitely was. Probably. And you get a lot of features in it, really. Yeah, you've got all those different stages of charging. Obviously, there's no way that we're going to be able to observe all of those, especially since one of them relates to a type of battery I don't have, and I'm not going to go out and buy a battery just for the sake of it. But the fact that it can recognise a faulty battery, recognise when you've got it on the wrong setting, because we put it on the 6 volt option when it was already on a 12 volt battery, even though the battery was only at like 9 volts at the time. Yep, it can recognise the difference. It is suitable for different types of battery, like your lithium, your AGM, EFB batteries, all those sorts of things. Yeah, a lot of battery chargers of old, like my 2 car ones, aren't suitable for those. They literally just dump power into it until it's up to a certain level, and that's it. And they cost a lot more than this did. I think one of them cost me close to 50 quid. You know, it's a much simpler product in terms of features compared to what you're getting with this. So yeah, I'd say if you have a motorcycle and say it's a secondary form of transport, right, i.e. you own a car, I think this is essential garage equipment. I'm gonna say that. Obviously other products are available, but I don't see any reason why you wouldn't buy this. You're not going to get anything much cheaper, certainly not with all the features that you get with this on it. I say that because if the bike's ridden every single day or close enough, then you're almost never going to have an issue with a flat battery, and if you do, it's going to be a symptom of something else, like the battery is faulty or you have an issue with the bike. But if it's your secondary mode of transportation, or in my case, biking as a hobby, there's bound to be long periods of time when the bike isn't ridden and the battery will go flat. It just will. Batteries do that. Even when there's nothing connected to them, they manage to go flat. I consider myself an all-weather biker. I'll ride day and night. At the time of filming this conclusion section, the night before last, I was out at a friend's playing D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, Rode home at about 1:30 in the morning down unlit country roads, and it was about 3 degrees. Just fucking did it. I wanted to ride there on my bike, so I did, and then dealt with riding back in the pitch black as well, with a really crappy headlight, which may end up being the subject of another video. Anyway, I consider myself an all-weather rider, but I will admit, through the winter, the bike has had a period, I think it was getting on for 2 months, and I just didn't ride it, because I was either working, or, if I was going out for personal reasons, just take the car. It's icy, why would I bother? I just didn't want to. It's not like I was going to a biking event or anything that required the bike. It was just more logical to take the car, and unfortunately, I just sort of put it off. I just didn't want to. Biking's a pleasure activity for me, it's a hobby, so... But it's not to say I won't ride in those conditions, I have done, but I just didn't want to, didn't feel like it. And yeah, as a result, the battery was flat, and I had to use the kickstart, but now I've got one of these. So, what I'm going to do, as soon as I come home, it goes away in the showroom, as I call it, and onto this, and then I don't have to worry about my battery, probably for years and years. So, yeah, highly recommend, to the point where it's essential equipment, really. If you're a biker, you need one of these. You just do. And for the price and what you get with it, you can't go wrong. It's a decent quality bit of kit. Can't really say any more than that. Right, that's enough rambling. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. So for those of you that saw my review of this battery charger last week, I didn't get to demonstrate the fault light on it, partly because at the time I didn't have a faulty battery, or at least I didn't think I did. But if you're wondering, that's what it looks like. I'll show you what it's doing. It's hooked up to the bike already. You press start, it goes through. Yep, select 12 volt. Red, into the charging cycle. It's testing it. There we go. And it's just refusing to put out any power now. Not a fault with this. This is doing what it's supposed to, but evidently I have a flat, well, not a flat battery. Well, I do have a flat battery, but that's because it's knackered. So I need a new one of those, but at least I know this works. Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. This video was originally going to be a sort of workshop slash showroom walk around that was is an idea suggested to me by one of my viewers in the comments section. I call this the showroom because I don't actually do that much work in here, although, as you can see, it is kitted out with most of my tools. Unfortunately, however, despite 7 years that I've lived here and done nothing with this shed, for some reason in the last 3 weeks, this has happened. I literally never come down here until I started building this, and this has never happened. 7 years, and in the space of 3 weeks, all of this. I did have my work smock hanging here, and it was furry. It's in the wash as we speak, having on like a 60-degree 3-hour wash. So I can't be working in here like this. I don't really want to put my bikes in here in case the mould gets on them, ruin all the seat and all the soft furnishings, you could say. It's ruined my picture as well. Whatever. Yeah, it needs a lick of paint to begin with. First things first, though, all this shelving, all this wiring and all the electrical stuff that I've put in, all needs to come out. My rubber floors, that's several days worth of work that I've got to undo now. Right, may as well make a start. I'm not going to time-lapse it because it just bulks out a video. I'll just update you as time goes on. So, not time-lapse, I suppose, time jump? Yeah, we'll go with that. Time jump. See you in a bit. Well, it's coming along. That's one wall done. I'm kind of deliberately doing a rough job of it because I just want to get this done so I can get back to working on my bike. So, like there's normally a shelf. I can't be bothered to go and find my fine paintbrushes, but I'm not going to be able to see it by the time I put the shelf back. I did get a bit on the floor, so I've painted the floor. So, I mainly just want it to look sort of okay in the background of future videos, so I really don't care that much. I should have this done by the time it gets dark. Muffin, as always, is being helpful. As you can see by the side of her, she really wanted to get between me and the wall and squeeze down. What's the matter, Muffin? Are you feeling a bit blue? Who's a good girl? You know that's not coming off. You're going to be blue for a long time, right? Fucking ridiculous animal. Right, one wall down, got the ceiling and the other two walls to do. So, oh, actually, let's tell a lie. I suppose that counts as two walls, doesn't it? 1 1/3 walls. Let's carry on. It looks like I have an audience. One of my neighbours, I believe next door but 3 or 4, has 2 of them, a male and a female. I believe that to be the female because the male's already developed his tail. You know, peacocks like to display it. I don't know what the actual term for it is. Haven't seen them for a while. I assumed that they were indoors, keeping warm or something. Don't know where the other one is. I normally see them as a pair. Hope nothing's happened to him. Anyway, crack on with it. There we go. She's done. Not the best paint job I've ever done, but like I say, that's not really what I'm aiming for. I kind of like that it's a bit rough around the edges. It's going to be a workshop. I mean, I call it the showroom, but it's going to be a workshop. Yeah, now I just need to put all this shit back. Right, I think I'm about there. Managed to get all the shit off the floor, brought everything out, and I've now put the floor back in. The rubber or rubberized panels, they're back in, and I've screwed them in as well so they won't move when I'm running the bike over them, hopefully anyway. The big toolbox is gone because most of the tools in the big toolbox are for my cars, so I've just kept the stuff that's specifically for motorbikes. You can see my little tool rack up there is a bit on the empty side. I will slowly stock it up. I will be duplicating some tools, you know, like a spanner set. I already have a spanner set, but I'll have another one just for in here, and the rest can be kept for my project cars and, you know, various other things. But that can come in time. Consumables up in the corner, and yeah, just a few more bits to clear out before I bring the bike back in. But yeah, it's looking good. I quite like it in here. Oh yeah, the lights are working. We've got LED lights up the top. Of course, we've got the ring lights on the side here. And another one there, not turned on at the moment. It's looking good. Going to bring the bike in, park it up, and a few finishing touches, and then we'll do a proper walk around. Alright, I tell a lie. I'm sort of going backwards a bit here. The bike is in, at least. It's off to one side though, because I've got tools all over the floor and hedge trimmer, which isn't working at the moment because I cut the cable with the hedge trimmer, which was rather silly of me. Never mind. I've done a few bits in here. Main thing though, we've gained a gazebo on the outside. Yeah. I've had it a while and didn't really know what to do with it, and then I had the idea of lashing it to the outside like I have there and extending the showroom. I don't plan on keeping much out here, but it's handy. It'll keep this space directly outside nice and dry. As you can see down here, well, maybe you can because it's getting dark. It's full of mud and stuff that I need to clear, but I'm not going to show that because this is supposed to be a biking series, not a gardening series. So yeah, I thought it was nearly done, but now I'm adding more to it. Back at work day after tomorrow. Kind of want to get this done now. Alright, I suppose I best carry on. Alright, I think I'm about there with this. Yeah. It's been about a week, or actually closer to 2 weeks, since the last segment of the video, about 4 seconds ago. But I think I'm about there with this now. I'll give you a quick walk around. We're stood out in the gazebo at the moment. You can probably hear it's raining. I've had to take the sides off. Fucking look at that. I need to do something with my garden at some point. And I've had to take the sides off it because it seems the slightest bit of wind and this thing starts tearing itself to pieces. It was like coming off the ground. I've had to lash it to the shed there, weigh it down with bricks and all sorts. Yeah, I'm actually really quite disappointed in the quality of this thing. I mean, just look up here. That's just tearing apart for no reason. And yeah, and every day that it rains, I have to come and sort of push the roof up. Oh, there you go, and get the water off. Yeah, I'm quite glad I didn't pay full price for this. I can see why it was on clearance. Anyway, I'll give you a bit of a walk around. Got a ramp in, which is useful because it's a pain in the ass getting the bike up that step. I am slowly working on clearing the ground. This used to be a garden path. It's now just a bit of hard standing in the sort of, I'll call it the workshop annex or the showroom annex. I don't know, it's a sort of sheltered area that I've made out from. I do eventually want to extend this, but for now, what I'm doing is working through the wood chippings. I've ground up a load of trees that you can see over there because I'm working on clearing the garden slowly, and it slowly goes through my wood chipper and it helps to cover the floor and keep everything out of the mud. Old greenhouse, sort of pop-up greenhouse that I got from Wilco years ago. At the moment, it's just got stuff stored in it, like my ladder. Eventually, I might turn that into something like, say, a spray booth, because there is some parts on the bike that I'm going to want to spray at some point. So, yeah, that can stay there. It's all sort of lashed and tied to it, so that's fine where it is. Load of spare ratchet straps hung up just because I had nowhere else to put them. Yeah, they don't belong in here. They're just there for now, because, again, I'm doing garden shit. Bin and such like. Go inside because there's not much. Oh, there is one more thing to see out here. I had a random bird cage. It's not a real bird cage, it's a decorative bird cage, but at some point I want to try and put a light in that so that I can be in and out when it's getting dark in the evening. And I just sort of hung it there for now because I thought that might look cool rather than just a bare light hanging when I get around to it, because, you know, it needs to look cool as well as look functional. Anyway, let's go inside. Here is the beast sitting there. The flooring I took up and redid. I think I mentioned that earlier. We've got the lights working. The glue hasn't stuck on all the wiring, but fuck it, it's staying up there. And you're not really going to see it in videos. The lights are working, it's functional. Probably some electricians tearing the hair out of my wiring, but you know what? Nothing's going to happen, it's safe. Fuck off. Consumables up there, mostly fluids and like gloves and earplugs. Tool rack up there. As you can see, I brought my biking gear down. I've got a place to hang the helmet up, just because this stuff takes up a lot of space in the wardrobe. I just thought it would be better to have it down here. Trousers and boots are down there. Yeah, tool rack I've mentioned. I still haven't got my second set of spanners, but whatever. Manuals and radio up there, because I do leave the radio on when I go, keep my bikes company. And of course, I've got ring lights coming out my arse. That's about it. Oh yeah, that's something else I've been working on. My bag, right there. Yeah, I've just sewn a load of patches on it. I've turned it into a rucksack. It's like a 1950s webbing pack from the British Army. I've turned it into a rucksack, put extra straps on it because I do things like that. Yeah, that's about all I can say about it. What a nice, safe, dry place to be keeping the bike. As you can see, there's a room to be working on it as well, because I do intend to keep going with this biking series. The bike isn't yet finished. Still a lot of work needs to be done on it. This was a suggestion by a viewer in the comments section, you know, what I could do, because I am starting to struggle for some ideas. Yeah, let's have a workshop/showroom build. There you go. That's where I keep my bikes, and going forward, that's where you're going to see most of my videos coming from when I'm working on stuff. Will be in here. I think that's everything, actually. Doesn't feel like very long to talk about, considering how much work's gone into this, but there we go. Alright, well, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Today's the day, people. This is a secret I've been keeping for over 5 months now. Those of you with a keen eye for detail will notice there's a new addition to the showroom. And here she is. Isn't she a beauty? This is a Yamaha Virago 535, otherwise known as the XV535, but everyone just calls it a Virago. I've wanted one of these for quite a while, and I finally got one, and I am so happy with it. I mean, just look at it. It's a gorgeous looking bike. It's in near mint condition, obviously for a bike that's getting on for like 30 years old. You know, got a few little blemishes here and there, but I fucking love it. I've always liked cruiser style bikes, as you can tell from all my Life and King videos. You know, I went for that bike because of what it looks like. But yeah, I am so happy with this bike. It's exactly what I wanted. I mean, yes, it's my first, quote, big bike. I picture myself having this for a very long time. It's a fucking classic. And there's still loads of them about as well. And they all look fantastic. This is awesome. I am so happy with this. This does, of course, mean I have to announce I have passed my, quote, big boy license. At the time of filming this segment, it's a Thursday. And I passed my Mod 2 on Monday. Passed with distinction, I might add, is what the examiner said to me. No minors, and of course no majors either, because I passed. And I couldn't really be happier about passing my bike licence. I've wanted bikes since I was like 16, 17, and, you know, parents say no. And then I go off and do adult stuff like go to university, get a house. And yeah, life just gets in the way. I'm now 34 and I finally got one. Maybe a bit early for a midlife crisis, but bollocks to you. Now, I'm not going to say this is a dream bike because I'll be perfectly honest, it's not. I haven't spent years and years dreaming of owning a Yamaha Virago. I don't think that many people actually do. But I have wanted one for quite some time. Now, when I got the Life and King, my 125, a lot of people said it looked like a Virago. I suppose it kind of does. That's when I first heard of them. And then a friend of mine, a biking friend,
Motorbike friend.
This is what happens when you drink wine and show an American the in-betweeners. Friend. Motorbike friend. Has one. Slightly different colour. I'm not sure if hers is the 535, but yeah, I saw it and I thought, that is gorgeous. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having one of them. And then one day, I'm working out in the work van and I'm driving to somewhere sodding far away, about an hour's drive away. Yeah, just, it happens. And I see this at the side of the road. Now, obviously I'm working, we're on the clock constantly, I don't have time to stop and look at it. But I think, was that a Virago for sale? Anyway, I go there, I do the job, and then it's time to come home. So I come home the exact same way. This time the traffic's a bit quieter and I'm not on the clock anymore. So I'd sort of slow down, have a look and go, it is, and it looks nice. Next day, I had the day off, got in the car and drove back out there. Told my partner that I was going to go to a museum or something. I wasn't. I was going to look at a motorbike. And she's still there. The price is perfect. I look around her. I go and knock on the door, ask if I can, you know, have a decent look. This is before I've even started lessons for my full license. And it's brilliant. It used to belong to a lady owner, you could say, as it says in the adverts. And she showed me around it, but didn't know much about it. So I came home, went back later in the evening when her husband was back, and he happily showed me it, got it running and all that lot. And I was like, yes, mate, I'll take it. I didn't bother negotiating on price. I don't like doing that. If the price is good, I'll pay for it. If it's too high, I just won't buy it. You know, I'm not one of these people that offers you fucking 10 quid and 2 pizzas or something like that on Facebook Marketplace. Nah, fuck that.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
So I paid them for it. The guy very kindly put it in the back of his van, all strapped down, and delivered it to the house for me. Shook hands and away we go. They did say, when you pass, can you let us know? We'd love to hear from you again. So at some point I need to find time to either drive or ride over there and post them a card to let them know. That's the story of how I got it. It was almost an impulse purchase. I just saw it, liked it, and just fucking bought it. And then went and booked me lessons and me tests and, yeah, got it done. Now, I was going to do a sort of first impressions ride or, you know, first ride video and get all the cameras mounted to it. Unfortunately for, well, my audience, not really unfortunate for me, I got home after doing my Mod 2 and I was just so excited. I was like a little kid. Insured it, taxed it, and I was out on the road within an hour just fucking loving it. If I do one now, it's going to be a lie because it's not the first ride. I've already been out on it and loved it. So, yeah, sorry about that. Not sorry, though. News back from that ride. She does have a couple of issues. At least one, I reckon, is probably because she's been in storage the whole time. This was back in September when I bought the bike. A couple of other problems. One of them may just be a design problem. There's not a lot I can do about it. The other is maybe a little bit more concerning. I'll go into all these in a minute. Hopefully it's just an adjustment, though, that needs to be done. But all in all, I really loved that first ride out. It sounds fantastic. It's got the standard exhaust on it. I don't see why you would need anything different, but it's just that classic V-twin noise where, yeah, it's so awesome. I was just, if you'd seen me riding around Cambridgeshire, because I had a right good ride around on it, you'd have just seen this maniac in an open-face helmet with a big shit-eating grin on his face the whole way. I was so happy to be out and about on my big bike. Also, despite the few issues, I am really confident in this bike. It runs brilliantly. I mean, once it's warmed up, it's not too keen on cold starts. But apart from having quite a small fuel tank for this size of bike, I am confident this bike will take me wherever I want to go. So hopefully, this coming summer, it's January when I'm filming this. Sorry, no, it's not. It's February. But hopefully, this summer, I'll be able to go on lots of ride-outs, maybe some solo trips, longer distance, places that my 125 could have taken me, but that I just didn't want to do. You know, lots of dual carriageways and motorways. You can do them on a 125, but you're better off on a big bike. You just are. So this could be the year when I actually get some properly serious moto vlogging done. I'm still trying to work out good ways of mounting my cameras and getting the audio down correct, but it's winter at the moment, so I've got time for that. And yeah, as they say, big plans, big things coming, people. Right, let's have a closer look at the bike, and I'll talk you through those few issues that I mentioned, and just generally have a good look round her, because, well, I just love looking at this bike as well as riding it. Right, we'll start at the front. Get on the old girl. Oh, here we go. So, start at the front. The controls I'm not going to go through. They're fairly standard, you know, clutch, brake, throttle, starter, lights, indicators. Gears are down there. Rear brake is there. Yeah, fairly standard. She does have the heated grips already fitted, so she's not completely standard, but I was quite happy to have those. Well, I am now, anyway. At the time, I wasn't really bothered. I was like, whatever, heated grips, you know, don't really care about those, but you're fine, they're there. But then I was riding to my Mod 1 test in December. It's like 1-2 degrees Celsius. My fucking God, I was cold. We stopped for fuel along the way, and I'm like nursing my hands back. And she says, why don't you put the heated grips on, Stuart? I'm like, oh, go on then, I'll try them. I'm not expecting them to be right good. I'm remembering like the heated steering wheel when I worked at Vauxhall. It was alright, but a bit of a gimmick. No, they're really quite good. They did a good job of keeping my hands warm. And then because it was raining, my gloves were soaking wet. It then started to boil the fucking water in my gloves, and I had to turn them down whilst I'm doing 70 mile an hour on the way to the testing centre. So, yeah, now that I've actually tried them and used them, I'm quite happy to have them. These are new as well. Well, they're not new, they're quite old, but they're like new. They still have the nice grip on. The ones on the training centre bike are just worn smooth because so many people have used that bike over the years. But yeah, I've tried them. They work quite well. Well, they work very well. They get really quite hot. You can't really run them at 100% for very long because your hands will hurt. They burn. So yeah, we've got the heated grips. Love that. She has done 13,798 miles, which is brilliant for a bike that's about 30 years old. yeah, that's not how far I've driven it. I just haven't bothered to reset the trip computer, but I probably did about 50, 60 miles on my first ride, just farting around. This is blanked off. That, on some models, is a low fuel warning light. It's obviously not been selected on this model, so it's just a blank plug. I haven't looked. There may be a way to retrofit that. It is a little concerning not having any sort of fuel gauge. The tank is quite small. The quoted range is 120 miles, including the reserve tank, which we'll come to in a minute. It'll do 100 on the big tank, and then you've got about 20 miles in the reserve before you're kaput, so, which isn't very far. My 125 will do at least 200, more like 250 miles on a tank. I never worry about the fuel level on that thing. Yeah, that is a little concerning. It's such a low mileage per tank, low range, I should say.
And I have difficulty formulating my words.
And I've got no way of telling how much is in there other than opening it up. And you can't see very much in there anyway because of the shape of the tank. In fact, I'll show you. That opens up. If you look at the shape of it, that's all you can see. Looking online, you know, what a lot of other Virago owners do is they just use their trip mileage and just count. When they get to 100 miles, they fill it back up. That way you never encroach on your reserve tank, because if you're on reserve, you're in fucking trouble, really. This here is how the reserve works. So the on position is for normal riding, day-to-day use. It's just drawing it from the tank. When you, well, if you had the light, when that light comes on, you're supposed to flick the switch to use the reserve. It will still use what's in the main tank, but it will use use it through the reserve as well, and it gives you, like I say, I think it's quite like an extra 20 miles range. There's really quite small. It's a reserve tank only, but I don't have that, so I'm just gonna count. When I get to 100 miles, I'll flick it on. So yeah, so that's how it works. You flick it on. There's a little solenoid somewhere here under the tank. Do I trust a 30-year-old solenoid on a switch to work? Ordinarily that would be a worry, but I have fiddled around with this.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
With the engine running, you switch it to reserve, and you can hear it working now. I don't know if that's coming across on the camera, but I can hear a solenoid working underneath me. But also, with the engine running, you flick it to reserve, and it keeps running, but you flick it back and the engine misfires just once, just one miss, which says to me that it is switching something is happening in the fuel system. It's switching it backwards and forwards, and when you go back to it, there's a momentary interruption. The engine keeps running, and I imagine if you did this whilst you were driving, whilst you were going along, you wouldn't notice, but it does indicate that it is working, it is doing something. I don't intend to ever really use it though. I'm just going to pay attention to how far I've gone and keep fuel in it, you know, play it on the safe side. But yeah, that's how that works, and that's about the only unusual thing about this bike. The only other slightly unusual thing I can think of about this bike is this switch here. Now, it's a flasher switch. You can see it flashes the main beam light, which is fine. You know, my 125 has the option to flash your lights. It's just there. What's weird is they call this in the handbook the passing light, and what it says to do is if you're gonna overtake someone, you know, if you're filtering or whatever, you're meant to flash that or hold it down to let other people know that you're coming past. Now, I have never seen a biker or anyone do that unless they're an impatient prick on a Tesla that's trying to get past you on a motorway, and I've never been advised to do that. Now, whether that was standard practice in the 90s, whether it's just a Japanese thing that they didn't think to take out before sending this bike to the UK, I don't really know. Maybe people were taught to do it in the 90s. I mean, I was like 6, 7 years old when this bike was made, so I really don't know. But yeah, just calling it a passing light rather than just a flasher, it's a bit weird, but I quite like having it there. You know, I can flash people if I need to. I'm not the sort of person that flashes people on the road. I might give you a wave or something if I'm in the van, but I don't believe in flashing. It creates dangerous situations, potentially. Just watch any of Ashley Neal's videos. He'll tell you what flashing does. I should probably also mention quickly why the wing mirrors are at such a stupid angle. It's not because I like them at that angle or how they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be like that. The problem is where I bring my bike around the back of the house to store it away in the showroom, I have to bring it between the garden fence and the brick wall of the house. And having them out like that makes it too wide. It just doesn't fit. So to bring it around, I have to flick them up, and then I've got about an inch either side to get them down the side, of the house. I kind of like them like that. I don't know why. I haven't decided whether or not I'll keep them like that when I'm on the road, because it obviously makes them less effective. You know, I want to view things to the side of me and behind me, not stuff above me. But yeah, before anyone loses their mind in the comments, that's why they're like that. It's purely practical. Coming further back, yeah, I'm not going to go into massive detail about it. V-twin engine, twin carbs, which is going to be fun. Probably at some point they'll need to be synchronized and serviced and such like, but this is all fairly standard, you know, Japanese cruiser bike stuff. One thing a little unusual: shaft drive. I'm not going to go into the pros and cons of shaft drives, other than it's maintenance free, or at least it says it's maintenance free. It may not be maintenance free now after 30 years, but it's supposed to be maintenance free. You know, it can't go slack like a chain can or anything like that, and you have to take half your fucking bike apart to replace it. A lot of people say, oh, it's very different to riding with a chain. I mean, I've ridden the bike already, and I couldn't really tell that much of a difference. But yeah, that could be interesting if we end up having to take that apart. Hopefully I won't ever have to. Back from that about covers it. It's fairly standard, apart from obviously the top box and the screen. It's all factory standard. I see so many people that have put loud exhausts on them. Honest, the exhaust is brilliant as it is. I don't really want anything any louder. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy with it. It's as close to factory standard as you're probably going to find for a bike this age. Yeah, that's it. So let's go through the problems that I've identified, and then I'll talk about plans for the future. There's 3 issues I identified on that ride, potentially a 4th one, although that remains to be seen. They are, starting with the first one that I noticed. We'll do them in roughly the order that I noticed that they were happening. First one is regarding the brake pedal, the rear brake pedal. Let me get on and I'll show you. Okay, so I'm sat on the bike, and apart from being on the side stand, this is the position that I would be in. Obviously, I don't go out riding in my slippers and cargo pants and a, coat. I have proper riding gear on, but this is the position that I'm in. And you see the issue. That's how my foot naturally rests, and I'm nowhere near the pedal. And what I'm finding I have to do, I'll shift back so you can see, is angle my foot in to get to the brake pedal. And it's not just straightening, because that puts me about there, and as you can see, it sort of slips off. I actually have to bend my foot in to get good purchase on the pedal. And part of the issue seems to be this little guard here, and it's really annoying. Now, it's got various bits like this all over it, and as far as I can tell, it's just to stop you, say, resting on this, which will get hot as you're going along. It's a guard. But it means that I'm having to angle my foot around. Now, this is a cruiser, and I suppose most people will relax and just go like that, and then when they need to brake, they can go like that. But I was taught to ride, and I do ride, with my foot just touching it, so that I'm there, I'm ready. You don't have that delay, and if you panic, you might catch your foot, not press it properly. I want to rest my foot, but then I'm riding with my foot bent in, and it fucking aches down the side here. So, as far as I can tell, this is the standard arrangement, and this guard is always there. Looking at pictures of other people's Viragos, Now, whether there's a way to adjust that pedal or replace it so that it sticks out a bit more, I do want to look into it because I really don't like that. I don't think it's necessarily a fault with the bike, but I do want to change that because I have a choice of either being slightly less safe by going like that, or uncomfortable for long periods of time. Yeah, so that's something we'll have to look into. I suspect I'm going to end up changing that pedal for a wider one if I can find one that fits, but that'll be a subject for another video. Second issue that I identified is with the throttle. Now I'll show you. You accelerate, you turn it, let's say we'll turn it all the way around. Now it should just snap back, but it doesn't. It just slowly returns, and it hasn't returned all the way. It should, when you let go, just go whoop, but it's not. It's minor, but it does annoy me, and it's not right. It shouldn't do that. It should just whoop straight back as soon as you let go of it, and the engine should drop to idle. Now, when I was riding, what I was finding I was having to do was push it back around every time I wanted to change gear, which is not what I normally do. I normally just loosen my grip and let it come back. Now, whether or not that's correct, I don't know, but it was fucking annoying. I think where it's been in storage, it's just seized up as the cable, so we need to find a way to lubricate it. But again, that can be an investigation and repair video that I'll make at a later date. But yeah, that's one. Well, that's the second issue. Third and final issue is with the clutch, or rather the bite point. Now, this is the one that does concern me, and it concerns me because it wasn't doing it when I left, but it was definitely doing it when I got back. So it's developed whilst I've been riding. What happens is basically what's called clutch drag. So I'm pulling the clutch in all the way in like that, but the bike is still pushing forwards, only slightly. You can just hold on to it, just put your feet down or apply the brakes, but if you don't do any of that, it will start to creep forward. It also makes it impossible to get it into neutral. It just will not go. You have to force it as hard as you can with your foot down there, and then it just goes straight into second, or straight down into first if you're already in second. You can't get it into neutral. I mean, again, it doesn't make it unrideable, but it does mean that the clutch is constantly engaged, so you're heating it up and you're wearing it out when you're not even riding. Hopefully it's just an adjustment, that's all it needs. My concern comes from the fact that it wasn't there when I left. Has something heated up or expanded whilst I've been riding that then causes the clutch to drag? Is there an internal fault in that gearbox? I really hope not, because I love this bike and I don't want anything to be seriously wrong with it, especially if it's going to be something that I have to send it away for that's beyond my technical ability. Yeah, I really hope that isn't the case. But we'll have to see. That'll be, again, subject of another video. Right, so, plans for the future. Now, I've already mentioned I want to do stuff, especially over this coming summer. Bigger ride-outs. The group that I'm with, we organise a lot of ride-outs, so we've already got at least a dozen planned, and it's only February. Unfortunately, not all of them 125 friendly. When you want to go long distances, it gets harder to avoid motorways. You can obviously take a 125 on a motorway, but you can't on a provisional licence and a CBT, so that does more or less exclude you unless you've got a big boy licence. So yeah, I can go on more stuff now, and I also want to do at least one solo trip. I'm going to plan it. I don't really know where I'm going to go yet, but yeah, those are the plans. I've already talked about all that. Plans for the actual bike. If anyone's followed my Life and King series, which I think is 2 of you, I've modified that bike quite a bit, and it was very much a project bike, and I just wanted to do all this stuff to it. I'm not going to be doing that here. This bike is just too fucking gorgeous to be putting fucking ammo cans on it and all sorts of eBay shite. It's going to be, some might call it boring. It's going to stay as standard as I can keep it. I just love it too much. It's gorgeous. I don't want to change a thing about it. Now, my opinion may change as I ride it more and more and I live with it. Headlight, definitely going to look at maybe an LED one, because if I'm going to be doing more and more stuff, eventually I'm going to end up riding in the middle of the night. And as most people will tell you, motorbike headlights are shit. So maybe an LED headlight, if I can find one that isn't too garish, you know, looks as standard as possible. But other than that, no real plans, other than bolting stuff to it like a sat-nav and my cameras and such like, so that I can moto vlog as I go. But the bike itself will remain more or less the same. Maybe a few hidden things, like I want to try and put some USB power from the battery. If I can run it up to the top box, then I can keep things charged in there. Of course, I'll need USB power to run the sat-nav as well. But there's not going to be any big physical changes to it. I just don't want to do that to this bike at all. Things I am going to do, however, obviously we need to look at those issues. The brakes, I don't think I'm going to be able to do with that. If I can't find another pedal for it, I may just have to learn to live with it. But the throttle and the clutch will definitely need looking at, so that's at least one video, maybe two. And the other thing, which is going to be a video on its own, is a full service. I do have service history with this bike. It's all up to date, it's cracking, but I want to do a full service on it. So it'll be drop the oil, change all the filters, spark plugs, carburetors may need servicing. We'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, full service, like I did with the Lifan King, you know, which was a very long video. But yeah, do the full works on it. Definitely going to do that, because this bike's going to be doing miles. It's gonna do some work. I'm sorry, you know, a lot of people want to keep these shut away. I'm gonna enjoy it. I want to get it done. That's about it. So my future videos may well be of adventures on the Virago. Could be a title for a series, actually. Venturing on the Virago. Yeah, that's maybe a bit shit. Oh well, I'll figure something out. And I suppose I need to talk about the Lifan King. My trusty 125 that I've had for about a year and a half now, I think. Yeah, it's at least a year, so I've got a year's no claims bonus. But yeah, about a year and a half I've had this bike, I reckon. What do I do with it? I mean, I've got the Virago now, which is, apart from age, superior in every way. And the age doesn't really matter, because I can get parts for this. Can't get parts for that. What do I do? I mean, just about everybody I know, as soon as they had their full license, got rid of their 125 and went straight onto a bigger bike and hasn't looked back. And I suggest to them occasionally, why don't you have a 125? They're great fun. And they're like, yeah, no, they're a bit slow. No, I'll just stick with my big bike, you know. I've tried organising like 125 only ride-outs, because 125s are great fun. You don't have to go really fast to have fun on a bike. Yeah, nobody seems interested. And how much am I going to ride it now? If I'm going any sort of distance, I'll just take the Virago. Yeah, what am I going to do with it? I mean, is there any point still having it? That's the question. I mean, most people sell them. Honestly, I don't know if I'll get much for this. It's, you know, I didn't pay much for it. I paid 800 quid for it, and it's certainly not in as good a nick as it was. Well, actually, no, it's in better nick mechanically because of all the stuff I've fixed, but look at the rust on that exhaust, and the dirt, and the fucking stuff I've bolted to it. Some people would just scrap it, or just leave it to rot, or give it away. What do I do with it? Well, the answer's simple. I love it. She's staying. I fucking love this bike. As much as I love my Virago. I can't get rid of this. All those hours put into it, you know, all the places it's taken me. I did an entire Norfolk coast run on this. 12 hours riding this bike. Most of it flat out, as you always do in a 125. And it kicked ass. Yeah, I was comfortable, gave me no issues whatsoever. I didn't need to stop for fuel like everybody else did, because it's got an incredibly long range for a motorbike, and it started this whole series on my channel as well. I can't get rid of this. So yeah, she's staying, and I do have some plans for the future with her. I mean, for one, she needs a new fucking battery. Recently done a product review of a battery charge that I got because I kept getting a flat battery, because I'm not riding nearly as much as I normally do through the winter. But also, I've been wanting to do something with those exhausts for a while. If they can be cleaned up, get the rust off and repaint them, I will. Or what I was maybe thinking of doing is chopping off that silencer part and just having a straight pipe bolted on. I'm a little concerned that if I do that, you can't get replacements. You just can't find replacement exhausts anywhere. Also, if I chop them off, will it then sound like the Bikes and Beards bubble bike?
It sounds like a bubble machine. It runs on bubbles.
Do it again.
It sounds like a bubble machine. That's hilarious. You could get away with riding that with no exhaust, and that would be quieter than most half the bikes out there.
It's like SpongeBob's motorcycle.
Yeah. I love it.
That will be so embarrassing, I can't do that. So I'm going to try and save the existing exhaust first. Few cosmetic things, like this has broken. It's just snapped in half. But a very kind viewer sent me a replacement, which I'm going to fit at some point, and that will probably be a video on its own because it's more complicated than it looks. I'll leave a link in the description to his journey with his bike, because yeah, it's great to find another Life and King owner. I have ordered, although I don't know when it's going to arrive, another ammo can to be used as a top box, not for the Virago, but for this. It's about twice the size of that, because whilst that looks great, you've got that annoying gap at the back, which isn't really usable, and you can't really get much in it. So I've ordered another one that's bigger. It may be too big, it may not happen, but I may be doing another ammo can top box on it. But yeah, I've still got some plans. This bike it's not going to do nearly as much work as it has been doing, but I am still going to ride it on occasion. You know, if I'm only going on a short trip, or say we're going on a ride out and I know there's going to be other 125 riders going, I may still take my 125 just to give it a run out, just because I love riding this bike. I mean, I reckon most of the time I'll take the Virago, but yeah, she's still going to be going out and doing stuff. Ultimately, I think the King's future is going to be, I'm going to say it, restoration. I'm not going to go for full factory standard because that's just going to be nigh on impossible. It's quite difficult to get parts for these. And, you know, the changes that I have made, like the screen and all my saddlebags and everything, I like and I want to keep. I put a lot of work into them. It may take me a year or two or more. This is going to be a really sweet looking bike. It was really sweet looking when I got it. Unfortunately, there's a few bits letting it down, mainly the rust towards the rear, although that was there when I got it, but not nearly as much as it has now. But yeah, just a really sweet looking cruiser bike. And when I take this places like, say, Walker's Cafe, Big Bikers Cafe, a lot of people look at it and go, oh, I hadn't seen one of these before, that's interesting. And then they'd see the L plates and be like, wait, is this a 125? You wouldn't have thought it's a 125. I've never seen a cruiser 125. Yeah, it's a 125. Like, oh, right, how fast does it go? Like, well, it'll do 70. It does well. Oh, right, okay, yeah. It's going to be a really sweet looking bike, is this. It's going to stay as a 125. I've looked into the 250 engines, because they do a 250 version of this. I could get one, but you only gain like 1.5 horsepower. It's weird. Twice the engine size, but it makes fuck all difference. I won't get any more speed out of it, so it can stay a 125. I'm not going to go down all that time and effort for nothing. So yeah, it's going to stay a 125, and I'm just going to slowly over time do jobs on it, and it's going to look fantastic. That is its future, and it's going to be what's the term, a garage queen or showroom queen. I'm never getting rid of this bike. It's my first bike, so I still yearn for my first car. It's been 17 years since it was written off, but I still occasionally look out to see if there's one for sale out there that's, you know, the same colour and the same spec. Haven't found one yet. Yeah, it's staying. I'm too attached to it. I get attached to my vehicles, unlike a lot of people. So yeah, it's going to be good for her. Right, I've yacked on for too long, as I always do. I'm going to go ahead and close this video out. I'm really happy to share this news about getting my license, and I can finally share that I have a new bike. I've been keeping it secret all this time. Only, I think my parents, my partner, and one other person know that I have this at the time of filming. It's going to be a surprise for all my mates when I turn up on the Virago the next time we meet up. I'm really happy. Big things coming, hopefully anyway. Thank you for watching. Almost forgot, one more thing needs to be done. Besides turn the alarm off. Fuck. Don't need this anymore. Thanks for watching. I'm trying to make a video, Muffin. You can't come on my lap. I'm not even sitting down. No, sitting for treats isn't going to work either. Hey, go on, sit on my jumper. Go on. I'll just cough your guts up. Yeah, I know you don't like this winter weather. Good gal.
Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. We're back on with the Lifan King today. I'm going to call this the start of the restoration that I talked about in my Virago video. There's going to be a lot of work. We're going to start with two small-ish tasks. First is I've acquired a new battery for it. Quite possibly the smallest automotive battery I've ever seen, but multiple sources on the internet said this is the right one. I mean, as long as it starts the thing, I don't really care. It is quite a bit smaller than the battery that's on it, so hopefully it will actually fit in the bike and not have to be wedged in the chassis like the other one and get all bashed up. So that's going on, which should be simple. Will probably end up being more fiddly than it should be. Second thing we're doing, I've been sent a new tank gauge surround thing. This was by a chap that found me on YouTube. He's also doing a Lifan King project bike. His looks a fair bit nicer than mine at the moment, but I'm hoping to overtake him. And yeah, he put in the comments that he had a spare one of these. Would I like it? And yeah, we arranged and I bought it off him. Comes with the glass. We'll do that. Again, should be a fairly simple job, but I get the feeling it's going to end up being more complicated than it should be. Alright, let's get on with it. Right, hopefully there's enough light in here for the camera to do a good job, because I've had to shut the showroom doors because it's windy as all outside. Now the battery is behind there. Now the reason I'm replacing it is, well, it's fucked. It won't accept charge. My smart charger refuses to charge it. I put it on my dumb charger, I suppose you could say, and it puts power in, but then by the time I put it on the bike, it's just gone again. Even the bike charging up, I could ride it for 2 hours, park it for 5 minutes, and it's flat again. It's fucked. In fact, I can show you now. There's a bike on, and it just won't fucking go. Yep. That's all you're getting. All that happens is the little light on the gauges just dims. The voltmeter doesn't even move. So it's fucked. Right, let's get on with replacing it. So to do that, we have to release the seat, which is the key on the other side of the bike. It allows that to lift up and away. And then we undo this screw here. And the Lifan King has a brilliant little feature, which I may have mentioned before in previous videos. It has this little tray here, which is good. You can slot like your phone or your wallet in there, but you can also just plop your screws in. There we go, take that out of the way. I'm always very careful with my plastics because you can't get replacements. That is the battery. You can see here, look, it's meant to slot in there. I suspect this isn't the original battery for this bike. I doubt even the Chinese would make it so that it rests on the chassis, and it's actually dented the battery in. If I pull this out, well, look at that. It's not good. So what we shall do is undo these two screws and disconnect it. Okay, maybe we won't.
go. You can really see, really see what it's done to it. It's just dented it in. That is, it doesn't actually say on it, I had to look it up from this code. It's a 9 amp hour battery. Most of the sources online were recommending either a 5 or a 6. I've got a 5. At the end of the day, I'm not overly interested in massive cold cranking performance, so I can live with it. Interestingly, I don't know what that is for. That's not connected to anything. Yeah, that's not connected to anything. This is the first time I've taken this battery out. Oh look, there is evidence it's been leaking. Look, that white crusty stuff all over my nice chassis or frame. Okay, not sure what that is for. Possibly some sort of earth strap. I mean, it's obviously not doing very much because everything works on this bike, so whatever. Maybe we'll reconnect it. Right, okay. New battery. I'm just going to offer it up first. Now, if anything, that's a bit on the small side. It's obviously meant to have some sort of strap around here, but at least it actually fits in like it's supposed to. Try the old one in again. See what I mean? It's too wide. You can't fit it all the way in.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
I get the feeling this has been at a garage at some point and they've needed a battery for it and didn't have the exact one or didn't know what the exact one was, so they just picked one that looked sort of the right shape and shoved it in. Never mind. It does now, however, raise the question of what's the best way to secure this, because that's so much smaller. That's going to rattle around and the only thing holding it in is the plastic cover, which is not ideal. I need to find a way to secure this before we go any further. See, I told you it wouldn't be that simple. You know what, I can't find anything that's remotely suitable. I need some sort of rubber strap with hooks on the end to go around there. So for now, I'm just going to use 2 cable ties to hold it in place. I just noticed as well, the terminals are the other way around on this. Going to make the wiring on interesting. I'm going to have to like cross them over. Deal with that in a minute. Right, that's not going anywhere, and I suppose cable ties are very Chinese, aren't they? So that kind of works. I'll find a rubber strap for it eventually. This is going to be a long form restoration, you could say. Right. It also came with these handy little doobadoos for attaching everything with, because the doobadoos for the other battery are rusted to shit. This is probably my most useful tool, and it came from the spare wheel toolkit off an old Vauxhall Vectra, like a 1995 model or something it was. Right, that's on securely. Let's turn her over. Good, showing just over 12 volts on the gauge on the bike. It's not going to start because the kickstand's down, but we can try this. Good. That is good, strong turnover, is that, which is way more than the old battery has done for fucking ages. Right, let's go for a proper start, just to make sure it's running before we put the cover back on. But starts, runs, revs up, happy days, and we can move on with the next task. Happy days. Oh. The bike hasn't run in quite some time, which is why it's struggling to keep going, but there we go. Excellent. Job's a good one. There we go. First task on the Life and King restoration journey. Sorted. Proper happy with that now. Feels like I'm on my way. Okay, task number 2. Right, next is this thing, which I believe is called the tank surround. Yeah, let's go with that. That's what it's called. It surround, well, it doesn't surround the tank. Tank, gauge, gear indicator, filler, cap, surround. This big silver plastic thing that's cracked all over the place and looks like shit, that's coming off, and we're putting a new-ish one on. Well, I think it's actually older than this one, but it's in one piece. So let's do that. I'm going to do this left-handed because the bike is on the wrong side of the showroom and I can't be fucked to move it. It's supposed to come off in one go, not in installments. Now, how does one get the fuel gauge off the back of here? With those screws, evidently. Okay. Oh, or you could throw it on the floor. That is our gauge, and what I'll do, I'll keep the glass and the little rubber grommets that come with this and just chuck the plastic, because you never know when that might come in handy. And if you have perfectly good functioning parts for a bike like this, it's best to keep them, even if you have newer, better parts, because you never know when a part might break and you won't be able to replace it. So it's always good to build up a nice parts bin. I have parts for various vehicles throughout my house, and it's a wonder any woman ever stays with me. But yeah, we're keeping that. The new one has the glass and the little rubber O-ring, but it doesn't have this like plastic locating ring. That is hard plastic. It feels similar to this. So, as if to illustrate my point, that's why you should keep parts, because I'd be a bit stuck with it without that. In fact, what that does is it sits in there like that. Right, and we'll reuse the screws from mine because they're nice and clean and shiny, and these are all rusty. Yeah, so far this is going really well. Just wondering when it's going to go wrong, which is the story of my life, really. That's one screw in. Look at that, I've even got it the right way around. Oh, you know what I've forgotten? There's meant to be a little rubber grommet goes along here. Oh, where's that? I've put it somewhere safe. Fuck.
20 minutes later.
There we go. Found it. It's been sitting on my desk for months whilst I try and find a replacement. Now, I did think about gluing it on, but I'm fairly sure that with this intact it holds itself in place, so we won't do that. Kind of want to avoid doing stuff that's too permanent, just in case this one breaks like the other one did, and then I'm stuffed because I can't get this off. Because you can bet this will be even harder to find than that. So, let's lift that off. And if it doesn't work, then I can always glue it later. Right, there we go, that sits on there. That's a much neater finish, you have to admit. Right. Right, there we go. That's... See, this rubber thing, it's flush in places, but others, look, it comes away. That might have to be glued after all. But that does look a lot better already. And it's literally just a piece of plastic. Now, this is it when you're doing work like this. I keep calling it restoration. I know it's not going to be a complete restoration, but that's not the point. It's amazing how much of a difference little things like this make to a job. I mean, yes, things like full engine rebuilds, you know, when they're necessary, they have their place and they are important. But if you're doing a restoration job or some work on any sort of vehicle or anything, and you feel like it's just so much work and you're not getting anywhere and you're never going to get there, just do something like this, and it just improves it so much, and you'll feel better for it. You'll feel like you've actually made progress, and this was a 10-minute job. So yeah, Stuart's top tip of the day: do the aesthetics as well as the major shit, which is kind of obvious now that I say it out loud. Yeah, anyway, whatever. I think I shall go and find some glue just for these corners, just to hold this rubber on, and then we'll call that it. There we go. Super glue to the rescue. Got like a pack of 20 of these for £1 from Poundland. Jobs are good. And right, just going to put a small amount on this leading edge here, because when I've been riding this bike before, when this was on, what was happening was the wind would catch it and slowly pull it out like that, which was a bit distracting and annoying. So, tiny amount. Just got to hold it on until the glue sets slightly. There we have it. I'm quite happy with that. Let me get you a close-up shot. There you are. That, like I said earlier, improved the look of this bike immensely. I mean, you walk up to it, and if it wasn't filthy, of course, you look at it, see, as people do, other bikers look at people's bikes, and the first thing you see is that's all smashed up. It just makes the bike look like shit. Doesn't matter what the rest of it's like. That's, it's such a big shiny piece. The tank is like, it's almost like a centerpiece on a lot of bikes, especially cruiser style ones like this. Yeah, if it looks shit, the bike looks shit. So yeah, for first restoration task, that's not half bad, is that? I mean, it's still bearing the hallmarks of a cheap Chinese bike. Like, that cap doesn't sit in the middle. This is in the right place, it's screwed on properly, but yeah, that doesn't line up and it's not straight. But you know what, I can live with that. It's not the end of the world, but it looks great. And yeah, we've got the rubber back on it as well, because even before that fully broke, the rubber had come off and it looked shit just like that. So yeah, we've got that nicely on. Yeah, we are on our way. Just double check it's working. Yep, that's working as well. Fantastic. Right, we'll close this video off. Short and simple. Well, short for me anyway. Next month is going to be a bit more involved, because we're going to be doing some work on the Virago. Quite a bit of work too. So yeah, see you next month. For now, thank you for watching. Alright, welcome to another video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, I've been getting a few comments, quite a few people asking about the Halford's motorcycle battery charger that I reviewed some time ago now. Mainly asking what do the various lights mean, and do I still have a copy of the instructions. If you do want a copy of the booklet, it's literal pictures I've taken on my phone, like you're going to see here, send me an email. The email is listed on the channel description and I'll forward them on to you. Or I've decided to just make a video, so if you ask me in the comments, I'll just put a reply, a link to this video so that you can have a look. It's not very long. I'll just quickly go through what it says, and where possible, I've included videos of the actual charger doing what it says there. So, front page, yeah, battery charger. Yeah, unfortunately my copy has got coffee and such like all over it, but there we go. Alright, not much to read on this page. I love that there's a thing for handbrake here, and it's for motorcycles. Yeah, the option here, read the instructions, which I'm doing for you. And yeah, just general warnings about its usage, you know, temperature, charge one battery at a time, don't try and charge two or jump start from it because it won't work, it'll probably just pop the fuse. And yeah, a list of batteries that it can be used with. If you're not sure if your battery falls into one of these, that, as far as I know, covers like 99% of them, but it will say on the battery somewhere. Even if it doesn't, there's normally a serial number or whatever. Put that into Google and you'll find out what it actually is. Next page, this is mostly pictures of what to do with it. So plug it in. The plug only goes in one way, so connect the O-rings or clamps to the charger, because you get two options. You have these permanently fitted O-rings or just the crocodile clips. You do red first to the positive or the little plus symbol on the battery. Then you connect the negative, which is the black wire, and that'll be the, you know, the negative or the minus symbol on the battery, or contact point on the vehicle. Sometimes what they have you do is you connect the positive to the battery, and then the negative you just connect to like the chassis or the earthing point. If your vehicle has one of those, then I would advise use it. Sometimes they have a dedicated connection point, especially for jump starting. But if it doesn't, stick it straight on the battery. It's what I do. Nothing bad's ever happened. Number 4, plug the charger into the mains and turn the power on. Press the start button to select the required voltage and charging rate. That is important. The charger can tell, as I demonstrated in the original review video, if you've got the wrong type of battery on it. It will just refuse to charge. It will just start flashing red at you to say there's a problem here. So yeah, you need to pick the correct one. Nothing bad will happen if you pick the wrong one. It will just refuse to do it, but yeah, pick the right one for the right results. Here we go. This is a bit of mainly being asked about what the buttons and the lights mean. So that's shown on this bit up here. So after you have selected the mode and the charging rate, which is shown up here in 5B, you keep pressing the start button to scroll through the options of voltage and charge rate. The snowflake symbol represents winter mode and should also be used for AGM and EFB batteries. LFP mode should be the only mode used for charging lithium batteries. Those will be marked. You will know if you have a lithium battery. But yeah, you scroll it through. You just keep pressing the start button until you get to the one that you want, and then you just let go, and after a second or two it will start doing what you've told it to do. And this is it. So we'll work on the 12 volt because most batteries are that. If it's below a certain level, 11.6 volts, it will flash red, and then as it comes above that level it will go to flashing green. Both of those mean it's charging. It's when it goes to solid green it's done charging. That's what it should be. You pick the mode. Let's say it's a completely flat battery. It will flash red as it's bringing it up to a certain point. Then it will go to flashing green when it's over a particular voltage. In this case, for both 6 and 12 volt, it's nearly fully charged. And then it will go over to solid green, which is when it's fully charged the battery, and it's now in that maintenance mode to keep it charged for long-term storage, for example. And here we go. And the other light is the warning light shown here in 5D. If the warning light is displayed when the unit is initially connected, the clamps may be connected incorrectly. So you go back to steps 2 and 3 and make sure you've connected them correctly. If the warning light is displayed and the clamps are attached correctly, then the incorrect voltage may be selected for the connected battery. That's what I said. You'll just get the error light come on and it will refuse to do anything until you pick the correct mode. And if the damaged battery light is displayed, then the battery may be completely discharged and may not be able to be recovered, which is what was happening to my Life and King battery. When I filmed the review, it charged it perfectly fine, but a few days later it started refusing to charge, and that's how I knew that I needed to put a new battery in it, which is actually part of the subject of an upcoming video at the time of recording. Here we go, this is just elaborating on it more. Yeah, when the charging light displays solid green, then the charging is complete and the charger can be disconnected from the mains power. To disconnect the charger from the vehicle, remove the negative clamp first, then remove the positive clamp. Clamps can be disconnected from the charger if required. It does have that little plug, so you could just unplug it, and then it don't really matter what order you take the clamps off in. That's just the correct way to do it. Right, next, oh yep, like I said here, after charging is complete and the charging light displays solid green, the charger will automatically go into long-term maintenance mode and can remain connected if required. So if you're putting your motorbike away for the winter, it's going to be in there for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, however long it's going to be in there. There's nothing wrong with leaving this charger connected to it for that whole time. It will keep the battery nicely topped up, so that when you come to use it again in however many months, she starts straight away. And yeah, I suppose cautions: consult your vehicle handbook for guidance with regards to hybrid vehicles. I don't think I've ever seen a hybrid motorcycle. I know there are electric ones, but I've never seen a hybrid one. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of that and all of these. I think they could all pretty much be summed up with: use your common sense and don't be a dick. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. And on the back, that is mud, honest, that I've managed to get all over it. One of the dogs stood on it. And that's just some details about the quality guarantee. So hit pause now if you want to read that. But that is it. Those are the instructions shown on screen. Like I said, if you want a copy, send me an email. The email address is in the description for the channel, and I'll forward the pictures on to you quite happily. Otherwise, just keep referring back to this video. It's got all the instructions in there for you. Alright, thank you for watching. Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Today, the Virago is getting a real good service. Here's what we are going to be doing. Essentially, the contents of this box. It's a full service. Obviously, oil and filter change. We've got a fuel filter in there, air filter, spark plugs. As you can see, it came from Moto. They gave me a sticker. Not sponsored, I just went online and bought it. And, oh yeah, they include 2 gloves as well, which I may or may not use, as well as important things like your little O-rings, which you need. It's a full service kit. Everything you need is in there, bar tools and of course the bike. So yeah, quite happy with that, as long as it all fits, that is. Yeah, it turns out buying parts for bikes online is an order of magnitude more difficult than buying parts for cars, but I already knew that. So, reason we're doing this, I don't know the service history of this, as I mentioned when I introduced this bike. Second reason is, I have been out on the bike. Me and my friends did a ride out to Blakeney, which was 69 miles.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
It was a great day, maybe a bit nippy. It was February, but yeah, it was a good day. Nice weather, as nice as you can expect for that time of year. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was out on my big bike. None of them knew I had it. I just turned up on it. They thought I was coming on my 125. I told them I was. Yeah, I just turned up on it, and every single person that turned up were like, "Oh yeah, how you doing? Yeah, nice to see you again." All the the usual pleasantries, and they were like, "Whose bike is that?" And they'd eventually work out that it's mine. "Oh, you got your license? Yeah, oh, congratulations." And then literally just as they've finished, someone else turns up. "Whose bike is that?" And yeah, went all the way up there and then along the coast round to Hunstanton and then home from there. Great day out, great start to the biking year. But there were a few issues. That clutch problem wasn't fixed by adjusting it. It's still dragging. When it's warmed up, it doesn't do it from a cold start. When it's warmed up, the clutch is still dragging. You can feel the bike wanting to push on as you're coming to a stop. and you can't get it in neutral as a result. You have to turn it off, put it in neutral, and restart it, which is a ball ache. The bike also felt very hot at one point when we were crawling through town in some heavy traffic. Now, that may just be that it's hot because it's air cooled and it's radiating heat between my legs, but I can't help but think some of it was coming from the clutch dragging, because it's a friction plate and friction means heat. So we're going down the road to that. I have a gut feeling that perhaps part of the reason the previous owners were moving this on is because it needs a new clutch. But having a look at various sources, mainly my Climber and Haynes manuals, the things to do when the clutch doesn't fully disengage or it drags is, first, you check the adjustment, which I've done, that hasn't fixed it. Next thing is, because the engine oil and gearbox oil are one and the same thing and it's a wet clutch, it can be caused by old and degraded oil, or the wrong grade of oil, too thick or too thin, can cause you clutch issues. So we've got the right grade of oil. We're going to stick that in it so it's got nice, fresh, correct oil in it, and hope that sorts out the problem. If it doesn't, after that, we are looking at a clutch job. I haven't yet decided if I want to attempt that myself or if I'm just going to pay a professional to do it, because that's much more involved than I've ever gone on any project before. I'm confident I could do it, but it's a fucking lot of work. Like, a lot. And I want to be riding the bike. I want it to be right. I didn't want this to be like my Lifan, and I'm just working on it constantly more than I'm riding it. So, yeah. But let's just hope that this oil change sorts it out. There is a reason C. Whilst we're doing this and we're taking it apart, particularly around the carburetor and the air intake, I want to find if there's anything restricting this bike. And the reason being is that as we were out riding, it went really well. But I've gone from a 125 to a 535. It didn't feel that powerful. I know it's not a modern bike. I know it's air-cooled and they're less powerful. It's a V-twin. It's meant to be a cruiser, not a sports bike. I know all that. But it didn't feel that much faster than my 125. And there were other 125 riders with us. And yeah, it felt like I was back in the 125 pack. Also, there's a section of road goes from my house to the meeting point. It's arrow straight, used to be a Roman road, for 7 miles. I was full throttle the whole way, and I didn't get over 65. This is meant to have a top speed of 100 mile an hour. I don't want to do 100 mile an hour because that's daft, but I'd like to be able to do 70. Comfortably do 70, I should say, because I might have to go on motorways. In fact, at the time of filming, it's a Friday. Tomorrow, Saturday, that same group of friends are riding to Diddley Squat Farm Shop. I really wanted to go, but I can't, mainly because I've gone double booked myself like a fucking idiot. But also, I just don't feel the bike is ready. I'd be going there full throttle and only be able to do 65 and be holding people up. They have actually said, sorry, if you're on a 125 you can't come because we need to be doing the speeds. Yeah, I'm actually really quite disappointed that the bike has that issue. I think it's restricted because it runs fine. If it was down on power, there was something wrong with it, surely there'd be other symptoms. But this runs perfectly. It just won't go over 65, which makes me think it's been restricted in some way. I mean, they're not very powerful bikes. I don't know why you would restrict it. Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm really hoping we just find something. I can take it off, unbolt it, adjust it, whatever, and away we go. But we're just going to have to find out. There may still be issues with the fueling, with the carburetors. If they need cleaning, adjusting, overhauling, that's outside the premise of this video. That'll be subject of another video. So yeah, a few little niggles and adjustments. One potentially looming big issue, the clutch. But mainly just want to make sure it's pucker. So, let's make a start. Right, we're going to start by draining the engine oil. And what I think I'll do is what I did when I changed the oil on the Lifan King and when I do it on my cars, is drain it out and then leave it draining overnight. I'm not riding today, it looks like it's going to rain. It's 4:30 on a Friday afternoon that I'm filming this. I have somewhere to be at 4 o'clock on Saturday, so there's nothing wrong with leaving this overnight to drain into this crusty old roasting tin that I've seconded for the purpose. and then I know every drop of the crusty old oil is out. So we'll let it drain, we'll take the old filter out as well, which is on the other side, leave it overnight, do everything else, and then in the morning we put it back together, put the fresh oil in, and away we go. That's, in my view at least, the ideal way to approach a job like this, is take your time. It does wonder me, these people who want their oil changed on their car in, half an hour, how good actually is that oil change? How much of it is left in there? I mean, the technicians that I've worked with always did their best. First thing they did was drop the oil and then do everything else, and then the last thing that went back in was the sump plug and the fresh oil. But ideally it wants to be left a good few hours so you get every last drop out. But anyway, that's just my opinion. Obviously this is the internet, so people will argue over just about fucking anything. The drain plug is underneath. There's no way I'm getting the camera under there, so you'll just have to believe me. Top tip, we're going to undo the filler cap, because as the oil comes out the bottom, that will let air in, give you a much smoother flow, and it stops it glugging and going fucking everywhere. So, let's get down under here, hoping this is the right shape of tool. This is going really well. The problem is this bar here, to which the foot peg and the gear shifter and everything is mounted, is in the way, so it's really difficult to get to the drain plug. Oh, fuck you, Yamaha. This is not working. There we go, that's the right size. So for the record, it's a 17mm. I should probably take my engagement ring off for this, shouldn't I? There we go. Fantastic. All over my fingers, but never mind. And there we look, see, it's pouring out nice and smoothly and filling up that tub very quickly. Shit. Put that up, keep that level. Oh shit, it's coming out the other side now. Oh shit. This is a lot of fucking oil. I need to put that back in. Jesus Christ, I didn't know there was that much in it. Or that this tray was so small. Right. Oh shit. Fucking, this is going really well. Jesus Christ.
Eventually.
Right, let's try that again. Right, I don't think it's going to fill that up. Hopefully not, anyway. My partner's just got home and they say they have chocolatey treats, so we'll leave that to drain. I'll be back in a second.
2 hours later.
Right, okay, let's... Oh, mind out, muffin. Get out the fucking way. Right, let's undo this. Looks to be 3 bolts. Good, they're not too tight either. That's what we like. Oh, fucking hell. That's bigger than I thought. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Just put that down there. Wow, that's even bigger. Right, okay. I best lay these out so I remember where they go. That is a bit filthy. I'll put that in there. That has gone all over my exhaust, but never mind. There is at least some oil draining out of it. I think we'll call that it for tonight. You can probably tell by the picture, because these cameras don't handle low light very well at all, that yeah, it's getting dark. I'm going to call that it, go inside, come back in the morning. Good morning. It is the following day. The oil has drained entirely from the engine. For those of you that are curious just how much oil goes in a Yamaha Virago 535, it is 1.5 baking trays. There you go. No need to look it up. Alright, let's crack on. So let's put the filter back in. I've already put the sump plug back in. Got to use my new torque wrench this time as well. Yeah, if anyone's wondering, 43 Newton meters of torque is the specification. Just make sure I've got that last droplet of oil out of there. Yeah, that's good. This is nice and clean. We have a new O-ring for it as well as a filter. And what I didn't notice when I took the sump plug off was that didn't have a washer on it. A sealing washer. I mean, it wasn't leaking, but yeah, I've put the washer on that came with the kit. So that's that sorted. So yeah, we'll get this on, get it filled back up with oil, and then we'll crack on with the other bits. New filter, bright red. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's good or bad. It's called a high flow filter. I suppose that's good. It's not a fucking performance bike, so I'm not gonna get too hung up on the brand. Yeah, nice little oil filter, so that can live in there. No, muffin, don't stand on the engine oil. And that slots over the top like that. And then as you tighten it down, it presses all the rubber together. Push that onto there. And it was the long one on the left. There we are. Right. Fill up the oil and then we'll crack on with the rest. Rather frustratingly, my Haynes manual says that the bike takes 3.1 litres of oil, and the owner's manual, because this came with a brilliant owner's manual to this bike, says it takes 2.8 litres, which may not sound like much of a difference, but I mean, it's, you know, you get it wrong, it's over 10%. We're going to go with the 2.8 because, well, that's what the manufacturer says, not some third-party company. And also, if it's not enough, I can always add more, and it's a lot easier to add more oil than it is to take out a small amount, because it'll probably just go all over the fucking place like it did earlier, and then you may as well just do the whole job again. So, funnel in there. I'm really hoping it's 2.8 as well, because I only got 3 litres with the service pack that I ordered, so if it is 3.1, that's not right good of you there, Wiimoto, but I suspect they're going off the manufacturer's specification, not the Haynes manual specification. So yeah, we'll stick with the manufacturer's specification. Right. That's 1 litre done. Two litres done. There we go. 2.8 litres exactly. Now, can I see it in the little viewing window? Oh, look at that, I can. Oh. And that says something about how mucky the engine oil was before. Alright, just push the bike up level. Which, by the way, Yamaha is a terrible way to do this, because at any moment this bike could fucking land on me. Oh, I've just noticed it says on the side here 2.8, well, 2,800 centimetres cubed, so that's, yeah, 2.8 litres. Cracking. Yeah, that dial on the side shows me fuck all. But, to be fair, it's all going to be sitting in the bottom, so it's probably showing fuller than it is. It hasn't filled up the filter yet, so let's start her up for a few seconds and let the oil circulate, and then we'll recheck. Oops. do it. And it's immediately just cloudy as fuck. Oh yeah, what is the fucking point of that little viewing window? I can't see shit. Yeah, as soon as you run an engine, the engine oil is pretty much just like cloudy and black straight away. Now the oil that I took out was obviously quite old because that was properly black. But just those few seconds I now can't see shit in that window. What is the actual point of that? Why couldn't they put a dipstick on it? Fucking Egypts. Right, let's get on with some spanner spinning and less of this oil shite, because, I'm sorry, but engine oil is a vile substance.
Because it is a vile drink that turns even the most respectable men into complete scoundrels.
Why is the
Engine oil. Okay, next up we're going to do air filter, which, for some reason, is under the tank. It's almost like they don't want you changing this shit. Right, let's get on with it. That's concerning. They're not even tight. Yes. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Muffin. Did that get you? So I suppose you learned something new by doing this. I thought this was the tank, and under the seat was the reserve tank, because it does say it has a reserve. And what was happening was when you flick the reserve switch, it opened a solenoid which allowed it to draw fuel from the reserve. When you're on main, it's only drawing it from this, and then you can draw it from that. And if you ran on reserve, it's just going to drain them both at the same time. Looking at it now though, this doesn't store very much fuel. But there's two fuel lines coming off it, a thick one and this thinner one. So it looks like when you're filling it up, fuel is coming out to the bottom of it, and both of these, and filling up both tanks. And then I bet when you flick the solenoid, it does the same thing, but you're initially drawing fuel from here, and there's another smaller one somewhere else. But yeah, you have two separate fuel tanks, and they're filled from these two hoses. But plus you have this thing on top as well, which can also be filled with fuel. That's actually quite clever. I thought it was a bit daft having such a small tank on, but it's not a small tank, it's just that your main tank is somewhere else. And this is almost like a bonus tank. Fair play to you, Yamaha. There we go. Yeah. There's no fuel in that. Fuel vapours that I can smell, but yeah, no actual fuel in it. That is just... well, it is a tank, but it's more just a cover, covering all this shit up. Quite clever, that. Right, so the air filter is under here, under this round bit. And it looks like it comes up from here, around this pipe, through the filter, and then the carburetors are directly under this square bit, which all feels a bit loose. Let's start, let's just undo this big screw here. Oh, fuck. Okay. That is the air filter element. That honestly doesn't look that bad. I was really hoping that would be clogged to shit. And the reason I was hoping for that was that would explain the lack of power that we're hunting as well. But alas, that is not the case. Let's just get the other one out. Ooh. Ah, now that is interesting. Look at the diameter on these holes.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
This is the new one. This is the old one.
That one is also sexual.
Also, if you look down there, it's like a plastic tube all the way to the bottom, whereas this is completely free-flowing. Could that be our restriction? I mean, I've looked online at people restricting Viragos, and some say it's just a disc that you put in the air intake. Some people have been saying, oh, you change the jets on the carburettor. Could that be our restriction that this air filter's doing? That might be it. I can't be that lucky, surely, that it's as simple as changing that. No. Let's pop the new one in and... yeah. I can't see out with that. That's restricting it. There is a baffle, like a shield, which is sort of at a wedge like that. I suspect that's more to stop it sucking water up rather than to actually restrict it. Okay, worth a look. I think it may well have just been that air filter. That's a very specialist part though, to restrict a Virago like that. I mean, who would restrict a Virago? They're not exactly the most powerful thing in the world. Sure, that gives me a thought. Rant time here. Feel free to skip ahead. The amount of time and effort and manpower and the people involved in designing a vehicle, it is enormous. Now, I'm here looking at this relatively straightforward piece of plastic. However, assuming it does what I think it does, which is catch water, someone, right, in the 80s, 90s, whenever this bike was being designed, has had to sit with not very much computing power and work out this angle, where the air is going to flow, the weight of water, the airflow at various rev ranges and speeds, and make it so that if for whatever reason water is getting up into your air intake, at least the vast majority of it is fed into here and can safely be drained away rather than clogging up your air filter. That has got some serious engineering behind it, and yet we see it as just a piece of plastic. And this is a 90s motorbike. Imagine the amount that goes into designing a modern car. I mean, fuck me. You know, every single bit of that car will have a particular purpose, and an engineer of some sort will have worked on it, and you know, there'll be intense mathematics that I certainly can't fucking do, and the majority of people probably wouldn't even be able to approach doing. And then not only have they got to design this part to do its job perfectly, it probably then has to interact with every other part around it, like some sort of fucking automotive minesweeper game, and potentially parts which to the untrained eye are completely unrelated. And the fact that all of that works at all is something of a small fucking miracle, let's be honest. So, and that's what always annoyed me when I was working in the motor trade. You'd have someone bring in their 10-year-old car and it's got a fault with it, and let's say it's a known fault, you know, we've seen it a couple of times before, or you know, and if you can guarantee if a garage has seen it once before, they'll say it's a common fault. You know, a dealership obviously has access to much more data and they'll be able to say it's not that common, but of course we've seen it before. And then you go on the internet and it'll tell you that it's the worst thing in the world ever and there should have been a recall 100 years ago or something. And people will say things, oh, well, it's a bit of a design fault, though, ain't it? I expect you to fix it under warranty. It's like, your car's 7 years out of warranty, you silly cow. You know, and people say, oh, a bit of a design flaw. Let's see you do fucking better. Some people are far too easy to criticise things which they have no understanding of. I think half of it comes down to, it was nearly always boomers that would make stupid comments like that. But occasionally my generation would do it, which is intensely shameful. But it's normally they're just trying to get out of paying for something. Nobody wants to spend money maintaining their car unless you're an enthusiast for it. And unfortunately that made for some really just, well, some behaviour that I saw was just downright fraudulent. People would agree to repairs and then they'd come in and say, no, I never agreed to that, I'm not paying for it. And it got to the point where I'd get some people, if they were known for it, to put it in writing. I'd email them rather than ring them, or I'd record conversations with them, and other people would be downright vile. They'd start calling you names, shouting and swearing at you, basically trying to kick up a fuss in front of all your other customers. So it's the guarantee that they turn up when there's a full showroom, in the hope that you'd give them what they want so that they be quiet. I never fucking have time for people like that. In fact, I often took great pleasure in embarrassing them. Oh fuck, you know what I've forgotten to do? Put this back in. Stuart, you fucking tit. Right, let's just start her up. Let's just see. 'Cause I wonder. Well, it seemed to start a little easier, but there was something of a misfire there. Okay. I think in terms of whether or not it's restricted, I'm going to have to give it a road test, which we'll do later. Right, next. Next up is the fuel filter. I'm glad I didn't put everything back together because it's that thing right there. Looks reasonably simple to get to. Mind you, I say that a lot, and they never fucking are. But yeah, let's get that off, and then the last thing to do is spark plugs, followed by a test ride. Oh, a little bit of fuel in there, never mind. Not really anything to see, it's quite opaque. Other than there's a direction arrow, so fuel flows that way through it. Fine. Now let's get the new one. This one is nice and see-through and still has the direction arrow on it. Chances are the internals are exactly the same as the one I took off, but at least now we'll be able to see how well it's doing. See how mucky it is. So that goes on there. Well, as much as you can when there's a big whopping rubber thing over the top of it, but whatever. There we are. Now I know I've spilt a little bit, but I've no idea if it's coming across on camera, but it's already evaporating, so I'm not too worried about that. What we'll do is leave the seat off, let that ventilate, and it'll evaporate by the time we come to use it. I am a little curious, mind. I wonder what happens if I put the ignition on, because you can normally hear the fuel pump priming. Is it going to fill that up with fuel? Let's just... It's not. Okay, never mind. What will probably happen is when we come to start it up, is it'll cough and splutter and die because there's air in the system. And you just got to keep it going. Just keep trying until it works through that air, and it'll run perfectly fine afterwards. Right, next is spark plugs, and then we just put it all back together. So to get to the spark plugs, we remove these cylinder head covers, and then they're supposedly just underneath there. Can't actually see the spark plugs from here, but they're going to be on one side or the other. Hopefully nice and simple. Let's get on with this. Oh, okay, well that's fucking typical. There's no spark plug there. Alright, let's just put that one back. Ah, there it is. Look at that. HT lead looks to be in good nick. Where's my spark plug removal tool? Okay, that looks reasonably okay. Interestingly, I'll try and get it on camera. These 2 points, I can't remember what they're called, are normally perfectly aligned. That one looks almost bent over to one side. It's a bit corroded here and there as well, around here, but not actually inside. A little bit of carbon build-up, nothing major. Alright, let's get the new one. Now the gaps look the same, although it has to be said, this one is perfectly aligned. Maybe this was dropped before it was installed. Right. That does not want to go back on there. I've just noticed it's missing a piece. I didn't notice it at first, but yeah, they have this cap on, which is what's meant to wedge the HT lead onto it, and that's missing it. It's definitely not on the floor. Alright, I'm going to take the other one out and see what that one looks like. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's on the other side. That one's missing it too, I can feel it. Pretty much same condition as the other one. That's missing its little cap as well. It's making me wonder now, am I supposed to remove that? That doesn't look like it's gonna fit. But I've literally never removed that on a spark plug before. And that is a nice fit. Alright, let's remove it then. After this cylinder is a bit of a ball ache to get to because of this thing. Right, that does it. I'm out of parts. Feels a bit weird finishing a job this straightforward. Normally something goes wrong. Let's start her up, make sure she runs before I put everything back together, and then it's test ride time. Now that sounded better on start up. It's still not keen on you revving it. It seems to sort of misfire then, but that's probably because it's a stone cold start and carburet engines don't really seem to like that. I think what I'll do is, once we've got it exposed, try and get a bit more lubrication on that. Although it's not so bad at the moment. We'll get a bit more lubrication on here on the carburettor and then reassemble it. Right. Has to be said, I'm still not overly happy with how it springs back. I have a feeling there's a spring under there. I can see it. I have a feeling that is perhaps not strong enough anymore for the return. But I don't have one, so it'll have to do for now. Right, reassembly. Okie dokie then, conclusions. I'm gonna say, great success.
Great success.
Yeah, took it out for a initial test ride. Just did sort of a loop around the local roads, about 25 miles. Massive improvement. The top speed has gone up. I can get past 65 now. I won't say how high I went, but it's not quite to the quoted top speed, but it's fast enough for UK roads, shall we say. And it certainly feels a lot better as well. It's certainly a lot more perky. When I give it that throttle, it goes. Previous rides, I had to sort of ease into the throttle and to get the acceleration. Now, I just whip it round and off it goes. You get that fantastic exhaust note and you're away. It's brilliant. A lot better on the starting. I don't really know why there's a choke on this. I haven't needed to use it. Mind you, I have barely used the choke on this either. I think I used it once and it was like -2 when I was starting it. So, yeah, whatever. But yeah, did that 25-mile ride. It was perfect. No issues with the clutch either. It wasn't dragging. It disengages fully as it should. And I could select neutral at the end of the ride, which I couldn't before. I then went on another ride. I went to a D&D session later in the evening. That was about 65 miles round trip. Yeah, about an hour each way it is. And same result. Fantastic. Yeah, obviously, it performed the same. Good speed, good performance, acceleration, etc. But at the end of both legs of the journey, clutch was fine as well. So it looks like changing the oil has sorted it, which I am really happy with. I'm really happy I don't need to put a clutch in this, because that was either going to be money I had to spend or a lot of time and effort on my part, because that's above my skill level, is that. I just know it is. I mean, I haven't looked. It might be a lot simpler than I think it is, but my gut feeling is that's a lot of work, and I wasn't overly confident in doing that. But I don't need to do it. It's sorted it. And at the moment, the bike is faultless. So I'm trying not to worry about it. There's nothing wrong with the bike. With a bit of luck, you won't get any videos about it this year, because I won't have anything to do. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Well, apart from these tours and holidays that I'd really like to go on. So yeah, great success. Happy I did it. Still actually need to look at the carburettor issue, but I'm fairly sure that's just going to be the little return spring for fixing the throttle returning. And I should probably readjust the clutch because the bite point is right at the end of the travel, which I don't really like. You know, you're letting it out and it tends to snatch. But that's just an adjustment. That doesn't need a video. Right, it's pissing it down today, so I'm consigned to housework, no riding. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Right, let's get on with some spanner spinning and less of this oil shite, because, I'm sorry, but engine oil is a vile substance.
Because it is a vile drink that turns even the most respectable men into complete scoundrels.
But why is the
Engine oil?
God.
Good morning all, it is a gorgeous day for some biking. For those of you that are curious or might need to know in the future, you don't need to look it up. The oil quantity needed for a Yamaha Virago 535 is 1.5 baking trays exactly. Thank you very much. Right, reassembly. Welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. I'm out for a bit of a bumble today on the old Lifan King, the 125. Not really planning on going anywhere, just fancied a bit of a ride out, bit of a bumble around. Let's see where we end up, shall we? Right, well, hopefully this works. I'm trying out a new microphone setup with the microphone inside my helmet. I tried it in the house, just walking about with my helmet and yeah, the microphone in there. Worked a lot better than I thought it would. I thought it was going to be crap. Hopefully the helmet is doing a good job of keeping the wind noise out, and all you really hear is the bike and my voice. I suppose I'll find out when I get home and run it through the video editor. It might all be shit and you might never watch this, but there we go. Previous attempts at recording ride footage have either resulted in crap footage or completely unusable footage. Yeah, that's about it. Now, I was trying to think of something to talk about whilst we're riding around. by the time you get to watch this, if you get to watch it, I don't know when, we might have already had the election. Depends how long I procrastinate over the editing. Or if we'll talk about the weather, or talk about progress on making the bikes. I'm going to talk about anything. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Those of you who have followed my biking series will notice there's something missing from the front of the bike. Yeah, I've lost the screen. Literally about 10 minutes before I started filming. What happened was I wheeled the bike around the front of... Oh dear. What happened was I wheeled the bike around the front of the house, put it on its kickstand, as I've done hundreds of times before, went back inside to get my gloves and helmets and to lock up the house and everything. Came back outside and the bike's on its side. Well, it wasn't fully on its side. It'd fallen against a pile of paving slabs that I'd parked it next to. What the fuck has happened here? I don't fully understand how it's happened. It's not windy at all. It's quite a calm day. I've parked it in that exact spot, like I say, hundreds of times before. But still, the bike somehow found a way to fall over. Whatever. Fortunately, the only damage was to the screen. It's landed on those paving slabs on its screen, and that's like just cracked and shattered. So I've taken it off because I couldn't go out riding with it. It'd have been flapping around and firing bits of sharp plastic at me. And yeah, so we're riding without the screen now, which is a bit disappointing, but never mind. All the other damage, there's a slight bend on the bottom of the tank. But if I'm honest, you wouldn't notice it unless I pointed it out to you. And also, this rev counter here has been bent inwards slightly, so it's at a bit of a funny angle now. I'll see if I can bend that out later. Other than that though, she has survived, which is good. Why are we going so slowly, Joseph? 125, I should not be catching up to you. So yeah, no screen! A bit disappointed. It was quite a bit of money, that screen, like 50 quid. Yeah, not sure I can get another one. I'm fairly sure that was the last one that my supplier had, and I haven't seen any others for sale since. So this bike may now be gone without a screen. I mean, since I fitted it, I was never 100% sure that I liked it, and I suppose the decision's been made for me now. Yeah, it was just a bit too big for the bike. A couple of people did remark it looked a little silly. I liked it, mostly, but yeah, it did make the bike a lot more comfortable to ride. Although, I'm riding it now and I can't really tell the difference. Oh, let's go down here. Cross the River Great Ooze. Oh, hello. Someone's happy. Right, and you know what, we're going to go down here. Slow speed bumble. So yeah, the decision's made for me. No more screen on the bike. I don't really think I'll get another one. If I do, it won't be the same. It'll be a smaller one. Third party one, but I'm not that bothered really. Main thing that bothers me is it cost money. This is bumpy as fuck down here. Bought my lawnmower from a chap down here. Good mower. Briggs & Stratton motor. Don't fucking demolish anything. I think I ran it over a tin of paint once and it just ate it. Yeah, there he is. Fenland Spirit Services. Yeah. Need a mower fixed, need a new mower. Well, I don't think they do new mowers, but second-hand, reconditioned mowers. Ride-on, push-along, self-propelled, brilliant. Anyway, back to the screen. Yeah, it's gone. It has to be said, though, it has made a bit of a difference to the way this bike handles. It feels lighter. Oh, it's not like it weighed anything, it was just a big piece of plastic. But it does feel lighter to handle. When I was doing some low-speed turns out the end of the driveway and everything, the handlebars just felt so much lighter. Cheap. I can only surmise that because it was so massive for the size of bike, that even at low speed there was enough wind resistance to affect how the handlebars feel. But yeah, it's gone. Bit of money lost, I suppose. Quite a bit of time. It was a bit of a ball ache to fit, but never mind. So, where are we going here? I can't remember the name of this road. A bit further along it can barely be called a road, but the river is to our right. To our left is a fuck ton of farmland. But in a few miles further down here, we get to Denver Sluice Gate. Now, anyone who knows a bit about the Fens, and if you don't, just Google it, you know, it's all well below sea level. My house driveway, I checked on the sat-nav and it said my elevation was -4 meters once, which gave me mixed feelings. That's yes, mini for sale. And here, as you can see, the road is getting gradually narrower. But yeah, Denver Sluice Gate. So, because this whole area is below sea level, it has to be constantly pumped out, or the sea would reclaim it really quite quickly as well. If it ever happened, it would be a major fucking environmental disaster, like on a scale Britain hasn't seen before in all likelihood. Not to mention, the vast majority of Britain's food, potatoes, cereals, all that sort of thing, comes from this part of the country. Given that food prices are already skyrocketing thanks to the war in Ukraine, that's something we should probably avoid. And we have been avoiding it for, well, several hundred years, in fact. What it means is, along a lot of the rivers, you have these sluice gates, which are used to control the level of the water in conjunction with the tides. Because, of course, when the tide comes in, that is when the floods would normally happen. And unless you know a chap with a really big boat and 2 of every animal, we're going to be in bother. So, I've never actually seen one opening and closing. I don't think it happens all that often. I think it's only at, like, very high tide that they actually have to do it. But they are there. And this one that we're going to is massive. I'd say it's the biggest one I know of. It may not be the biggest, but it's the biggest one I can think of. It's down here. Got to go steady down here because it's, like I say, getting increasingly narrow. I'd call this a single track road now, or near enough. And you get lots of gravel, and of course lots of dickheads driving way too fast. Now, I have visited the Denver Sluice Gate before, on this very bike actually, back when I first got it, or not long after I first got it. And if you follow me on Instagram, doing stuff and filming it, there's pictures of the bike on there. I believe I went there around about sunset last time. It's about 4 o'clock in late May, so we're not going to see any sunsets on this trip. There we go. But yeah, there's a nice little pub by the river, and of course you can view the sluice gate. You can walk across it. There's a nice little picnic area. I haven't brought a picnic with me or even a drink, but we can have a stop and a walk around. A abandoned farmhouse there. I keep wondering if I should try and get into urban exploration, but it's just another hobby that I just won't have time for. I do like watching videos of it on YouTube occasionally, especially when it's quite an interesting building they're going to. But I'll probably never do it. Let's just go down here. I'm trying to remember the last time I came down here. Probably was about 2 years ago. Back not long after I got this bike. Which was not long after I got my CVT. Whilst I'm not really going any faster now than I was back then, I just feel better. Been riding a fair bit longer, obviously. Now I've got my full licence. I still really like this bike. Like I said, when I introduced to the Virago, I've no plans on getting rid of it. I'm going to keep working on it. It's going to be a sweet little bike one day. But I just really fancied a bimble. And in roads like this, you don't need a big, powerful bike. If anything, you're better off on a small one like this. As you'll see further along, power becomes your enemy. Plus, this is what I want to get out of biking. There are some people who I am friends with, you know, that I don't begrudge them it, who they just want to go as fast as fucking possible. You know, they're into their fucking R1s and their boosters, and don't get me wrong, they're very nice bikes. And if I ever had a booster, steady down here, if I ever had a booster, I'm sure I'd be perfectly fucking happy with it. I think it's a gorgeous bike, and sports bikes don't really do it for me. They are just like, meh, not bothered. But I do like the booster. But yeah, I don't think I'd ever choose to buy one. And I'm not all that interested in going really fast. I like to explore. It's about the journey. Some people would say it's about the journey, not the destination, but I mean, today is kind of a bit about the destination. There you go, there's a pumping station. New 10-mile pumping station. They are dotted around all over the fens. You'll see them next to rivers and all sorts. What that's doing is pumping water out of the fields to the left, out of all the ditches and dikes, and up into the river to my right, which, as you can see, is way above us. I don't know how high that is. That's at least the first story of a house above us is that river. And all the rivers around the fens are like that. It's just how they are. Have been, like I say, for hundreds of years. Oh, tractor. Oh, right. Oh, that does happen down here. We'll just go over onto the grass and let him through. Right. At least it was something we could just deal with quite easily, not an Audi doing 65. Yeah, here we go, look, gravel in the middle of the road. It's not as bad as it has been when I've been down here in the past. Here we go, we've got a car coming. Beware damaged road. You don't fucking say. What we'll do is we'll give way in here. Just like that. Cheers. Now, there was a tractor coming, so yeah, we'll just go up on the grass again. let him through. There we go, fella. Oh. Yeah. I could drive a tractor. Maybe I should give up biking and go with tractors. Not big bastards like that. Too expensive. Like classic tractors that you sit on top of.
Yeah! I have the power of God!
That'd be quite cool. Fuck! Ooh, Jesus. Bloody hell, there's new build houses down here. How has that happened? There was a church as well. How have I missed that? Didn't know there was a church down here. There's new build houses even down here. Is there anywhere where they're not fucking sticking houses? I know they need to be built. We do have a housing shortage. Although I don't think it's as bad as people make out. But it does seem like fucking everywhere you go, there's houses being built, and they're all the same. It's like they went to a big housing supermarket and just said, 1 million of your cheapest houses, please, and that's it. And they're all exactly the same, like they come off a fucking production line. Anyway, change the subject. The camera. It's on a chest mount. Not bad for a few quid off eBay. I think I mentioned that in a different video, which may or may not come out before or after this one. There we go. But yeah, I think it was like £3 and some change off eBay. Does the job. Mount the camera to it. I was looking for a chin mount, but I just couldn't find one that really worked with my helmet. The helmet doesn't have that option built in, and there was nothing on the accessories either for it. So the only option was one that sort of had straps, but then it meant that I couldn't close the visor properly. So I'd be driving along having to do the safety squint, or riding along rather. So, yeah, missed opportunity there. I should have revved it through that little tunnel. We'll do it on the way back. You must be sweating in that, mate. Big bloody puffy bomber jacket. And he's cycling along at a reasonable pace. Had all his bloody lycra on underneath it. Whatever. But yeah, so that's on a chest mount because the chin mount just wasn't practical. Maybe in the future, if people like this sort of content, I might invest in another helmet. They're not fucking cheap though. And then the microphone is the same wired microphone I've used in many a previous video, but I've managed to get it tucked up inside the helmet, and it's sort of just below my chin. Oh, fuck. And hopefully it's working. This is what I wanted out of biking. Didn't want to go fast, just bumbling along, enjoying this scenery. This is ace. How fast am I going? About 30 mile an hour. A little bit faster down here. Yeah, just enjoying the scenery, talking to myself. And I am happy as a pig in shit right now. No cars behind me, which is nice. Mind you, it's a weekday. People are still at work. For me, it's kind of like my Sunday, because the way my shifts work, I work nearly every Saturday. Never work Sundays. But my employer gives me 2 days off during the week. Today's day 2. So all day it's been feeling like a Sunday. There's the sluice gate right there in front of us. All these boats moored up outside. Well, that's one of the sluice gates. Ooh, look at that. Very nice. This is the pub. It's got a lot of fencing round it. I'll have to have a poke at that. Come on, 125. Up you go. There we go. Over the top. And you know what? We'll park in here and get a couple of pictures. Oh, fuck. Slippery gravel. Oh, right, let's have a look around. So here we are at Denver Sluice Gate. First thing that struck me as we were pulling up, this is a rather disappointing sight. This used to be a lovely mosaic, and it was a sort of picture slash map of the area, of the gates. And it hasn't been vandalised. I think what's happened is the bit of wood, the backing board that it's all attached to, has rotten. I can literally just put my finger through it, and then all the bits have fallen off, and it's in a bit of a sorry state now. It's a bit disappointing. It was really very detailed and colourful. Right, let's see if we can get down a bit closer. Now, I was saying that this operation to drain the fens has been going on for hundreds of years. Here is 4 examples of just how long that has been. So this top plaque reads, Denver Sluice. This plaque commemorates the refurbishment of the historic Denver Sluice. The works were duly declared completed and recommissioned by John Martin CBE MA, Chairman of the Great Ooze Local Drainage Committee, on Friday the 12th of June 1987. And then the plaque below it reads, original timber from Sir John Rennie's reconstruction of Denver Sluice in 1834. So yeah, that's a very old bit of wood sitting right there. Yeah, there we go. Removed in 1986, it formed part of the upper pointings to the tidal doors. Coming over to the right, post box. Notice at the top though it says VR Victoria Royal. So yeah, very fucking old. And then the last one, this 4th one, next to this gigantic red wheelie bin. 350 years of flood alleviation in the fens, begun by Cornelius Vermuyden, with the old and new Bedford rivers. So yeah, 350 fucking years there's been a sluice gate here. Right, I'm going to go out onto the bridge now. There we have an exact date. I won't read this whole thing out, but I'll take a picture if anyone wants to see it. Yeah, the first sluice at Denver constructed by Vermuyden, no doubt I'm getting that wrong, in 1651. So there's your answer. That's how old this place is. That's a bit of a better view. The river is flowing away from us down there. This building here, I'm assuming, is some sort of control hut. I think that it's labelled as a lock hut, but presumably it controls the sluice gates as well. But yeah, this first section here isn't just a gate, it's actually a lock. The same as what you would find on canals. It allows boats to go up and down the river. And then the rest of it is sluice gates. The very far one I don't believe is in use, looking at it. But yeah, I'm going to go along the river. Even though it gives me the heebie-jeebies, we'll have a bit of a look over the side. I'm sort of stood up on a wall here, and this is probably the best view we're going to get of it. Here we go, a bit of a better view of the actual gates. You can see them down there, those things with the chains on them. Those are the gates. There's 3 sets of 2 as you go along. They're all open at the moment. As you can see, the water just sort of flows freely through. I don't really know enough about this, and I feel bad because I really should, especially if I'm going to be making videos about it, but I don't know, I should probably look up how it works before chatting about it, but it's pretty impressive up here. But yeah, that's the lock on the end where we just were. You'll notice water doesn't flow out of that because that is a solid gate in there. It's designed to, fill with water, the boat goes into it and then it lowers it down. That's how locks work. But these seem to be permanently open. And then there's this one over here, which I honestly don't think has been open in a very long time. I'll have a peer over the edge. Yes, it's got foliage growing in it, and that is chock full of silt. Also, that gate at the front is concrete. All this metal structure around here is just rusted and seized and obviously very old. So I don't think there's been a gate here for quite some time. Maybe it was determined that it wasn't needed. Maybe that will change at some point in the future. Who knows? But yeah, that's just full of silt, and then of course stuff has started to grow in it. You can bet your ass though that if you stand on that, you are not coming back out alive, if at all. I mean, let's go over this other side and I'll show you. Yeah, that corner, see how it dips down? My guess is every now and then this does get water in it, and that just happens to be the place where it drains out. So yeah, I bet this land here, if you can call it that, isn't going to be solid. You stand on that, you're just going to sink and you're done. Yeah, it's giving me the heebie-jeebies just standing here. Let's go look at the other side. These black uprights, if we look down there, nice shiny stainless steel gates which look relatively new. And yeah, you can see down there there's a motor which drives it, and then there's the screws on top right there that must move it up and down. Right, I think we've seen all we're going to see here. I did want to go down there. You used to be able to the last time. You could go and sit on that bench that you can see in the distance, but the gate's been locked now, and there's a sign saying authorised persons only. A bit disappointing. Yeah, right, we're going to go for a quick ride around the corner, and we'll go look at the other gate, which is behind that house. Just going to park the bike in the bike shed, seems reasonable to me. I've just remembered there's a third gate right over there, over by those trees, just behind it. Not really going to have time to go over there and look at that one today. I mean, if people like this video and they're interested, I will come back and do some research and we'll have a proper look around. I do like it out here, it's very peaceful. I mean, the only noise, I don't know if you can hear it, apart from me talking, is the wind blowing in this massive tree over here. That is a fucking huge tree. Not sure what this thing is here. Obviously some sort of crank. It looks like you crank it and something used to turn and went through that little hole in the wall. So I wonder if it used to have a chain on it, or you put a rope on it and it was used to haul boats in and out of the water, which is just down there. In fact, I'll come around and show you. Yeah, like you can see how the hole is worn as well. I reckon that's had chains running through it for quite some time, and that was used to crank them in and out. Nowadays you would just back a 4x4 down here and with a trailer and just drive it out, but yeah. There's the other gate I was talking about. Make his way over towards it. It's the same size, if not bigger, than the last one we were at. It's not called the Denver Sluice Gate, as far as I know. I think it has a different name. Although, this whole area, I suppose you could say, is like the Denver Sluice Gate complex. Oh look, there's a man going inside. Wonder what he's going to do. Oh well, that's a bit disappointing. I saw the man, he came back out of that far tower with a like big yellow control board in his hand, plugged it into something, and then stuff started buzzing. I thought, oh, he's opening a gate, how cool is this? And so I came rushing up here, and yeah, whatever he was doing, it hasn't opened anything, so I don't know what's going on. Imagine if you just opened one of these gates, serious shit would be happening, so they probably don't do that very often, if at all. But yeah, this is the other gate, somewhat different to the first one we came to. There's no lock here as far as I can tell, and it's obviously much newer, just looking at it. I mean, it's not new, but it's newer. There's some serious fucking engineering here. Just looking at those chains that lift those gates up. I mean, I do wonder what would happen if you just pulled one up. Probably a massive fucking flood of water downstream. Probably flood half of East Anglia. Yeah, don't do that. These here look to me like spare gates, which is interesting. Each one probably weighs several tons, all different sizes. on their own, none of them look big enough for use on any of these sluice gates unless they attach together somehow. And sitting there, they don't even look that old either. Oh, I have just seen a sign further down as well. This is called the Denver Complex. Over the road there, the building on the right is an office and the building on the left is just a bungalow. I wonder if you work for the Environment Agency, you get to live there maybe. Or maybe it's just privately owned and maybe there used to be a lock keeper or a gatekeeper that lived there. Who knows? Again, I need to do some research into this. Right, I'm going to have a quick peer at that bridge there, see if there's anything to see, and then I'm going to head back to the bike and we're going to go look and see if we can figure out what's happened to that pub. I think it's closed down. Right, so all that can be seen from the bridge is that other gate that I told you about. I'm not really going to have time to go and look at that, but I've pretty much made up my mind. I'd need to do some proper research into this complex and come out and do a proper video, proper exploration of it, because I'm not really doing it justice here. Yeah, right, back to the bike, and we'll nip round to that pub. It looked like its car park was still accessible, but the rest of it was fenced off. See if we can see what's happened to it. I reckon it's probably just closed down. We are really isolated out here, and it's difficult to keep a business like a pub going when you're as isolated as this place is. Alright, Jennings Arms. I'm shooting this on my phone because I'm trying to save the battery on the camera, because like an idiot I didn't bring a spare battery with me. Yeah, it's closed. I was hoping to have a sit by the river in their beer garden. Just having a look around. I had a peer in through a couple of the windows. Have a look in here. You can't see it on the camera, but I can see with my eyes. It's empty. It's not in too bad of a state either. So I get the feeling it's closed fairly recently. That building over there, I assume, is some sort of accommodation, like you could stay here, like a bed and breakfast type thing. If we come round, it's had that monstrosity built. It's a set of 4 security cameras, but if the place was just closed down and abandoned, why would you bother? As you can see, you used to have access from the waterfront, but they've put barriers up there. Granted, it's just yellow tape, but still, there's no sign that anyone lives here like a landlord anymore. So hopefully it reopens. This place is pretty nice. Right, I just climbed up to the top of this riverbank to get a good look. And yeah, there's the pub. Now, even if I zoom in, you probably can't see through the windows, but I can. And it's empty. There's not a single piece of furniture in it. And I looked through some of the windows downstairs, and even like the bar stools and the tables are gone. So obviously it's been empty for at least a little while. It's been stripped out. Yeah, hopefully it can come back. Obviously someone has some interest in it because they've set up to guard it, but I don't know. Maybe it's just another pub that's gone. Hopefully someone, a brewery or some entrepreneurial individuals will be able to bring her back. It's always sad when something like this happens. We'll go have a look down there, see if we can have a peek through. But after that, I'm going home. There we go, I've managed to get around the front of it. Again, not much to see. I had to peer through a couple more windows. There's a function room, which is this bit that we're looking at now. And it's just completely bare. There's not a single piece of furniture inside. I'm assuming something is going on with it. I'll look, see if they've got a website or a Facebook page when I get home. Hopefully it can come back. Doesn't look like it's been abandoned for too long either. And this sort of patio area here that we're looking at isn't too badly overgrown. Not in too much disrepair. This fencing looks reasonably new. So something, hopefully, is going to bring it back. Yeah. Right. Home time. Alrighty then. Homeward bound. Hopefully the battery lasts until I get home. If it suddenly cuts out whilst I'm mid-ramble, I apologise. Yeah, it's definitely clipped in properly as well. I'm going to go back the way I came. If I keep going the way that I was, over the sluice gate and down that road, past the picnic area and everything, it brings you out in the village of Denver. You know, that's what the gate is named after. It's a lovely little village. It's, you know, nice like little church. There's a pub or two. Fellow motorcyclist. Hello. Oh, okay. But once I get there, the only sort of way back is back the way I came. Yeah, I was moving over for you, mate. You don't have to fucking point. What do you think I was going to do? Just ride into you? Fucking boomers. The only way back from there is either to come back the way I came, like I'm doing now, or head out onto the A10. And the A10, I mean, it's fine. I've ridden up and down it plenty of times, but it's a bit boring. You know, it's a 60 mile an hour, so I'm going to be wringing the neck of my little 125, and it's 5:45 now, so tail end of the rush hour, knobheads doing stupid shit like overtaking when they really shouldn't, and I just can't be fucked with it. I'd much rather bumble along down somewhere like this again and have a one-way conversation with you all. Sounding more American by the day. Again, might have to dump the fiancée. So we'll go back down this way. I suppose at least you're getting a different perspective. You might see something that I couldn't point out last time. The river is now over to my left, and the farmland is over to the right. Seems to be more potholes. Fuck! Oh, Jesus! Seems to be more potholes on this side of the road. Can't ride in the middle because of all this shit that's everywhere. Interesting. Just past that guy who had the in-ground trampoline. He just got chickens and roosters running around. There's a trampoline for the chickens. Something I think it would be quite hilarious to see. Down here. I sort of stopped and stared at my bike whilst I was up on that river bank as well. I think it does look better without the screen. Yeah, I'm not going to order another one. Also, it has to be said, I fucking love the look of this bike. I have to say, I love it just as much as my Virago. Now, at first glance, they're just two cruiser-style bikes, but the more you look at them, the more different they actually are. And this bike definitely has the air of the Explorer about it. Definitely better suited for this sort of riding. I mean, I'm sure the Virago would do perfectly fine down here, but this bike is definitely more suited to it. It's more comfortable at this sort of speed. Not that the Virago can't do this sort of speed and wouldn't be perfectly comfortable, but I have a feeling this is what it was made for. I could easily be riding this in rural China right now. A few times when the road is above the river. Don't worry, we'll soon dip back down below it. Concealed farm entrance. There it is. Let's go down here. Oh, car coming. Oh. There we go, we'll slow it down, and luckily we met him at a nice wide spot. He was happy to slow down and move over. Good man! Right, and well, they're going green for us as well, so we'll just bumble on through. love the noise this bike makes. So these sorts of speeds, sort of mid and low revs for it. Oh, that's a bit bouncy. Probably won't see it on the camera, but there's a car bump stopped to the side of the road. It's like, someone was going a bit fast over these bumps, weren't they? So I've been following a channel for a little while now called Volcanic Brown. He's a chap who lives probably not too far from me. As far as I can tell, he lives out in the Lowestoft way. I can tell this by sort of looking at his... He films his rides much like, oh, shut the bed. And that van was a bit surprised to see me. Yeah, he films his rides much like I'm doing now. And, you know, look at the road signs, and he seems to be out that way, sort of out on the coast. And he does very similar stuff to what I'm doing now as well. It's a bit of an inspiration for this video. He's got a number of old classic bikes, mainly Triumphs, I think. I've probably got that wrong, it's probably BSA. If he ever watches this, he's probably going to fucking kill me now or something, hunt me down, because I know he loves his bikes, he's extremely passionate about them. But yeah, his ethos towards biking seems to be very similar to mine in that he's no interest in going stupidly fast. This sort of riding like this is what he likes. I'm in total agreement. Just exploring interesting places, having a bumble, just, bumbling around. I don't actually have to really go anywhere. Yeah, I've tried leaving a comment or two on his videos saying, you don't look like you're too far from me, do you want to meet up, we'll do a collaboration. But he hasn't responded, and there's no like direct contact on his channel, no like email, so he either hasn't seen it or doesn't want to. If you are watching this, Mr. Volcano, Mr. Brown I should say, I'm still open to the idea. I'd love to meet you, I'd love to see your collection of bikes. I'm up to 2, I think, as far as I can tell you're up to 20. Oh, there's a van. Oh, he's going in there. Good man. Oh, bogging down a bit now. I'm not changing gear. Cheers. Yeah, I'd love to see your collection of bikes. Maybe do a little ride out and show me some places. I can bring this if you like, or I can bring the Virago. And you're welcome to have a go on either of them. I think both would be... maybe not right up your street, especially not this Chinese thing that I'm on. But at least of some interest to you. Oh, alright, we'll go in here. Slow down there. Yep, thank you very much. There we go. Seem to be meeting more traffic than I was on the way out. So yeah, if you fancy it, Mr. Volcanic, leave me a comment, send me an email. The email's listed on the channel information. Let's sort it out whilst it's still summer, shall we? I suppose that means I need to get this video out as quickly as I can as well, otherwise he's never going to fucking see it. Starts to widen a little further down here. Getting quite hungry now. Could just stop for some chips. I've been trying to force myself to save money. I've got
food at home. And whilst this is the end of my weekend, it's my Sunday, even though it's Thursday, I'm not going to treat myself to a takeaway. I have spent thousands in my life on takeaways and little snacks, and can't be fucked to cook what I've got in the house, so I go out and buy more fucking food. I'd probably have a fucking booster if I hadn't spent all that money on shite. So I'm going to go straight home, make myself a sandwich, and if there are any New Mexicans watching, that particular bit of pronunciation was for you. Chances are nobody else is going to get it. Felt like a bit of water there. Not felt, I didn't feel it with all this gear on. Something just hit my helmet. I suspect it was rain. That's to that abandoned farmhouse. See, if I ever did get into urban exploration, some of the channels I follow go to like old factories and such like, and whilst they're interesting, I'd probably do it differently. There's a lot of abandoned houses out this way. And they're probably abandoned for different reasons. That one looks like it's been abandoned for, I don't know, like 60 fucking years. Chances are the farm that it used to serve is no longer. It looks like it's suffering from some pretty substantial subsidence. There's a huge crack down the wall on one side. I'd be curious to see what's left inside it. Even just wallpaper or fixtures. Maybe there's furniture in there, or maybe there's even like someone's personal possessions in there. I don't plan on taking anything, but just to stand there and wonder, you know, what was their story, the lives which were once here. It's intriguing to me. There is a house going out towards Chatteris. It's fucking miles from here, about an hour's drive. And even longer on this thing. And it's like painted yellow. Nobody's lived in it for 60 years. I was looking up the story of the couple that used to live there. They were moved in as a young married couple. I don't know what they did for a living, but they never had kids, to my knowledge. And they eventually moved out, and they've since passed away. But all their stuff is still in there. And there was a local newspaper, and one of their journalists decided to do some actual journalism for once. Managed to get access to it from the current owners, which I believe is a business like, or, you know, the Environment Agency or something like that. Or maybe completely wrong, it may actually be, you know, the descendants of the original owners. I might be wrong about them never having kids. And there's still pots and pans in the kitchen. The big, like, wood-fired Argus stove is still there. You go upstairs and the bed is still there. And that's absolutely fascinating to me. It's almost like frozen in time, you know. Their life is over. But then there's this like little time capsule that's left. Yeah. Anyway, you're probably suitably bored now with me just letting my thoughts stream out. There's one of the dickheads I was worried about going way too fast. Yet sometimes just because the limit is 60 doesn't mean you should get anywhere fucking near it. Classic Volvo there, it's always nice to see. Looks like the lawnmower ambulance has gone out on a call. That's that lawnmower place I was telling you about, and they've bought a decommissioned ambulance and like done it up, done their own sign writing on it. It's basically a lawnmower ambulance now, which I think is quite funny. Right, just going to pause here for a moment.
Stuart doing the edit here. I'm gonna close this video off around about now. The rest of the footage is just of me riding home. I'm back out on the main road and I'm fairly shortly doing 60 mile an hour, and the sound is just terrible like it was at the start of the video. This was my first ever attempt at this sort of content, filming myself actually riding. I've got a lot to work on, I know, and yeah, the next one will be better, I promise. But for now, I didn't really have much left to say on the ride home, so we'll close it off there. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Now, as you can probably tell by the state of my bike, I'm getting ready for a camping trip on the Virago. First holiday I've had in years. I normally use my holiday time at home and make videos for YouTube and just generally waste my life. But I booked it, I'm packing, and I'm just going to do it, and it's going to be a great time. By the time this video goes out, I'll have already been on the holiday, but I'm going to try and film some content while I'm there. But for now, we need to get everything ready, starting with some USB power for this thing, because I need 1, sat-nav, because I'm going quite a long way, 2, to keep all my other electronic devices charged, cameras, mobile phones, all that sort of thing. So, we need to get that done. The other thing you're going to notice is this. As I walk round into here, yeah, you're on chest cam. You now get a close-up view of my fat fingers working on the bike. Look at that. Not bad for £3 off eBay. Right, this is the kit that needs fitting. Let's get on with it. Right, let's make a start. I'm going to do as much of this on the chest cam as I can. Hopefully it works. Right, let's move all this shit out of the way first. Now, one problem I have noticed with these, there's a lot of fucking wire here. So the battery is roughly here, this bit right here. The problem is, I'm going to put my phone here on the tank. It's going to sit in there, that's quite firmly on, and then put a little wire there. So it needs to come down that way. The problem is fucking look at this. So I need to find somewhere to put this wire. They've also got a fuse on, which is great and everything, but again, I need to find somewhere to put it in. There's not much room under this. Oh, under this seat. But yeah, that's one of the things we have to figure out. We may have to cut some of this wiring down. Right, let's get this seat off first. That has to come off of there. For those of you wondering how I got these saddle bags on, I didn't make a video about it. I just wanted some quiet time alone working on the bike. But essentially the flaps come over the top of the rear mudguard, and I had to drill some new holes in it once I had them lined up, and the bolts go through here and they hold the mudguard on and now hold that on. They are big strong bolts, so I've got no concerns about all the weight going through them. The frame is there, and you're designed to have, or the bike's designed to have, a pillion passenger sat here. A full-on adult human, you know, 100 kilos perhaps, sat right on this. So that's fine, that's how it is. I'm not changing it. Right, let's get this off. £10mm if I remember. Yes, there we go. And the battery is right there. A fuel filter. These are the pipes going into, this is the main fuel tank right here. Now, a lot of people, including myself, think that this is the fuel tank. It's not. I think it's described in the handbook as like a cover, something. It does hold fuel, but its main purpose is it funnels the fuel down through these pipes and into there, the main tank. But no, its main purpose is to feed the fuel down here into the main tank there. When I go out for a ride, within a few miles, this is empty. It doesn't really hold anything, but this holds the main bulk of the fuel. Right, so the difficulty with this is these pipes now get in the way. I'm going to try and do this without taking them off, because there's fuel in here still, and undo it, it gets everywhere, it smells, it's messy, and I'm wasting precious petrol, which I don't want to do. Okay, so this is one of the kits. What I'm thinking is, for the front at least, if I coil this wire up like that, that can be tucked somewhere out of the way, and I only need this bit on shore. That's the actual USB port. So we find somewhere to mount this, preferably somewhere, you know, like here perhaps, somewhere like that, but that is more than enough. This is surplus to requirements. I mean, even if I had the shortest wire in the world, it's still going to reach up there like that. So yeah, that should be enough. And this is waterproof as well. So, right, cable tie then.
Yes, I am doing that cable tie-up with just my fingers, ladies.
There we go. Right. Now, the plan for the rear one is going to be a little different. What I want to do here is run the power up to the top box. So the wire coming down this way to the front, I want that in there. Now, what I was thinking was this plugs into here like that. We have that lot inside, or rather, do I do it that way around? So we have from there onwards inside the box, and then what I can do when I want to remove the box, I can unplug it. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. So we're going to need to somehow get that in there. Now, I'm a little hesitant to be drilling holes in my nice shiny top box, but I don't see any other way of doing what I want to do. And as long as I'm careful, make it a nice neat hole and waterproof it, it should be pretty good. So yeah, so that will be routed down this way, like that. And that's probably, there's maybe a few inches of surplus, but that's probably about the right length of wire, so I'm happy with that one. Right, put that over there for now. Let's see if we can get these battery terminals off without removing these fuel pipes. I just thought of another reason I want to be keeping the fuel pipes on. If there's even the smallest spark with fuel vapor around this area, I am fucked.
In the following view, the blast will be seen as was photographed in slow motion.
So we want to avoid that. What a stupid place to put a battery. Oh, muffin. That's great, dog. That's great. Come on, sit down. You're getting yourself too hot in this weather. Other development, I've got myself a set of GIS screwdrivers. They look, as far as I can tell, exactly like Phillips head screwdrivers, but apparently there is a difference, and if you don't use the right ones, you can very easily just be rounding off screws left, right and centre. So yeah, I've got myself a set of these. Interestingly, the screw on this battery looks to already be somewhat rounded off, either because it's had the wrong screwdriver on it or because it's such a ball ache to get to. I mean, look, this is my smallest screwdriver and it doesn't fucking fit. These may have to come off after all, which is disappointing. Or at least one of them. Yeah, that one I can more or less move out of the way. Okay, let's undo that one. Hopefully, there's no actual fuel in this pipe. The trip mileage is currently at 99.8 miles. This bike does a maximum of 150, including the reserve, according to the handbook. Or it might be 150 and then you need the reserve. Either way, I've used at least 2/3 of the fuel in it, so this should be more or less empty and there shouldn't be any fuel coming down this way. But I guess we'll find out in a second. Excellent. Right. There we go. Right, it's wedged. Yeah, that's not even tight. What the hell? Right, that's one in. And let's put the other one in. Now, some people are probably going to wonder, can this old bike handle all this stuff that's on it? 2 USB chargers. Now, I wondered that as well. And there is an element of the unknown to it. I have no way of knowing until we try it. But I expect probably so. Now, yes, when this bike was being designed and then built, there was no such thing as sat-navs or smartphones. You know, it was the before times, you could say. But the thing that you have to remember is the electrical system's already doing a lot more work than powering 2 USB devices. USB is remarkably low voltage for the amount of stuff that you can do with it. I mean, for one, it's creating spark. You know, it's got 2 cylinders, so there's 2 spark plugs going off, you know, a few thousand times a minute, and they have a lot of voltage going through them, as in like a shit ton. You do not want to get shocked by one of them. And also, I think of what's already on it. It can power a headlight. Now, anyone who's ever left their lights on in a car knows just how quickly headlights can flatten the battery, or left them on your bike. It's very quick, and again, way more power than a USB port. Also, this particular bike, this wire here, is the heated grips, and I've ridden it around for hours before with the heated grips on quite a high setting because it was winter, and it's perfectly fine. There was no sign at all that it wasn't keeping up. So I'm pretty confident based on the available evidence. If I'm wrong, well, I'll just have to unplug something, won't I? I'll run sat-nav or battery chargers, you know, or if I'm going locally, I'll have stuff in the back charging and I won't bother using the sat-nav. Or, well, I say sat-nav, it's going to be my phone. The phone has its own battery. I can charge it later. You know, I'll just deal with it. Not everything has to be perfect. Right, that's the positive side on. Now, what in the French toast has happened in here? I don't know if you can see this. I'll get a light. The screw or bolt that I want to undo is under here. This has been put in and it seems almost like it's been bent over. How the fuck am I getting that undone? Also, the negative wire for the heated grips doesn't look to have an O-ring on it like it does on the positive side. Looks like it's just, yeah, been wedged in. Right, okay, I may not have working heated grips after this if I'm not careful. I'm just going to have to bend that back up and hope I don't snap it off. Which fucking idiot did that? Yeah, look, there's no O-ring on that, it's just cinched in. Whatever. There we go. And that heated grips wire isn't going anywhere either. You see, I'd never choose to fit heated grips. They just seem a bit frivolous, you know, just wear gloves. Unless you're doing like mega miles in winter, like it's your only mode of transport. But for me, this is a second vehicle. It's a pleasure vehicle. But yeah, I don't know, the heated grips just don't do it for me. So yeah, I'd never choose to fit them, but since I've got them, I want them to work, you know. So right, let's get this battery back in, and then we'll check that they're both working, put everything together, and then we've just got to figure out where all the wiring goes. Sounds like Bella's winding up the neighbours. Got my power pack. If we plug it in, look at that, it's charging. Bosh. Let's do the other one. Yep, look at that, charging as well. Excellent. Okay, I'd say that's the hard part over. I am going to get a drink because it's about 30 degrees and find out what Bella's barking at. I think she's trying to wind up the neighbours. Back in a minute. Right, filming tends to go better when I press record. So, front one, I'm just going to put the wiring under there, which is where all the heated grips wiring. Oh, you decided to come and see us, have you, Bella? My neighbour, it sounds like, is trying to train his own dog, because I can hear him giving commands and praise and such like, as you do when you're training a dog to do something. Bella has taken it upon herself to disrupt that training by barking her fucking head off. Because Belland. But here's the plan. So that can be tucked away in there. Now, I was a little concerned about this getting hot as I'm riding, but there is this fuel hose right here. So I figure if Yamaha put that there, it can't be getting that hot here. And there's plenty of wiring in this area, so yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. And here's the plan. I need somewhere to position this, and I'm thinking there. But what I'm going to do is put the seat back on first, because if the seat comes on down over this bit, that's not going to work. But that is at least roughly where I want it to go, right there. This one can come out from under this fuel hose and go up this limb of the chassis, or the frame. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to using the correct terminology for bike parts. I'm always going to keep reverting back to the car ones. You know, this is a frame, not a chassis. Although, I don't see what fucking difference it makes. People still know what I mean, and it's not like people on the internet get all worked up over something small and stupid.
What? Gosh, it's not like the internet to go crazy about something small and stupid.
I think we'll go up like that, and then yeah, we'll just have it like attached here, because the seat sits over this, so it'll hide most of it. I think the only bit you're going to have showing is the wiring out the back of there, which won't be too bad, because again the seat will hide most of it. Right, good. Okay, that's not too bad actually. The seat is nowhere near where I want to put this. In fact, I may even put it like down there or something, so it's easier to get to. Yeah, that might be a better idea actually. think what we'll do is a lot of this wiring can be hidden right there, like that. Yeah, that will just stick out like that. I'm just making sure that's not pinched, which it's not. Yeah, so the most you're going to be able to see is that much. Yeah, something like that. We'll put the hole there, and most of this will be inside, so you'll only be able to see the little connector there. Not bad. Right. Alrighty then. A couple of days have gone by. Long and short, I've been working. Driving so many sodding miles, yeah. But anyway, I did a bad thing, and I did a little bit of work on the bike and didn't film it. It's a bad habit. Nothing much though. I've basically located the front USB. It's not going here anymore. I've put it round there. So if you can see that, it's right there. Long and short is there's more space between the chassis and the top of the engine to get it through. And there's this nice like little cable tie thing here that holds some of the wiring harness in place that I just slackened off and used it to attach there. It is, you know, a bit loose, but it should be fine. It's, you know, nice and discreet. I'm happy with it there. Most of the work is going to be on the rear. I need to get my drill out. It still doesn't feel quite right drilling into the top box. They are expensive, but I don't see any other way of doing it. Plus, I didn't pay for it. It came free with the bike. So, let's get it done. I should probably, however, take my helmet out first. I remember we did talk about helmets and how they can be damaged when I did my CBT. We didn't cover drilling, but I can't imagine it's good for them. So let me film this on my phone. So here's the plan. I'm going to drill in the back, and in theory it will come out about there, like that. Right in the middle. I did think about going off to one side, but then it's going to expose more wiring. So yeah, right there should be perfect. Alright, let's get it done. And I'm going from the outside in, because I'm thinking any burrs, any rough edges will then be on the inside rather than the outside. So it may not look that neat in the box, but on the outside it should look reasonably tidy. That's as central as I'm going to get it. There we go. Doesn't quite fit. I'm trying to push that through. I was hoping I'd be able to just shove it, but no, I'm going to have to widen this hole. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Oh, nearly. There we go. Perfect. Slots together like that. Lovely. Right. Put the seat back on. There we are. Right. And the plan to keep this steady is just a little bit of sealant, which will make it waterproof, and once it's dried in like 24 hours, it's actually pretty fucking strong. Should hold it nicely in place. So, yeah, I'll go and get that. There we go, bit of sealant. Now this stuff, I use it semi-regularly, and yeah, it smells really bad, and if you get it on your clothes, they are ruined. But, it has to be said, once it dries, it's sort of rubbery in texture, but it's not coming off, unless you get a pair of pliers and wrench it off. And it's fully waterproof for, it's rated for like 20 years, so yeah, we'll put a little bit of this around the hole, and it will help waterproof it and hold the cable in, and then we're done. Yeah, so let's
There we go. And what you do is immediately relieve the pressure and then put a screw in the end. That way it doesn't leak out, it also doesn't dry out either. And this, what you do is you wet your finger, basically just spit on it a lot, and then you can use it to smooth it out and it doesn't stick to your finger then either. So I just want to gently spin it out like that. Right, and I'm going to apply a little bit to the inside as well, just to make sure it's a good seal. That'll be it. There we are. Now, like I say, this takes about 24 hours to dry. I don't normally use it on motorbikes or vehicles of any kind. I normally use it on stationary objects like houses. So I'm going to leave this here. It does unfortunately mean I can't ride the bike for the next 24 hours, but never mind. But yeah, once that's done, happy days. It looks a bit rough at the moment, but I'll see what it looks like tomorrow. We can always, you know, trim it down. I mean, if I wanted, I could always just pull the silicone out again. It can be done. It's quite strong stuff, but it can be done. But yeah, I think that's going to look just fine. And yeah, it's going to be a nice, neat job once it's finished. Yeah, alright, check back tomorrow. There we are, it's done. I had to put a bit more on because the little bit that I put on to begin with just sort of came off. I sort of wiggled it a bit and it came out. It's a bit loose underneath still, but it should do the trick. I'm looking through the lens of the camera now and it looks really untidy. I think that's just the way the light's catching it and the camera's picking it up. In person, it looks quite smooth. I'll quickly show you the inside. Inside, not as pretty, but again, I'm not really going to look at it inside too much. Yeah, it's not perfect. You can see but it should stay sealed well enough. And if I ever carry anything in here that's sensitive to a little bit of water, I'll just put it in a plastic bag. Job done. Right, I need to get this thing packed, so we'll call that it. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Welcome back to another biking video on Doing Stuff and Filming It. I'm out for another bumble on 125. Well, actually no, it's not a bumble, it's an errand. I need to go and pick up a product from an Amazon delivery locker that's about 9-10 miles away, something like that. Hopefully I've got the sound a bit better, otherwise you're going to be hearing this as a voiceover. I'll try and keep the speed down. It's late on a Sunday evening, so there's not going to be anyone around. Hopefully you can hear me a bit better than the last bumble video that I made. So, as the title of the video suggests, I've decided to give up on group rides, or, you know, ride outs, I suppose some people call them. Basically riding in a big bloody group. It's a decision I put quite a bit of thought into, and I've said I'm just not going to do them anymore. I just want to do solo trips. Now, if anyone out there who follows my biking content, probably under the impression that I never do group rides, and that's because I very rarely film them. I've got a little bit of ride-out footage. And that's about it. Maybe a few minutes. There's no sound. Yeah, I haven't been on a group ride yet with like my camera and audio setup perfect. It's probably not perfect even when I'm making this. And most of my videos have been in the workshop. But I do them, or I did do them, at least as regularly as I could. Tell you what, let's go down here. Not in a mad rush. It's the wrong way, but it's a bit nicer down here. But yeah, I've been on some pretty big group rides as well, and until recently really enjoyed them. Not the longest, the biggest I think I've been on must have been at least 20 bikes. It was a really big do, and I really enjoyed it. The longest I ever did was the entire Norfolk coast, from Lowestoft round to Hunstanton. I did it on this 125 as well. It's a great bike. You wouldn't have thought a bike like this would be up to something like that, but it did it no problem. And in a lot of ways did a better job than the bigger bikes that were with us. But yeah, recently, essentially, I don't really want to call it an incident, it was more of a series of incidents. It was one ride in particular that kind of broke the camel's back, you could say. And it made me realise that there was an element to the group rides I was going on that I didn't like, wasn't safe, and it's not what I'm about with my riding. And it's been apparent in previous rides, but to a much lesser extent, to the point where I could forgive it and, just blame myself as an inexperienced rider and a bit of a slow coach. I mean, I don't really like going fast. A 125 is perfect for me for a little bit of bumbling around. I only use my bigger bike for longer trips, really. I love riding this bike. And essentially what happened was it was a ride out to the bike shed in London, which from where I live, or from the meeting point, which isn't that far away either, it's about 80 miles, majority of it motorway, the M11, which takes you all the way down into London, and then of course a bit of London driving, or riding rather. Bike shed is very much central London. Meet up, it's all fine. It was full licence holders from the start because it involves motorway riding. It is a trip that can be done avoiding motorways. You just take the sort of A14, A505, A10 route. The A10 actually getting you closer to your destination than the M11, even though it takes like an extra half hour because of all the detours you have to do avoiding that road. So I knew it was going to be a fast ride to begin with. What I wasn't prepared for was, well, I'd say the level of recklessness on the ride. So we met down the A10 at one of the petrol stations, which is fairly standard, just somewhere to meet up, fill your tank before you go, that sort of thing. And pretty much as soon as we pulled out onto the A10, the tone was set for the rest of the ride. And that was way too fast, overtaking when it just wasn't safe, filtering at stupid speeds, filtering wasn't appropriate, also at stupid speeds, and very much you either do this or you get left behind. And now I'm on the Virago, not the most powerful bike, probably the least powerful on the ride, and I'm giving it full throttle as much as I can, and there was no keeping up with the rest of the group. Now, initially, one rider who had pulled out behind stayed behind me, and I was quite grateful for that, thinking at least there's one person not leaving me behind, one person that's been sensible, and that recognises that I've had my licence 5 months. I'm not going to be able to do some of the things that these other people are doing. And going down the A10, I didn't want to be holding this person up, so I was overtaking and filtering, and did catch back up to the group by overtaking when it was safe. Maybe not as safe as I would have liked, but at that point I'm thinking, Stuart, you need to learn how to not be scared of everything. The bike will do it, you can do it, so just fucking do it. And I continued until we joined the A14 for a short time, and then feed us onto the M11. There, the person that was behind me fucked off, as did the rest of the group, and I am full throttle. The bike is going as fast as it will go. Like I said, it's not a powerful bike. It tops out at about 75, 80. And we joined the M11, which was quite busy, especially for a Sunday. And it's more like a Monday morning how busy it was. And the speed doesn't decrease. And, you know, they're filtering through traffic which is still doing about 60 to 70 mile an hour, even though it's busy. And I have a near miss. It was a middle-aged / elderly lady, looked like a bit of a Karen or Susan, in a Nissan Qashqai. It might have been a Nissan Juke, I don't really give a fuck which. Just decided she wanted to be in my lane. Didn't look, didn't indicate, it just came out. Beeped the horn to say I'm here whilst braking to avoid getting twatted off. Didn't do anything. Just moved out and then proceeded to sit at 60 mile an hour in the outside lane, inching past a fuel lorry. Now, I could have just gone between her and the fuel lorry, but given what she'd just done and her complete lack of awareness, you know, as in I'm leaning on the horn, or holding the button down rather, and she didn't even turn her head. It's just completely fucking oblivious to the world around her. I decided not to. I held back until she eventually got out of the way several miles later, and then I was able to proceed past her. By that time, the group had fucked off. Now, if that woman had knocked me off, it'd have been a serious accident, maybe even a fatal, but no one else in the group would have known because they were gone. And by the time I wouldn't say I caught up, by the time I got to a point where I could see them, they were turning off. I mean, one would normally wait there, mate, but it's a good job I moved over, whatever. I always give way to motorcyclists and cyclists as if they were a car, and it pisses me off when other people don't. But yeah, they were taking the exit, and of course I'm still on the outside lane, and missed the exit. So I proceeded to the next one, pulled over where it was safe, and tried to find out where they were. Alright, not a big deal, you know, we got separated. But I'm getting a bit annoyed at being left behind at this point. For me, a group ride, you stick together and you look out for each other. And that wasn't happening. So, but, alright, okay, let's carry on. I find out where they are, meet back up with them, and what they've done is stop to pick up another member of the group that lived along the way, rather than riding all the way up to the first meeting point and then back on themselves. We just met them there. Fine. But then as soon as we set off, we're back to the way it was. Stupid amounts of speed, not really any filtering and overtaking. I'll just stay behind this guy, not in a mad rush. But too fast, and it's raining at this point as well. Enough to affect visibility on a helmet visor. And then eventually we rejoin the M11, and it's the same again. Just off at stupid speeds to the point where I can't keep up. I've just got no chance whatsoever. And I'm left behind yet again. The funny part was, it started to absolutely belt it down whilst we were on the motorway. So everybody slowed down because you can't see. You've got mist and spray, and your visor starts to both get water on it and fog up because it's fucking freezing cold rain even in July. And the funny thing was is I was comfortable doing a higher speed than most other people in the group, so I for a short time ended up leading the group, and at one point I looked and they were fucking miles behind me as well, and bar one or two which were still riding like complete pricks. And these people are my friends as well, and I do think highly of them, but they were riding like pricks. It was quite disappointing. But then the rain stops, visor's clear, and the speed is back. And I must have done 30 miles or more on the M11 at full throttle on the Virago. And for a time, everyone was following me. But then as it started to get drier and drier, speed picked up again. So, not a big deal, you know, they're going a little faster than I am, but the traffic's such that they occasionally had to slow down. They weren't so much leaving me behind. What are you beeping at, mate? Someone I know? Oh no, I'll watch the footage back and see what they're fucking on about. And then came the part which really sealed it for me. As we're approaching London, as you would expect, traffic. Lots of traffic. And we're coming up behind this traffic at, 70. And everybody goes to filter. This traffic is still moving, by the way. It's still doing about 40, 50 mile an hour. But they proceed to filter at 70 plus, or what looked like it. And I start filtering and going as fast as I dare, but I can't keep up with that. And there was a point, because the Virago has a really skinny wheel on the front, it caught like a little groove in the road and had a wobble, and I've still got the saddlebags on the back of it, so it's quite wide, and yeah, nearly hit a car, and it would have been my fault. And I thought, yeah, I'm not doing this. So I moved in to a lane and just proceeded normally. Again, just completely fucking left behind. The funny thing was, I proceeded along the motorway. I've no idea where they've gone. There was an exit with the motorway split into two different motorways. No fucking idea which one was the right one, so I just picked one and then got off it when I could and set my phone up as a sat-nav, and I'll just make my own way there. So that's what I did. Made my way through the centre of London, and I'm still filtering, but in stationary traffic or very slow moving traffic, but at a speed that's comfortable to me and that feels safe as well. Now, no doubt that everyone that was filtering at stupid speed enjoyed themselves. If they try and tell me that was safe, then they're lying to me, and they're lying to themselves as well. I don't care how long they've had their licence, it was fucking balmy. But anyway, I'm riding through, the centre of London, making my way there. Along the way, I can see the Olympic Village over to my left. Sat-nav says I need to be heading right, and I'm like, let's go have a look around, It's not like I'm slowing the group down. So, yeah, went for a little ride. Didn't stop. There wasn't anywhere to park. Remember, London is a city with more cameras in it than literally anywhere else. But, I had a ride round. I went up to that, weird red tower thing that's there. And then made my way to the bike shed, to the restaurant. Fucking hilarious thing was, I was expecting everyone to be there, ordered, eating their food, and they'd be like, oh, what happened to you, mate? I got there before everyone. So I don't know where they went, and they're all, buzzing from their high-speed ride, and, I don't begrudge them that, enjoying their ride, but it obviously wasn't fucking faster, was it? I've managed to go, well, it may have been the wrong way, it may have been the right way, I don't know, but I've managed to go a different way, stop, take time to, I had to take my gloves off, get my phone out, set it up, get it in its mount and everything, take a detour, and still get there before them. And that's taking it at my own steady pace as well. Oh, and because on the Virago, at the moment anyway, the mount for my phone is on the tank, so I'm constantly having to look down at it, and I did go the wrong way a couple of times, missed junctions, or just wasn't able to get in the correct lane, that sort of thing. Around here. And I still got there before them. So, got there, had a meal, food's not to write home about. It's fairly nice. Best bit was the price. I was expecting it to be ludicrously expensive, but it was actually quite reasonable, especially for the centre of London. 15 quid for a full English breakfast. That includes swapping the bacon for pork belly, which was an extra £1, so it'd have been £13.95 if I'd left it as standard. Yeah, it was okay food, just a fairly standard full English that you'd get in any cafe. Really cool place though, you know, it's got a bar, obviously I wasn't drinking. They had live sports, got a shop, I got myself a patch for my rucksack, all that sort of thing. Let's go down here. A lot of people at the pub tonight. Wonder if it's anyone I know, wonder if they've recognised me. And yeah, we spent a fair bit of time there. And then the plan was to go do a spot of sightseeing. People wanted to go around to Buckingham Palace, like ride down the Mall and get a photo in front of those, you know, the famous black gates. I was against the idea because I'm 99.9% certain you can't park there, and if you do, either the soldiers will well, shout at you, or the Met will shoot you and get away with it because it's the Met. But you know, one guy was convinced that he knew a place that we could stop. Either that or we'd go to the Houses of Parliament, which is an even bigger terrorist target, and stop there. I was really against that one. I thought, oh, fucking hell, we're going to die. But that was the decision. So we set off out of the bike shed, again filtering in traffic, which I've no problem with. You know, it's stationary traffic and you're perfectly allowed to do that. And I was looking forward to practicing my filtering, because it's not something I get to do very often. I live out in the arsehole of nowhere. I need to be in here. I can't remember if I mentioned, but I've come to collect an Amazon parcel. It's a product that I plan on reviewing on the channel. That'll be subject to another video though. Right, let's just go and get it briefly. It shouldn't take a minute. Lovely. Let's go back to the way we came. Yeah. It's a bit more interesting going this way. Right, where was I? Let's close my lid. Oh yeah, so we leave the bike shed. And yeah, a bit of filtering in slow moving traffic and yada yada. But then the same problem came up again. Now, just about every road I went down whilst I was in London was a 20. I think it's maybe a 20 limit throughout the whole city. I may be wrong, but every road I seem to go on in that city was a 20 limit. And nobody was sticking to that or doing anywhere close to it. Again, cameras everywhere, speed cameras, security cameras, the Met which will shoot you and get away with it, all that bullshit. Let's go up the hill this way, shall we? Actually no, we'll carry on. So I want to stop at the petrol station. I think at one point I got caught at a red light. Not a big deal because the rest of the group got caught at another red light. But then we both go green at the same time, and I'm trying to catch up to them because I'm at the back again, obviously. Despite starting near the front, everyone just wanted to just go as fast as they fucking could. At one point I'm doing about 40, 45, and they're just getting away from me. And I thought, I'm not doing this. and they're maintaining that sort of speed, weaving through traffic. And then it happened again. I got caught at a red light, and it wasn't like it was a late amber, or I could have given it the beans and got through, or it was just red and I'd have got away with it. One, you can't really do that in London. The lights are timed differently. If it's red, you need to stop, because you're going to get twatted off if you're not, because the traffic coming the other way will have already started moving at a lot of junctions. And I thought, I'm just not doing this. I'm not going to go that fast, and I'm not going through red lights. For one, I need my licence for my job. What happened? Just get left behind. And I sit at these lights and I see them riding off into the distance and make a right turn. Okay, so go as quickly as I can while still being safe and legal. Down, make the same right turn. No fucking sign of them. Gone. Get to the end of that road, look left, look right. No sign of them. Can't even hear them, because they're all making a fucking lot of noise as well going through the centre of town. And I just thought, you know what? Getting left behind is boring. It really is. It gets tiring really quickly. So yeah, because I refused to ride dangerously, break the law, break the speed limit, you know, go through red lights, I got left behind in a city that I've been to 3-4 times in my life. And I've been inside the M25 quite a few times for work, but like round Enfield. That's different though. I'm on a sat-nav and it's not properly London. Now I'm right in the centre. I've never ridden or driven in London before. And I'm just left there. Fortunately, I had just enough charge left on my phone, because the front USB on the Virago broke while I was on holiday, to get me out of London and back onto the M11. I could find my own way home from there. But had it been dead, I'd have been fucked. You know, I'd probably still fucking be there. Is this place still open? I forgot it's late on a Sunday. Oh, barriers up. Pumps are still turned on. Screw it, let's just see what happens when we go for fuel. Oh yeah, doors are open and everything. Yeah, so I got some fuel, about £1.80 a fucking litre it was. But, you know, that's what I get for riding to London, I suppose. Made my way home. And I was quite upset with it as well, because it's the first time on a group ride where I've just felt like no one really gave a toss. You know, I had a near miss. I had another near miss with a taxi in the centre of London whilst I was trying to catch up to everyone. And nobody looked back. Nobody tried to ring me. Eventually, about 2.5 hours after I'd lost everyone, I'm already sat at home, warm and dry at long last, because it was fucking... I rode through a fucking hailstorm on the way home, before anyone messaged me and say, you know, are you home okay? And I just said, yeah, thanks for checking. But, you know, I could have been dead, and nobody fucking noticed. Get back on there, you. Alright, let's go and pay. 9.38 litres. 1537. I mean, that is, you know, their BP Ultimate, the 97 E5, but still a bit much. I blame the Tories. So that's what happened, and it was quite upsetting. All these new houses. Talking about these with some mates the other day, and all they were doing, because they work in the trade, was just pointing out everything that was wrong with them. Let's go back this way. Yeah, I was quite upset with it. It was just that whenever I've been on group rides before, it was always a matter of we stick together and we look out for each other, and I loved that part of it, as well as, you know, being out with me mates, riding my bike. There was nothing that I didn't like about it, except for this one thing. And I got home, And I told my partner everything that had happened, everything that I've just told you, in all the same level of detail. And they were quite angry as well. And they were like, that's really shit, Stuart. You know, just being left behind like that. And it has quite upset me. We have like 4 group chats. Quite a few people in this group, and I've muted them all. And I haven't even read the messages. About 600 unread messages in there now. I just don't want to know what to do with any of it at the moment, at the time of filming. I haven't told anyone about my feelings, but I'm gonna type something up in Microsoft Word and put it in there. I don't know how people are going to react. Maybe about to end my friendship with, well, all of my friends. You know, that's life, isn't it? Let's go this way. By the time this video goes out, I will have told everyone how I feel about what happened. But I've been sort of holding off on it to see if my feelings change. I didn't want to rush into anything. Oh, a group of bikers. I imagine they're having more fun than I was having. Alright guys, alright. I don't recognise any of you. See someone with an owl plate at the back. I wonder if they're getting left behind like I did. I don't know why this overheat light keeps coming on either. It's not overheating. No way it's overheating, I'm just bumbling along. Yeah, we're good. But yeah, spoke about it with my partner. I've been waiting to say something. My feelings, the anger's gone, but I'm still quite upset by it. That's a nice pub we've just gotten past as well. Didn't look too full. I haven't got any beer at home either. Anyway, yeah, if you haven't figured out yet what my problem was on this group ride, it was the pressure to go faster than I was comfortable with, faster than was safe, to ride beyond my limits and the limits of my bike as well. You know, it may have over 500cc, but that's air-cooled, and it's 30 years old. The engine being designed in like the 70s, I think. You know, the Virago is not a new bike by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, it was the pressure to ride beyond my limits and the limits of the bike. And it's happened to me before. My first ever ride out, I was on the 125. Few weeks after I'd passed my test, done my CBT. Might have been a few months actually, I can't really remember now. I'm the only 125 in the group. Everyone sets off, not at stupid speed, but went round a roundabout, and I was thinking, you can do it, Stuart, you can do it. You know, they're not going that fast. The bike will do it, you just need to have confidence. And well, I nearly came off. The back tyre came out from under me. Luckily I was in position to put my leg down, otherwise I'd have been on the ground. Now in that situation I told people what had happened, and they're like, well, you should go at the front and set the pace, and that was great. But it's been happening ever since. I had a ride down to Royston on the Virago, and again pretty much the whole way I'm going as fast as the bike will go, and there's still pressure to go faster. I'm taking corners faster than I want to, and I'm still not keeping up. It's like that, and it ruins it. You know, I'm not, like right now I'm relaxed and I'm loving life. I'm just talking away. And when I went on my solo camping trip on the Virago a few weeks back, I just sort of went at my own pace. I mean, I was doing 70 on the dual carriageways, I was doing 60 on the country roads. If I felt I needed to slow down, then I just did it. You know, and at no point did I feel uncomfortable. I had a big fucking grin on my face the whole way, and that grin has gone. I used to go on group rides and have a grin on my face the whole fucking way. People thought I was mad. But that grin has gone. and before it was fairly mild, and, you know, if I did slow down, nobody would overtake me, at least nobody in the group. And nobody, you know, there was no chance of me being left behind, but the pressure was still there to go faster than I wanted to. But it was especially apparent on this ride, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I loved being out with my mates. I loved the place. It's a really cool place. I want to go back. But the riding, I don't want to do it again. I'm not gonna. Like I say, I plan on being alive for a good long time. If I try and do what some of these people do, and you'd be lucky if I'm alive tomorrow. So, yeah, at some point I'm going to have to let the group know. It's not that I'm not going to go out with people. It's going to be, tell me where you're going, I'll meet you there. You know what, shall we go through Ely? Yeah, I'm not in a mad rush. I'm a bit peckish, but I'm not in a mad rush to get home. Let's go through Ely, past the cathedral. It's a nice little ride through town. But yeah, I'm just going to meet people there, so I can still go to events and everything, but I don't want to be part of a group ride anymore. And maybe my attitude will change. Maybe over the coming years. Are shabby cargo pants back in fashion now?
Ha! You're old.
Maybe over the coming years I'll get a bit more experience. I would like a more powerful bike in the sort of mid to near future. Thinking possibly a cruiser, more likely a sports tourer of some sort, because I want to do big trips. And I'm confident the Virago will do it. I'm confident my 125 can do it. But I want something that can do it a bit more comfortably. Comfortably for the bike. Don't know if it'll necessarily be more comfortable for me. And, you know, maybe in the future I'll be more confident riding at much higher speeds and want to go back to group riding. But it's not going to be any time soon. And it's quite sad. Thank you. Still give you plenty of room though, bud. Thanks for moving. Give you a wave. Because group rides, you know, I used to love them. And I suppose the other option is I could just keep saying, well, you know, it's a one-off, Stuart. Maybe this ride was a bit too much for you. Maybe you just need to sort of consider who else is going and try and work out what sort of ride it's going to be. Maybe go for the easier rides. The bigger groups, you know, where we all do stick together, aren't that much of an issue. I still think that pressure's going to be there. And let's be honest, biking is dangerous. And if you're going to do it, you need to keep yourself safe. I don't think if I set myself a rule aimed at keeping me safe, I need to stick to it. Unless, of course, there's a considerable amount of evidence to the contrary. Or evidence that, you know, I'm wrong. But in this case, I don't think I am. So yeah, that is why you won't be seeing any group rides from me for quite some time. And before this video goes out, I am going to tell everyone how I feel. You never know, I might not have any fucking friends by the time this video goes out, in which case I'll tag that on at the end. I'm confident. I think it'll be received positively. Maybe not by everyone, because, you know, I'm going to give my reasons, and a lot of those reasons are going to be quite critical of people's riding and attitudes, and they're probably not going to agree with me, and they're probably going to get quite butthurt. I expect at least one person will turn around and go, maybe you just need to learn to ride better, Stuart. And yes, I do. And that's why I'm not coming on fucking group rides anymore, because, you know, I'm not up to the things that are being demanded of me, and I plan on being alive. Let's go down here through the tunnel. It's only a short one, but tunnel's a tunnel, and I'm on a bike. But yeah, I think it'll generally be received positively. At least I hope it is anyway. Come on then, let's do a bit of revving through here, shall we? Should have brought the Virago after all, that thing loves tunnels. Right. I've not timed this ride very well. The plan was to have finished explaining why I'm not doing group rides anymore, just in time for when I got home. At the moment, I've still got about 20 minutes till I get home. So let's just have a bit of a ride down here. What else can we talk about? The thing I've just picked up is some Rain-X. It's actually off the back of the ride to London that I've just been complaining about for the past however long, half an hour, maybe more. When I was on the ride, and this was probably some of the heaviest rain I've ever ridden in. Maybe the time I rode up to see my parents was a little heavier, but they were about the same. Can't see a fucking thing out the visor. I'm wiping, it's just not working. It has to be a better way. I did see a company, they made like little windscreen wipers for visors, glue them to basically your forehead on the outside of your helmet, and you can turn it on but with a little Bluetooth remote on your handlebars, and it's just a tiny windscreen wiper. I thought it was quite cool. The advert came up on Instagram. Just as I was thinking, is there a windscreen wiper for motorcycle helmets? Surely someone's thought of this and tried it. And then there it was. I wasn't speaking out loud. I didn't type anything into Google, which makes me think that Google Pixel phones can read your mind. Or maybe it was a coincidence. No, I think it was definitely built in telepathy. Anyway. But they wanted to, it was like 250 quid for this thing. I was like, what the fuck? For your little gizmo. Oh, hello, mate. I mean, I'm doing 50. The limit for you on this road is 50. You're going to fit through this bridge. There's a low bridge coming up and he is quite tall for him. I suppose we'll see. Oh, but there it is, look. Yeah, I think he's going to fit. He's braking, he's not sure. Is he checking his plate? That is inches. It's 3.5 meters. I reckon he must have been like 3.45. Oh dear, mate. I'd have laughed so hard if he'd hit it. I mean, after checking everyone was okay, obviously. It goes down there. No bridges down that way. But yeah, anyway, a little windscreen wiper for your helmet. It's like 250 quid. I'm like, nah, mate. I'm not doing that. I looked at different gloves. I've heard of some gloves having like a little patch sort of on your thumb here, and it's basically super absorbent. It's like a microfiber cloth, so you can wipe your visor off. But I couldn't actually find any that do that, so maybe I imagined it. I thought about maybe just sewing on a little bit of microfiber cloth onto, you know, my left glove, or maybe something on the inside of my jacket cuff. I don't really want to be sewing onto my safety equipment, putting holes in it. And I thought, hang on a minute. When I was at the dealership, working at Vauxhall, we used to sell this stuff called Duxpack. And you basically like put it on a car windscreen, and the water basically just beads up and runs off. And supposedly it was developed by, I think they said Boeing. Read into that what you want. For aircraft to fly in the rain for better visibility. Well, you must be able to put that on helmet visors, because I know a lot of the lads, this is before I started riding obviously, a lot of the lads that did ride were planning on doing that. So I looked up Duxpack, because I had it on my car windscreen, it worked really well. can't fucking find that product anywhere. A few places selling it, but I don't know if they've gone bust. I mean, if it was a product of Boeing, who fucking knows? Put it on my visor and the fucking wheel will fall off or something like that. Or maybe they've just rebranded, I don't know. But eventually I found this Rain-X. I thought, I'll just double check. Is this safe for plastic, for visors? Because I know it's okay for glass, but glass and plastic are two very different things. I don't want to fuck my helmet up or compromise its safety in any way. It turns out it's not. But after a bit more research, it turns out Rain-X do a version for plastic, and it's made specifically for motorcycle visors, because they're not normal plastic and visors. They have their own like coatings and shit on them. So that's what I've picked up. And I won't do it when I get home because I'm getting really quite hungry now. But that will be subject of another video. I'll do a nice little review into it. I'll show you how it's applied and all that sort of thing. You watch, it won't fucking rain now for like the rest of the year. Never mind, I'll figure something out. Wear my helmet in the shower if I have to. Yeah. Crickwillow Engine Museum, just gone past there over to my right. It's an old pumping station. Well, I think I mentioned in my last Bumble on a 125 video. This whole fenland area needs to be constantly pumped out because we're below sea level. That's been a pumping station at that place for hundreds of years. It's also a drainage museum now. They call it Crickwillow Engine Museum. The road signs say drainage museum. When I first moved here, I didn't know anything about fens, other than they were really flat and hardly anyone fucking lived out here. Suited me to the ground. So I've seen signs for drainage museum, and I'm thinking, what, like sewers and shit? You know, well, that's a really smelly fucking place. But no, it's not. It's all about draining the fens. And I've lived out here for 8 years and I still haven't been. I tried to go once with my partner. It was not long after the pandemic, because we love things like that, both of us. We can spend all day in even the tiniest museum. We did once go to the world's smallest museum and still spent half a day there. But yeah, I did once try, but a few of their volunteers, museum volunteers, nearly always elderly, were still isolating and probably weren't ever going to come back. It's still an active pumping station, thankfully. The actual museum side, I think, is only open like 1 day a week, if that. And since then I've changed job, and unfortunately me and my partner get very few days off together. We just haven't had a chance to go back now. I could go on my own, but I kind of want to go with my partner. Or should I say fiancé now? If I do go, there will be lots of pictures and videos, because I love that sort of thing. Because they've got, supposedly anyway, all the different types of pump, and a lot of them still run and are still actively pumping. They're not just for show. Started off with wind power, and then it'll go to steam power, and then diesel, and the main pump that's doing most of the work now, of course, is electric. It's all there, and I love that sort of thing. Traction engines, big ships engines, all that sort of thing, right up my street. I was looking on their website and their opening hours fairly recently, and saw they're advertising for a marketing director. On a voluntary basis, they want, maybe like 1 day a week from you, which I can commit to. Should probably get in touch with them. I wonder if they're open tomorrow. I don't want to just email them. I want to... no one coming. Extra careful at this junction. People come along here way too fast. It's a 60 limit. Very few people do it. We did have a bike unfortunately die at that junction not too long ago. who just want something to do all their like social media. Well, I grew up using social media. I'm filming for YouTube right now. I think I could make a contribution. A few more miles and I'm home. I was quite pleased by one of the comments on my Unborn 125 video. One of my subscribers lives nearby. At the time of recording this, he's asking, do I ever get up to Hunstanton? I do, I quite like going to Hunstanton. I've done a few group rides up there. Not anymore, I'm going to go on my own now. Let's see what he says. It'd be pretty cool to would meet up, say go to Hunstanton or something, see the bike. Oh dearie me, now I've got sneeze on the inside of my visor. That's what I get for trying to make content when I've got a cold. Yes, I've managed to get a cold in July. It's July when I'm filming this. You're probably not going to see it till September, because I've already made July and August video. Yes, I managed to get a cold on my holiday in July. What a twat. Right, I think we'll finish the video here. I'm not going to film right up to my house. So, we'll call that it. Hopefully I haven't rambled too much. If I have, I'll cut it down as much as I can for you. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Hello, welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. It's product review time. Let's have a look at this. Right, so what have we got here? Well, it says here it's a, well, I'm feeling that should be smartphone holder. Smartphones holder. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the Givy or Jivy. I don't know. Let's go with Givy. I'm going with Givy. You know, it's GIF, not GIF. It's a Givy. Reason for purchase. If anyone saw last month's video about me withdrawing from group rides, I'm not going to do them anymore. One thing I did say in there is I still want to go to things, but I'm not going to be part of the group ride. I'm going to make my own way there. I need somewhere to put my phone to use as a sat-nav. I do have something like that, but it's a magnetic one that sits on the tank, and when I took the bike on holiday, big camping trip, it didn't really work. The phone, for one thing, first problem I had was it's laying almost completely flat, and in the sunshine it overheated and the whole phone shut off. So I was miles away from home, no idea where I was, completely relying on the sat-nav, and it shut off, and I ended up having to find some service station somewhere and sit there for like 2 hours until, you know, my phone was ready to go again. The ironic thing was, it was one of those newfangled electric car charging stations, and it was full of people sitting around waiting for their cars to charge. I've turned up on something that's supposed to avoid that, a nice petrol thing, and I've had to sit around waiting for an electronic gizmo to be ready to go. Anyway, so I started looking for something that can mount to the handlebars, but I need something decent to protect my phone mainly, but also something that didn't cost the earth. I was looking at some of the mounts out there, and Quadlock, for example. I'm sure they're great, but I absolutely hate their pricing structure. You buy a clamp, and then you have to buy the mount separately, and the vibration dampener is separate again. And, you know, they look reasonably priced to begin with, but then by the time you've bought all 4 or 5 pieces that you need, they're stupid money. Absolutely stupid money. Just more than I could ever justify. So, bit of research, and we came up with this. This came from Sports Bike Shop, bought online. They do have branches you can go to. The nearest one to me is like an hour's ride away, so I just bought it online. I can't remember how much it is, but I'll put it across the screen. So we'll have a look at the packaging as we always do, and then we'll open it up. First thing I noticed when it arrived, it says fits any scooter. Yeah, I don't have a scooter. That shouldn't make any difference, but yeah, doesn't fill you with confidence straight away, does it? But yeah, touchscreen compatible. I don't plan on touching it whilst I'm riding, so that's good, but means nothing to me. Water resistant, definitely good. I've been caught in some right weather when I've been out riding. iPhone / Galaxy S optimized. I don't care about that. I have a Google Pixel. On the side, got a QR code. Don't know what that's for. It looks like it just takes you to their website. Yeah. No tools, easy mounting. Well, we'll see about that. Adaptable to any frame, ranges 8 to 35 millimeters. Well, that's handy. I don't know what my handlebars are like, but I'm sure we can find a way to fit it then. Universally adaptable and adjustable. These are all things that it said on the website that sold me on it. And on the back, universal fitting system. The clamping system adapts to all sections in the range of 8 to 35 millimeters. So yeah, it looks like you have this clamp, and the rubber parts hold it fast. You probably screw these down just like you do with mounting a camera or anything. And adjustable free rotation head joints, so you can have it any which way you want. Oh yeah, and accessories included as well. These are included in the box. Something Quadlock haven't quite learnt yet, that you can just sell more than one item at a time. Yeah, additional rain cover, safety band, sun shield, inner shims, which we'll have a look at, but they, as far as I know, are just like little things that you put in to help hold your phone securely. That's the other problem I have with my current setup. It's too big for the phone, so it sort of moves around. It's not a big deal, but you know, if you're a bit anal about it, your phone sort of ends up sat at an angle and it does your head in. But there we go. And regulation inner straps. I don't know what that means. What regulation? Yeah, anyway, not much else to be said about it. I've got the model up here on the top, S957B, whatever the hell that means. Yeah, designed to hold iPhone 6 Plus, 6S Plus, 7 Plus, Samsung Galaxy S6, S6 Edge, S7, S7 Edge, S8, the LG G4, G5 and G6, any other smartphone of comparable size, and it gives it here up to 161 by 83. Fairly sure I measured my phone and it fits in there. If not, sports bike shops seem to have a great returns policy, so I'm sure I can just take it back. Alright, let's open it up, see what's inside. Right, open her up. This is the first time I've opened this, even though it's been sitting on this desk for about a week. First impressions are, that's nice. I like that. This immediately fills me with a fair bit of confidence. It looks like, yeah, you press that down to release it, so that's not going to come off anytime soon. And that's quite firm as well.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
It's in here. Right, so that's the bit that mounts on. That fills me with slightly less confidence. I'm sure it's up to the job. It feels reasonably firm, but
that one is also sexual.
This plastic looks and feels cheap. We'll see about that when we mount it, especially this bit. These tabs that look like they're meant to lock into there don't look like they're up to much. Okay, alright. I do like this touch though, these little things which go on there, so you don't have the metal poking out. That's a nice touch. That's a shim that'll go in there. Mixed feelings so far then. I like that as well. This back bit is solid and that's screwed in. It's not just glued on like you find sometimes. This isn't going to go anywhere. That's good. Oh, these are all the straps and such like, aren't they? That I think is just packaging. So, that is that inner shim that it talked about. So that goes over there and yes, stops your phone having to rub on these screw heads. So put that in there like that. That's meant to be the safety strap. Okay. What the hell is this? Oh, it's the additional rain cover that it talked about. The phone's in there like that. Does that go? Interesting, at least, yeah. So I suppose if you were expecting really extreme weather, you can put this over so that you know it's going to be kept dry. Obviously the touchscreen function is lost, but like I said, for me at least, that's no great loss. These zips here look like they do a pretty reasonable job of keeping the water out anyway. Very similar ones on my existing phone holder, and like I said, I've had that out in some pretty extreme rain and hail, and they didn't let any water in. But that's a nice touch that being added on. It pays to spend a little bit of extra money, it seems. I suppose what I need to do is try my phone in it, don't I? I want to see what these straps are for now. Right, so you lay your phone in there, and that... Oh, the Velcro is there, but then this bit, my phone isn't fat enough. Oh wait, hang on. I don't mind that at all, actually. That's okay. That's not going anywhere. And with that zipped up, normally my phone lights up just from tapping the screen. Okay, so there is still some functionality on this, but it's struggling a bit. So as I come here to the doing stuff and filming at Instagram, if I the normal amount of pressure, nothing's happening. Press hard, it will do it. So I suppose, yeah, we are keeping the functionality like they claim, although it is, I would say it's reduced. So if I, yeah, you can't, you've got to, it's weird, you can scroll but you can't tap, which isn't really much good. I'm going to say the touchscreen functionality is lost, but again, that's not a concern for me. I don't believe in using my phone whilst riding or driving, so not a problem. And let's see how this works. So that looks like it goes. There's a little like lug here and the cutout, so it has to go in one way. And it looks like you don't just press it in, although you could probably force it in, but you press that down to open it up, locate it, and then let go. That feels reasonably firmly held in as well, actually. I was worried for a moment that it was these bits that pressed in, but no, they look to be just to help you locate it on the locking mechanism. Feel a bit better about it now. Yeah, this plastic, it still feels cheap, but as I'm tightening it down, it doesn't feel like it's bending or flexing. I think it's up to the job, it's just, it has a wrong texture, shall we say. Obviously we can't test this end bit until I go and clamp it on the bike, but that looks alright. I quite like that. Like I said, we've lost some functionality, but again, not an issue. This edge around here is a good touch. This kind of sold me on it, because I want to be able to see it when I'm riding in the sun. So what I'm going to go with is as much of an upward angle as I can with it to keep the sun off. But that really sold it to me, was seeing that. That, and it's not, you know, stupid money. That's just packaging. But honestly, I might keep it and leave it in there just to help keep everything firmly in, because there's still a bit of movement with the phone. And then this is the safety strap as well. So I suppose if all else fails, if this does break, you're still not going to lose an expensive phone. Oh, that's quite cool, is that? Right. One more thing I want to check. Good. The slip for the charger is actually open. The last one I bought, it was sealed. It had the little rubber grommet on the bottom, but then I had to get a Stanley knife and cut it open before it was usable. Now that could be a problem. The phone, pressed up against here, doesn't line up with that. So the phone has to be pressed down. Let's get a wire. Yeah, look, that pushes through there. It doesn't line up with the phone. How's that going to work then? Right, so with that zipped up and the charging cable in, I don't know if you can see, but the phone is now well away from the screen. So we definitely don't have touch screen functionality. It's not possible, because I'm touching this, I'm not touching the screen of the phone. I'm also a little concerned now if that's putting stress on the charging port of the phone. It may have to be that I get a different type of wire, maybe one that has a right angle connector on it, because that's not ideal, isn't that? Basically that slit needs to be further forward. It needs to be on this edge here. It's minor, we can get round it, but that's a bit of a design flaw. Right, well, I could sit here talking about it a lot longer. The real test is I need to go and put it on the bike. And so, yeah, let's go down to the showroom and get it done. Right, so here we are down in the showroom, as I like to call it, showroom / workshop. The outer part still under construction and probably will be for quite some time. That's a story for another day. I've realised something as soon as I got down here. I've ordered this thing, but whilst this is a really simple bike, this is a really busy area. We're going to have to get a bit creative as to where this gets mounted. The only sort of feasible spot that I can see is right here. Can't do it on this side because the heated grips are in the way. We've got the screen mounted, which I could take off, but I quite like it being there. Can't go here because these lights get in the way. Also, you know, it's then going to block my speedo if I did put it there, so it's going to have to be up here. It's the only place it can really go. So yeah, let's just get it fitted. So we're going to attempt this without tools, as it suggests. And this rather nicely, I didn't notice this upstairs, it opens up, that one lifts completely out of the way and it opens up like that, but you can't do the same with the other side, so you can't lose both halves of it. That does make fitting this considerably easier. Yeah, so let's... Right, and we'll get it as high up the bar as I can. What I'm trying to avoid is having to look down at it, so I want it to be high up. I do the same when I've got my sat-nav going in the car or in the van. I have it reasonably high up so it's only just out of my field of view when I'm driving, or in this case riding. There we go, that's as tight as I dare with it. Problem with these types of clamps is you reach a point where you're tightening it, and you can tighten it a lot, but you can see the plastic starting to bend, and it then becomes a question of how tight do you go with it, because if you snap the plastic or even just deform it permanently, you're fucked, it's ruined, you've got to start again. That's about as tight as I dare go with it. The little rubber grommets are in place. To be fair, I can move the weight of the motorbike on that, so I think that's going to be okay. This bit... Okay, that's on. Let's pick the bike up. So it's not that adjustable. That's as far over as I can get it. That is the limit of the movement. We can get around this, I just need to adjust the position of the clamp, but they said infinitely adjustable. I wouldn't really call that infinite. That's actually quite limited. Okay. If I look distracted, it's because the biggest pigeon I've ever seen has landed right outside the showroom door, and it's just looking from me to the dog to Muffin, who's trying to make her way in here. But rather than just... pigeons have their eyes on the sides of their head because they're a prey animal, and rather than just looking at me as you would expect, it's turning its head around the other way to look at me with both eyes. And then doing the same to the dog. What do you want, pigeon? Are we going to fight or something? I warn you, you're delicious. Right, once again, I don't think that's going anywhere. I can keep tightening it, but I am, once again, bending the plastic up rather than actually gaining anything from it. But that looks a little better. Let's mount this on there now. Okay, that's more or less the angle I wanted. Pretty spot on, actually. I'm sitting here. This is the position I will be riding in, obviously in proper gear. Phone is there, speedo's there. It's not blocking access to any of the controls. I can still get to those here. Yeah, that looks good to me. Let's try my phone in it. That looks great. Looks brilliant actually from this angle. I'm really impressed with that, and I need to redo the front USB on this before doing any long trips because it's broken, and it's also going to be in the wrong place now, but it shouldn't be too difficult to get it up and in. I like that. That looks good. I'll show you from my end of things. There we go, so just trying to show you as close to what I'm seeing as possible. The body camera will probably do a better job when I give this a road test, but
as you can see, it's in a really convenient place, and it makes it really easy to see. There is, as you can see, a bit of movement to it, but it is secure. We'll see when we get out on the road. Obviously the screen is here, and if the wind hits it here, is it going to start to wobble and vibrate? That could be concerning. But again, I can always look to reposition. I mean, there's nothing to stop it, say, being clamped onto these, the supports for the screen, as long as I can still see the speedo. There's options open, but at the moment that looks pretty good to me. Right, I'm going to do this strap up, and then we're going to go take it for a road test.
Right, here we go, out on the open road. I can see, well, I hope you can see, hopefully I've got the angle right. The phone is in the holder. I haven't bothered putting the USB cable up to it. It won't go on a 15-minute ride. I'll do the USB in my own time. It's not really within the scope of this video.
Right, that's enough of that god-awful noise. It turns out sound when I'm riding the Virago is going to be a major challenge. I'll keep working on it, but you're unfortunately not going to see much footage with audio of me riding that bike anytime soon. It was just awful. The wind noise was terrible. Anyway, on with the phone mount. It performed perfectly on this ride. I gave the bike the beans, we've shown it some corners, I deliberately went over some bumps a bit too fast, including a couple of level crossings to really shake it around. Absolutely fine. Yes, it does move a touch, but not really that much. No more than any other mount that I've seen out there. And if anything, the phone moves inside the holder more than the holder itself does, but that's just because it's slightly too big and I haven't strapped it in properly. Not a big deal at all. The little sun visor on it doesn't look like much, but it works really well. The phone screen is always nice and clear and bright. I can see it at all times, even when the sun is shining more or less directly on it. I haven't yet, at the time of editing, had a chance to test it in the rain, although I did once leave my bike out and it rained and the inside of the phone holder was still dry. So I'm fairly confident that will be fine as well. That was without the little rain poncho thing, which I still carry around with me just in case. On the way back, I tried something a little different. I didn't need the sat-nav on, I knew where I was going. What I did was I put my phone to record on its rear view camera, so you get a nice shot of my face. Now, it's a bit obscured by the little sun visor on the holder, which is unfortunate, and the angle wasn't quite right, but I thought it looked reasonably cool. It's an option. If I ever wanted to record my own face whilst riding, then you can do that. You just use the camera on your phone. I'd still recommend a properly mounted camera, but you have that option if you don't have one. So, all in all, really good. Really happy with it. I have since fixed the USB on the bike. I've brought it forward and mounted it properly up on the handlebars, and I've got a short wire going into the phone holder. The hole on the holder still doesn't line up with the phone when it's up against that plastic screen. It's bending the charger. The way I've gotten around that is to just not strap the phone in. You have those shims, and I kept that bit of foam packaging to really clamp the phone in there. Just don't use it. Just let the phone be a little bit loose. It's still secure, the mount is secure, your phone might move around inside like I said, but you're not putting any stress on the charger. That is the only downside to this phone mount, is they've just got the position of the charger hole completely wrong. You may be able to get around that with a different shape charger. I'm looking. If I find one, I'll post an update, probably as a short link in the description. If there's no link, then I haven't found anything. But since filming this episode and editing it, I've been on 2 rides. I went from where I live down to Silver Ball Cafe in Royston, about an hour's ride. It did brilliantly. I had the sat-nav on the whole way. It did exactly what I expected it to. It was secure, I could see it. Roads weren't exactly smooth in places. It performed brilliantly. Second one was from where I live to Hunstanton. Another hour again. Perhaps a little more vigorous on that ride because it's a fun place to go to. But again, it performed brilliantly. It just got on with it. And it's got to the point where I'm confident enough in the mount that I don't even think about it anymore. I put my phone in it, I set it up, and I go, and it's just there. I don't worry about it one bit. I actually completely forgot to attach the little safety strap that it came with on one of those rides when I've noticed, oh, okay, that's fine, these things happen. So that's where I'm going to close it out. It's a brilliant bit of kit. I highly recommend. It's a great price, certainly a lot better price than you get with other brands. If you need a phone mount that's waterproof and you can still see the screen in the sun, isn't likely to overheat your phone by leaving it face up in the sun like I've had before, yeah, get one. Can't recommend it enough. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Hello and welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Today, I'm giving up riding. Alright, no, I'm not actually giving up riding. That's not a decision I'm ever going to make. At least not until I'm like 95 and can't do it anymore. I am, however, giving up riding this bike for the winter. I love this bike, I really do. I'm really happy to have it, and I plan on having it for a long time. I'm not one of those that's just going to go through a new bike every 6 months or something like that. However, I am aware that she is a classic and needs to be treated as such. As such, I don't want to be riding her through winter. It's not so much the increased risk of having an accident. If I was worried about that, I would stop riding altogether, which I'm not doing. I'm still riding my 125. It's more that I just want to keep it nice. We put a lot of salt on our roads in Britain during the winter. I really wish we wouldn't. You know, I wish people would just learn to drive, but that's never going to happen. And at the moment, the roads are caked in mud where I live. For example, I washed my car and my work van, and within a week, you couldn't tell. And the other day, I'm driving home, start slowing down for a roundabout in a perfectly normal way, start braking, and the car just skids. I ended up sideways on the wrong side of the roundabout. Didn't hit anything, thankfully, but I needed new trousers afterwards, so I just don't want to be exposing such a nice bike to that sort of treatment. You know, salt, muck, grit, it's not what it's there for. A modern bike, yes, but not this one. I just don't want to do it. So I've had a long think about it. I'm going to lay her up for the winter and bring her out ready for next season when it's a bit nicer. To do that, however, you can't just stick her in the shed or the garage or whatever and forget about her until summer comes round. Well, you can, but I don't recommend it. It's not a good idea. Again, it's an old bike. She needs some TLC to get through the winter. So, bit of research on it, different sources. They all say more or less the same thing. I've taken bits from all of them and made up a list of things I want to do with the bike to lay her up and keep everything nice and pucker ready for next season. These are: number one, quick, clean and dry. The bike's already pretty clean, so we're not going to pull it out and do a full wash and everything. Just a bit of a wipe down here and there, because she had a wash not that long ago anyway. Number two, we need to address the fuel. Now, modern fuel is very stable, even the E10. I know a lot of people go on about how, you know, if you don't consume your E10 within 24 hours, it turns to milk or whatever shite they keep going on about. However, this is going to be stood still, again, in an older bike, over winter. It's going to be cold, so I want to do something to address the fuel, even though I don't subscribe to this idea of fuel instantly going bad. It will probably be fine if we don't do anything, but we're going to do it anyway. We need to address the battery
over the winter. We need to look after that as well. Tyres need to be addressed. They need to be looked after whilst it's going to be out of use. The overall environment in here I want to address as well. I've put a lot of work into this showroom, but at the end of the day it's still a wooden structure. It's a summer house. It's not really a shed, it's a summer house, so it's going to get cold and potentially a bit damp in here, so we're going to take measures to mitigate against that. We need to plug any gaps that we find in it. Air intake, exhaust, that sort of thing. I live in the country. Even if you live in a town, mice are going to be looking for somewhere warm and dry to make their homes over the winter. Motorbikes are lovely for it, so we need to do something with that. As I said earlier, measures to protect her from any damp in here. We're going to get her all nicely covered up to protect from dust and anything like that. And then finally, we're going to lock everything down so that I still have her next season. So those are the 9 things we're going to do. Let's start with a good clean, and then we'll get the rest of it done. Right, quick clean down. Now, having ridden this bike a fair bit, and I think it's safe to say in all weathers, bar snow, which I'm never going to do anyway because that's mental, the main areas that seem to get mucky on this bike are your front-facing areas. Sounds obvious, but I've seen some bikes out there that people ride daily and they get mucky, and they have really weird dirt patterns on them. But it seems to be these 2 chrome parts here. This one is electronics, the other side is the air intake. Along the front they get fouled up quite a lot. The front of the forks get fouled up quite a lot, but interestingly the mudguard doesn't, unless you ride it through a lot of water. And then the front of the engine and the gearbox down here also seem to get covered in crud. From the pegs back, it doesn't really pick up any dirt at all. When I've been cleaning it, the majority of my effort is spent in this area here. Like I said, some bikes I've seen don't get any muck like above a certain level, so this would all be clean. But then down the bottom, they are just filthy. My Life and King, the 125 that I'm still riding, gets loads of mud on the back of it. It has a mud guard on it and everything, and it fits around the tyre. But you get so much mud over the back and on the swing arm and all that lot, but don't seem to get that with this. Even the saddlebags, which stick out slightly further than my legs, don't pick up any dirt. It's all this area here, these 3 in particular. Now, the bike is reasonably clean. It had a wash, and then I went on one ride which was dry all day, and it's been put away since. It's been actually put away for a couple of weeks now, which is part of the reason I've decided to lay her up for the winter. I'm just not riding her, so we may as well just put her away. But anyway, the bike is pretty clean as it is, so rather than get all the water and soap and sponges out and everything, we're just going to use some simple detailing wipes, clean these 3 areas up, do the screen as well because that's picked up some bugs, and call that it. It doesn't need any more. Obviously your mileage may vary, but this is what I'm doing. He says all that about wipes and then finds that all his little detailing wipes have dried out and are completely fucking useless. Never mind, I found some that still have some moisture in, and these are just general purpose wipes. They're good for plastic, they're good for glass, metal. They're just for wiping stuff down. They don't have any harsh chemicals in them, so I'm not worried about using them on all surfaces. So There we go, simple as that. It's amazing what a quick wipe down with some detailing wipes will do for the look of a bike. Just take off that little bit of dirt and it looks lovely. I'm really like those things. Next up is fuel. Now, like I said, I am not worried, and I don't subscribe to this idea that modern fuels just immediately go off if they're not consumed within, a few days. I've heard some people say it starts going off as soon as you buy it and you have to use it within a week or it's useless. It's simply not true. Modern fuel is really stable. If you don't believe me, there's a channel out there called Technology Connections, and he has had some E10 fuel in a snowblower, which is a small 4-stroke engine if I remember rightly, and it's been in there for 2 years. This snowblower gets used like 1 or 2 days a year, and the fuel is fine. This little engine just starts first time every time on this 2-year-old fuel, and this winter I believe will be the 3rd year, and it's still working fine. So I just don't subscribe to what a lot of people say, that modern fuels, especially E10, just go off and they're useless and they'll ruin everything. I've just not seen any evidence of it at all. All I've ever seen is like this anecdotal evidence. People say, oh well, look at this is what happens when you use E10. And it's like, nah, I don't believe you, there's more going on. However, I do believe in condensation.
That just makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's just bullshit. Fuck. Oh my.
And that's my main concern leaving this. Now, as I said, it's going to get cold in here, and when it's cold you obviously get damp and condensation. The fuel tank seal is good. However, if there's air, you then get moisture, and if you get moisture, you get condensation. So it's a really simple fix. Just going to top the tank right up, completely brim it with good quality fuel, which I purchased this morning, because whilst I don't subscribe to it, I'm also not just going to use my shitty old lawnmower fuel that I've had in the shed for the past year. Brand new fuel, top it right up to the top, and that will eliminate that problem. Give it a minute to go down. What I've noticed with this, because this isn't really the main fuel tank, it holds fuel but it's not really there, the main tank is underneath, you fill it up and then wait a minute and you lose just a little bit more. There's only a tiny bit just around the fuel filler cap as the last of the air comes out of the main tank. It's only a tiny amount. I never normally bother when I'm at the petrol station. I just fill it up, close the cap and go pay. For these purposes I want it very full. There we are, full to the very brim. Close that up. Oh, maybe a bit too full. Whoops. That's the other reason I don't fill it right to the brim at petrol stations. Shit like that happens when you've got a hot engine. Obviously not a concern now, it's stone cold and there's no sources of ignition in here, even the lights are all LED. So anyway, that is full to the top, no air whatsoever in it. If there's no air, like I said, there should be no condensation whatsoever. Sorted, don't need to worry about that. Next up is overinflate the tyres. This is to avoid pressure spots or flat spots from it being stood for so long. Now, some people say pick it up on its centre stand. I don't have a centre stand on this. The Virago very rarely seems to come with one. Paddock stands, I don't have them, and I don't actually have room for them either, even if I did have them. And other people saying, oh, stick some rolled up carpet underneath it to get the bike off the ground. I don't have a load of rolled up carpet lying around. Failing all that, what you do is you overinflate the tyres. It's as simple as that. If you overinflate them, they can't be compressed as much with the weight of the bike sitting on them, and that will be fine. You just got to remember to let them back down again before you go out riding. So According to the manual, for someone of my weight, we want 28 on the front, 32 on the back. So what I think we'll do is we'll go 35 and 40 at the back, and that should do it. It's not like I'm going to be entirely absent for the next however many months. I am going to come down and check on the bike, and of course I'm still riding my 125, which is stored next to it, so I'll be down here, I'll be able to check on the tyres. So let's get them pumped up. Next is a little bit more of an involved process, taking care of the battery. Those of you that have been following my biking series or my product review series, earlier in the year I bought and did a review video of a trickle charger from Halfords. This is exactly what it's meant for, keeping batteries charged over long periods of time. We need to remove the seat, connect it up, and then basically just leave it. It's designed to do its job over an indefinite period of time, keep your battery in tip-top condition so that when I come back to riding this bike, she's good to go straight away. So let's do that. Right, seat on. Oh, oh for fuck's sake. Right, let's try that again, shall we? And right there is our battery. So, where's my charger? For fuck's sake! I really need to find time to have a tidy up in this showroom. It is a proper tip. Problem I have is I've got big plans for it, and I've bought a load of stuff to use down here. Like, I want to extend it, I've got all manner of things, new flooring, but I just have not had the time to put my plans into practice. As a result, there's just shite piled up everywhere. It's not getting used. That one is negative. I can clip onto there. You clip onto there, like that. Right, plug her in. 12 volt mode selected. And I'll show you this. It went through its boot up cycle, which you can see on the review video. And it's gone to flashing green, which means it's a good battery and it's above a certain level but needs a little bit of a charge. So that's what flashing green means. Makes perfect sense because the bike has already been stood for about a month, which is what led to my decision to lay it up for the winter. I'm just not using it. So it needs a little bit of a top up, and then that will go to solid green when it's maintaining, and then that's it. It can stay like that, like I say, for an indefinite period of time, and it just keeps the battery topped up and maintained, so I don't need a new one every time she comes out of hibernation. Right, next. Next up is plug-in holes, giggity giggity.
Oh God!
Now, there's two main entries that concern me with this.
Oh God!
One is right here, the air intake. It sucks air in just under there.
Oh God!
And the other is the exhaust.
That one is also sexual.
Mainly this one, because imagine a mouse gets in there, it crawls up into the air intake, chews up your air filter, and all manner of shite can get sucked down into your engine when you next start it. It could chew a hole in your airbox. It can do some damage from this end. The exhaust, less of a concern. Even if it goes right up the exhaust, it's going to struggle to get into your actual engine. It's off, valves are closed. Even if one was open, it's a tiny gap, even for a mouse. And why would it ever go in there? For a mouse, it's going to be pitch black. I know they can see at night, but they still need some light. And it's going to smell, it's going to be cold. Imagine crawling inside a giant engine yourself. You wouldn't do it. So the exhaust, less of a concern, but we're still going to block it up. Originally I wanted to use wire wool, but I don't have any, and I'm risking scratching it up, which I don't really want to do. What I'm going to do instead, we're just going to stuff it with a rag, really stuff it in.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
I'm going to be checking on the bike periodically anyway, and it'll get a thorough checking before it's next brought out for a ride. So if there is any sign that mice are getting at this rag, then I'll swap it for wire wool. So I'll do this, and I've got 2 more rags for the exhaust. So this goes in here, and I'm literally just going to stuff it in. Right, I'm doing the editing now on this video. It's due out in 2 days, and video editing takes forever. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of innuendo in this section, and I just don't have time to put it in. So if you see one, just make the noise yourself in your head or out loud in a public place. But yeah, sorry, I'm just not going to put any more giggities in, because it'll just never get fucking finished at this rate. All right, let's just carry on. There we go. I've also got a nice big yellow warning that there's something stuffed in my air intake, just in case I forget to take it out. Will it stop a really determined mouse? No, it won't. But if you're a mouse going around looking for somewhere, if you can't immediately get in here, they're going to go somewhere else. These are prey animals, they die really easily, and they don't like being out in the open. They're going to go somewhere else. So it significantly reduces the likelihood, which is fine by me. Right, I'm not going to get a camera angle on the exhaust, you're just going to have to trust that I've done them. There we go. Next thing is protecting the old girl from damp. We're going to do this in a couple of ways. First up is I've been to B&M, which has become my sort of replacement for Wilko since that shut down. Anyone who's been following the channel for a while will know I used to love going to Wilko. I spent most of my weekends in there and half my fucking money. So, got some of these. I'm a big believer in these. They're just basically dehumidifiers. These little balls absorb a lot of moisture and it all collects in the bottom here. I've already got a couple in here which are reaching the end of their life. I bought an entire 4-pack for £3.50. They're not at all expensive. I don't mind replacing them through the winter if I have to, but we're going to put all 4 on and around the bike, and these will suck out a lot of moisture from this room, especially once the doors are shut and it's a bit more of an enclosed environment. So let's get them open. These are scented as well, so as well as protecting the bike from moisture, they will also make it smell nice. So tear off the sheet, leave the paper, put that back on, and that's ready to go. That is now absorbing moisture. So we're going to put one under there, and if you've never used these, the way you tell that they're done is the bottom half is full of water, and the top half, all the beads will have completely dissolved. So it's just, I mean, they normally actually absorb water about 3/4 of the way up, and then you just throw them away and get new ones. I'll have another under there. Can sit there quite nicely, and another goes up in there. The reason for the positioning of those will become apparent later in the video. Next up, lock it all down. I know I'm doing these out of order compared to what I said earlier. Lock the bike up, so we'll do front and rear, locks and chains and everything, and then we're on to the final stages. There we go. Second to last thing we're going to do to the bike, and there's one more thing after that I want to do in the showroom in general. Just cover her up. Yeah, just keep dust and dirt off. You've got less cleaning to do when you bring her back out of hibernation, and I just like it. It feels like I'm taking care of the bike, which is the whole reason I'm doing all of this. So I'm just going to lightly cover her over, avoiding covering the battery, because obviously when you've got a battery on charge or even just on trickle charge, there's always a little bit of heat going to be involved in doing that. So we're just going to leave that exposed so that heat can dissipate, but the rest of the bike's going to be just a loose dust sheet. The alarm will probably go off now. Knew it. Now I'm using cloth. I do have a plastic bike cover that I really only keep if I'm, say, travelling and there's a chance that the bike's going to be left out in the rain. I can cover her up, but I don't really use it any other time. Problem with plastic ones is they trap condensation, and then all this effort to keep damp off is ruined because you're just cancelling it out and then some. At least with a cloth, any condensation will be absorbed by it and will then be able to evaporate. It's a breathable fabric, and they don't trap that much to begin with, so there's less condensation, and that which does arise is easily dealt with, especially when we've got the dehumidifiers underneath. And there she is. That's how the Virago is going to remain until next year, really. Not quite sure how I feel about it. I mean, I've said before, there's nothing sadder than a bike that doesn't get ridden, a car that doesn't get driven. But I do think it's the best for her. Like I say, she's a classic and needs to be treated as such. So this will be her hibernation for the near future. Right, there's one more thing that I want to do, and then we're going to close the video off. Here we go, last thing we're going to do. I have got myself one of these. Well, actually I've got several. They're dotted all around the house. It's a Wi-Fi plug socket or Wi-Fi switch, whatever you want to call it. Basically that goes in the wall, plug your appliance into that, and you can turn them on and off by remote. I've got them plugged into lamps around the house. They are hooked up to my 4 fish tanks, controlling the lights and the air pumps at certain times of the day, because you can set schedules as well. Do it all through the Google Home app. What this one will allow me to do is have this little oil heater on remote control from wherever I am in the house or when I go out and about, and essentially I'll be able to stop it getting too cold in here. It's not going to be on all the time, ain't got money for that. These oil-filled radiators, they are really quite efficient. I found them to be one of the best ways of heating your home, apart from a central heating system. But we'll set this to minimum, and this just to on-off mode, controllable from my phone. And then if I look out in the morning and it's gotten really frosty, or it's due to get cold, I can just flick it on minimum, and it'll just stop it getting too cold and damp in the showroom where the bike is. And by too cold I mean like freezing or below, you know, when it's going to start potentially doing some damage, when like condensation won't evaporate, it will freeze, all that sort of thing, you know, when it starts to really get damp in a place like this. So that goes in the wall, that plugs into it, there we go. Quick demonstration of what I mean. There she is, plugged in, set to minimal power, minimum temperature, and I go on my phone, turn her on, and then I can turn her off again later as well. And that's it. It really is as simple as that. Next up is plugging holes, giggity giggity.
Oh, God!
Now, there's 2 main entries that concern me with this.
Oh, God!
One is right here, the air intake. It sucks air in just under there.
Oh, God!
And the other is the exhaust.
That one is also sexual.
Mainly this one, because
steaming up already. I'm heading out in rush hour with a steamed up visor, and I haven't ridden in about 2 months. Good start to the day. Alright, welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. It's MOT time today for the old Lifeline King. Always a bit of a nerve-wracking time for owners of any type of vehicle. There's the MOT, you know. Are you going to pass the government test? Ooh, fucking mud on the road. Are you going to be allowed back on the road? How much is it going to cost you? But I'm feeling good. I only have one real concern with this bike, and that's the brake lights. When I pull the front brake, occasionally the little switch on the brake servo sticks. And it's not that the brake lights don't come on, it's that they then go back out, which I suppose is as good as them not being on. I suppose it's best having the headlights on. It's still a bit early in the morning. And hopefully I've got the sound a bit better for this video as well. I followed some tips in the comments and did a bit of research myself on how to get acceptable sound whilst riding a motorbike. Oh, we'll go left here. I'm not in any rush, I've got like an hour to get there. Back brake, oh yeah, back brake works well. Slowing down early because there's a Range Rover up my chuff, because a Range Rover. Around here. Oh great, he's followed me. How much are we betting he goes for the ill-advised overtake? We'll get over the crest of this hill, I bet he goes for it. But yeah, that's my only concern with the bike. It may end up needing, well, as far as I can tell, it's the entire thing, the brake fluid reservoir and the light switch, they all come as one. Of course, parts for Chinese motorcycles aren't the easiest to come by, but we'll have to see what happens. And yeah, hopefully the sound is a bit better. Oh, here he comes. I mean, mate, I'm doing 60, the limit is 60. Whatever. But yeah, hopefully the sound is a bit better. Essentially, I've taken the microphone, removed the little clothing clip and tucked it in the cheek pad of the helmet. And with a bit of luck, what that will mean is the wind noise is reduced to nil, but you should still be able to hear my voice. Maybe a touch muffled, we'll have to see. We'll just have to see when I watch the footage back how much of an improvement it's made. Because short of spending a boatload of money I don't have, I'm struggling to find ways to improve the sound quality when I'm riding. And, you know, I'm trying to make biking content, but without the biking. Yeah. So, if you're watching this, it means it's at least slightly improved, or was usable. I've been out a couple of times trying different things, and the footage was completely unusable, so I just deleted it. So we'll have to see. Anyway, the MOT isn't really what I wanted to talk about today. I mean, it's the reason I'm going out on the bike, but it's not the reason I'm filming, it's not the reason I'm talking to you now. The reason something don't quite feel right here. Oh, horse. Bloody hell. Right. Low gear. I'm not going to look to go past, but I want to go past nice and wide. Clutch in. There we go. they waved. They seemed happy with the way I approached that. Anyway, the real reason I wanted to talk to you was group rides. Now, it's a couple of months back, I published a video. Fuck me, no wonder my arm's cold. I haven't done that cuff up. There we go. I published a video basically saying I'm not doing any more group rides. If you haven't seen it, I'll put a link in the description, and if I can be bothered, I'll maybe put a card on the screen that you can click on. But essentially, I went on a group ride, and it was, I don't know if I would call it a disaster, but it was awful, and it culminated in me basically being left behind in London, and I made my own way home, and yeah, there was a lot wrong. It wasn't safe. Oh, Jesus. Trying to maintain position too, but the road is so broken up. It grabs the tyre and jolts you around everywhere. Should have gone the other way. They've just repaved the road. The other side of the railway to my right, there's another road that's just been repaved. It's like a racetrack. Should have gone that way. But yeah, anyway, it was a ride to London, and it was everything you shouldn't do on a group ride out. Way too fast, no consideration of safety, not sticking together, not looking out for each other. It was really quite disappointing and quite upsetting, and it sort of hammered home some feelings I'd had about previous group rides, in that I felt pressured to go faster than I really wanted to, and it felt like, basically I'm part of a riding group, and we're a group of really good friends. Yeah, it felt like this group was going in a direction I couldn't follow, and that someone was going to get themselves hurt. We're here. And I didn't flounce from the group. I didn't leave the group. I was still in all the group chats, but I took a break from it all, and basically just didn't interact or read the messages. I think I got up to like 2,000 unread messages in one of the WhatsApp groups, and then I just tabbed it off and didn't bother reading any of it. And yeah, really withdrew from it because it was bad. If you want the full story, go back and watch the video. The sound is passable. Maybe don't watch it on too high of a volume, and I explain everything that went on. And yeah, I really didn't want to do group rides. Since then, however, more has happened. So it turns out, I thought that my absence hadn't really been noticed. It turns out it was. It's just that people didn't really know what to make of it, because there was a lot of other drama going on. As in, like, accusations of SA, as we have to say on YouTube. False accusations, I might add, as well. Basically, vile things being thrown around by people who've had too much to drink on a Saturday night. The sort of admin of the group were getting woken up in the middle of the night with this and that and all this arguing. There's a lot. I'm not going to go into it. I wasn't privy to it, and a lot of it is kind of private business, but it got really serious, and people didn't know basically what my view was. I was completely fucking oblivious. I was just upset over the London ride. Yeah, but didn't want to make a fuss. Basically, if there was a group ride going on, I was just going to say, look, I'll meet you there, guys. And if anyone asked why I didn't want to ride with them, then I'd tell them. But I wasn't going to start flouncing like some people do on Facebook groups. But anyway, all this drama, eventually came to a head. And a group sort of broke away and didn't want anything to do with us anymore. interestingly, it was all the people that were on that London ride riding like complete bellends. And there was a new group formed with the same name because they have no imagination. And yeah, lots of people were leaving that had been caught up in all this drama and wanted nothing to do with it. And it felt like the whole thing was falling apart. My entire friendship group was breaking up, and I don't have any other friends. So that was unacceptable. So what we did, we arranged a small run to Hunstanton, which is, I don't know, 50-60 mile from where I live. It's a nice, straightforward ride, and of course Hunstanton's a lovely place to be. Very popular with bikers. You can get right up by the coast and everything if you haven't been. And I went with 2 other bikers. Getting gear, you twat. Which I suppose technically is a group ride, but not really. But I trusted these 2 to be sensible, and of course I could just follow my own rule, which was I'll go at my own pace. If they fuck off at stupid speed, I'll see them there. That's the best way of doing it. If they ride off, well then it's them that have ended the group ride. And we met up with a few other people from the group, a few that had left up in Hunstanton, and had a long talk. And they filled me in on all the drama that had gone on, and I was quite shocked because there was a lot of it. Like, a lot, and a lot of it very serious. Yeah, like I say, false accusations of SA, police, solicitors, yeah, all manner of shit, which, when you're just a group of mates who just want to ride bikes, you really shouldn't have to be dealing with. But there we are. I've come down here in bloody school run into fucking smelly teenagers everywhere. So yeah, they filled me in on all the drama, and they said, you know, they had noticed that I'd been absent from the group, and thought that it was because of the drama. And I said, no, I had no idea about any of this. And I told them what happened on the London ride. And I explained it all in detail, like I did in the video. And they turned around and said, you know what? I thought it was something like that, Stuart. It turns out they'd heard about what happened in London that had been left behind. One member of the group, Rosper, trained, very safety conscious. Yeah, never have a problem riding with him, that's for sure. Was absolutely livid. That's not how you conduct a ride. You don't leave people behind, especially not in the centre of fucking London. It turns out they tried to blame me for what happened, saying I just kept going off on my own. It's like, well, I didn't. I was going as fast as I fucking could. You know, we did a good 50 mile with me flat out on the bike. Can't have been good for it. And you were just doing stupid speed. Yeah, but yeah, anyway, they basically lied about what happened. Really, mate? On a roundabout? Just to get there? Fucking penis. Yeah, and it turns out they had a bit of a go at them. I should point out that these people are only in their 20s and are still behaving like they're fucking 17 as well. They haven't grown up, so no wonder they lied about their bad behaviour. But that's by the by. So we all made up. I explained why I'd been absent. I got filled in on all the drama, but it also didn't fix the fact that the group was falling apart. Lots of people had left. A number of people had been expelled, the ones causing all the drama, and like I said, they went off and formed their own group, but it left our group sort of a bit dead, which was quite sad. And a lot of people saying, oh, I guess this group's dead now, it was nice knowing you, bloody blah. How are you overheating, Bike? You're not overheating, are you? You're just chatting shit. Oh, that's nicely timed. Around him. And yeah, I thought that is unacceptable. I mean, I didn't want to do any more group rides, but I also didn't want the party to end, and so something had to be done. I thought, what's the best way to get people back together? How are we going to do this? And I thought, what's the one thing we all used to come together for? Well, there was two things. We used to have like a barbecue. We'd all meet up sort of once a month and have a barbecue. Well, the place where we did that, the chap didn't want anything more to do with it, so that was off the table. We couldn't do that, and we couldn't really find another venue. And the other thing that generally brought us together en masse was group rides. I thought, we're going to have to do a group ride, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in that position where I'm feeling like I'm in danger on the bike again. And when we were in Hunstanton, we were like, we need to put a group ride together, and they were like, Stuart, have you been to Snake Pass? No, I haven't been to Snake Pass. I keep meaning to go, but it's not exactly that high on my list of priorities. I'm not a fast biker, so I feel like Snake Pass will be lost on me, apart from maybe the scenery. And like, well, we'll get a ride together, and you can come to Snake Pass, because, you know, we don't want to lose you from the group, Stuart. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm honest, my favourite ride that we've ever done was the Norfolk Coast Run. Now, this was before I was filming my rides, but I did take a lot of pictures, and you can find them on the Doing Stuff and Filming It Instagram page if you're interested. And I'm like, all right, we'll do the Norfolk Ring. Excellent. Anyway, a few weeks went by and I didn't hear from anyone. I thought, fuck it, I'll organise it myself. Why not? So I spent, I don't know, a week, maybe two, trying to liaise with our road captain, who had also left the group. His fiancée at the time, was still in the group, so he still, you know, had an ear. He still knew what was going on, but he wasn't really responding. And I was trying to liaise with him, so I wanted him to lead the ride, but I'd explained to him my problems with, you know, previous rides, and even the ones that he'd been leading, where it just felt too fast and I wasn't comfortable with it. But it just wasn't happening. I was struggling for days off and struggling to get back to me, and I thought, mate, nights are drawing in. You know, this is a ride that really should be conducted in summer, not September. So I did it myself. I researched the route, meeting at well, it wasn't our usual place. We met at a bike cafe called Walker's near Mildenhall. Lovely place, very popular with bikers all year round. And we did out to Lowestoft, and then basically the entire Norfolk coast right the way around to Hunstanton. A number of stops along the way, you know, photo opportunities, breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, 11s. We're like fucking hobbits on motorbikes. Oh, Jesus. And it occurred to me, whilst I'm planning this, I'm going to end up leading this. I don't really want, I passed in February, it's September. I'm not the best biker, I'm never going to be. But I'm going to end up leading this ride, and I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that. And the day came, and yeah, I ended up leading the fucking group ride. And I thought, how have I gone from never wanting to go on any group ride ever again? I'll just navigate this roundabout. So yeah, anyway, I ended up leading a group ride. And it turned out that I wasn't the only person that had these problems on previous rides. I've had one person, Harley rider, make of that what you will, who said he didn't like the pace on previous rides. It was too fast, he didn't feel safe. And this is a guy that rides an R1. He's a fast, confident rider, but he didn't like doing it. But yeah, he likes the leisurely pace, like I do. And so did lots of other people. So the ride was a great success. We had a great turnout, best turnout we've had all year. I've had patches made up, which are, you know, really nice. I got them made on RAF Lakenheath, where all the airmen have their, you know, various patches for their uniforms made, so they're top quality. And yeah, a lot of people really, really enjoyed it. They liked that it was a steady pace, it was relaxed, so it made it enjoyable. They really enjoyed the route and the sightseeing. It was a bit chilly. First stop was Nest Point in Lowestoft, and we got there after a bit of a cold ride. You've got this chilly wind blowing in from the sea. It's like, oh, that's a bit bracing. And then we went round and had a cup of tea and some chips, and you know, all these sorts of things. And it was a really good do. It was a great success, and I was really happy. And it felt like we'd got the gang back together, which was what I wanted. And a few people as well did reach out and basically say, you know, well done Stuart for getting it, because I thought it was all falling apart. And yeah, so did I, and I didn't really want that to happen. And I said publicly that I don't have any other friends, so yeah. So yeah, it was a good do. One thing that I did factor in as well, a lot of photo opportunities. And I made a full route as well. I made a whole route plan. This is the meeting point, this is where we go in. It had maps, ETAs, how long we were going to be at each place. Because of course doing it in September, daylight was an issue. It was getting dark by the time we got to the last stop. And there was a little bit about each stop as well. You know, we went to Nest Point and said, this is the easternmost point of the United Kingdom. And, you know, blah 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 blah. And the local government has recently been criticised for underdevelopment of this area when it could be a really popular tourist attraction. And all, you know, all this sort of thing. Really put some work into this. And people really liked it. But after all the drama, and a lot of us have been, you know, a lot of hate had been directed at us, I put all these photo opportunities in and basically said to people, get them on fucking Facebook and Instagram, because you know the arses that have left us are watching. You know, they're trying to show off that they're doing so much better without us, and that, you know, this is the loser group. The best revenge is living well, and we lived well that day. It was fantastic, and I was leading the whole fucking way, and not one person complained. They actually said it was a good pace. They liked, you know, I felt like I wasn't going fast enough, but I was sticking to my guns. I thought, if you don't like it, fuck off. You know, if you don't like the speed I'm going at on your sports bike, fuck off. But no, not one person. Everyone liked the relaxed, safe environment that I created, which was good. I'm really happy with how it went. So, lessons learned. I was maybe a bit hasty, just immediately withdrawing from group rides and group life. I probably should have reached out and talked to people and said, you know, I'm not happy with this. I mean, I'd still stand by my reasons for not doing that, and in some ways I'm glad I didn't, because it would have just added to the drama. Well, we're nearly there. I'll have to finish this story on the way back. But yeah, I probably should speak out in the future, because I missed out on a fair bit whilst I was away from the group. I mean, I don't miss being part of the drama. I'm quite glad I wasn't involved. But yeah, it was a good do. So yeah, I'll speak out more in the future. And it turns out if you don't like the way group rides are being conducted, do it yourself. And now, as we pull in here, I'm actually in the process of putting together 6 more group rides of the same format. We're doing Norfolk again, and a number of other places. And so far, reaction has been positive. So I'm really happy with that. We'll finish this on the way back. Let's go. Moment of truth, a little life, and we'll put you next to all these nice new ones, shall we? Oh, that was a nice Triumph there. Oh, a bit close here. But I'm always conscious of parking too close, and the bike leans over, and then you can't get on it. That one's for sale, so it's not the end of the world, right? Still. Right, moment of truth. Alright, well, that is unfortunately a fail. They've let me drive it home. You know, it's not terribly dangerous. It turns out it's not the thing that I was worried about. Two things: swing arm pivot or pivot bush is fecked. So that wobble that I felt on the way over, I thought it was tyre pressure. No, it's just the entire back end of the bike. And rear shock absorbers aren't absorbing shocks, so I need some shock absorbers and a swing arm pivot bush doobadoo. So yeah, and they've tried looking around, phoning all their suppliers, struggling to get parts, which is always a concern with bikes like this, just getting the bits. Lifan don't really do them, so you're looking for pattern parts, and they're happy to do the work, but their concern is they'll order the bits, take the bike apart, they won't fit, and then they're in a point where they basically made the bike scrap because it won't go back together. They can look on eBay, but eBay lies. I'll end up with bits that don't fit. It'll be a fucking disaster. So I'm going to go back to my house and get on East End Motorcycles, which is where I've bought parts before. Former Lifan dealer. See what he's got. Not the end of the bike. If it takes a while to get her fixed, then it takes a while to get her fixed. Not the end of the world. This is very much a hobby, a pleasure vehicle for me. It's not like it's my car or my work van, so not a big deal. Also means I've got at least one video to make of me fixing this to get it through its MOT. Maybe even two, depending on how well it goes. So, always a positive. I also, whilst I was sat waiting, having a cup of tea, ran into my old riding instructor. She was bringing a student back. They always stop for a cuppa at the garage before heading back. Yeah, he'd unfortunately failed his mod run. Put his foot down on the U-turn. Which is disappointing. He said he did the rest of it fine. But yeah, put his foot down on the U-turn, that was a fail. I said to him, don't worry about it, mate, mod runs are shite. Took me 3 attempts to pass it. First time I did an epic skid on the emergency stop. I mean, it was cool as fuck, but, you know, it was a fail. And the second time was bullshit. First time, fair enough, that I caught that up. Second time, 2 kilometres an hour, too slow on the emergency stop. Not even 1 mile an hour. Yeah. But nailed it on the 3rd attempt, and then did mod 2 first time, no advisories. Bosh. But yeah, not giving up on this bike. The garage was concerned, like I say, you know, they'd ordered some parts, not sure if they're going to fit, take the bike apart, and then they've basically just got to give me a box of bits when it can't be fixed. And of course they've got to bill me for the work that they've done up to that point as well, so they didn't really want to do that. And I was like, okay, that's fine, I'll take it home and we'll see what we can do. So, anyway, as I was saying about group riding, so, lessons learned, need to speak up when something isn't right. I'm still sticking by my rule that I will ride to my own pace and in my own way. I will not be made to go any faster than I want, and you know what? People are actually comfortable with that. And yeah, second takeaway, please don't do that to me, mate. Second takeaway is, if you don't like the way it's been done, do it yourself. And that's what I'm going to be doing. Also, I've got 6, maybe 7 ride outs for next year, for 2025. Lots of places, routes are going to be mapped out. I'll probably drive a few of them myself in the car before we go as well, try and spot any hazards, which I've done before. We did a ride out to Dunwich, which everyone really enjoyed, but the last couple of miles were to the destination were single track roads, were, you know, potentially quite hazardous for bikers, so that was a warning that had to be put out there. And it's basically going to be like 1 a month for the entirety of the season next year, and I am really looking forward to it. I am going to lead all of those rides, and they are going to be good. Let's switch on the check. I best do it right. At any moment my instructor and a student who have big bikes could come up behind me. And she'll probably still yell at me. I haven't got the headset in, but she'll probably yell loud enough. And a lot of people are looking forward to the group rides that I'm putting together. First one next year is going to be in April. Nice little 125 friendly job. I may even take this 125 if she's back on the road. She will. She'll be back on the road before Christmas. I promise. I hope. Yeah, I'm going to call it Give Your Child a Crossbow Day. Basically, we're going to go to an archery range and then up to the coast. The whole point is it's 125 and learner friendly. It's a nice relaxing start to the season, because not everybody rides all year round. I try to, although not as much as I would like. But some people may not have ridden for quite some time, and a lot of people have kids. You know, when it comes to going on group rides, they have to try and find childcare. It's like, well, bring your kids with you. You don't even have to come on a bike. Just have a day out with us in the car. And there's a lot more. We're doing Norfolk again. Quite a few other ideas in mind. And I may even try and film some of them as well. One of the rides is going to be back to London. The one that all went wrong, and the one that started all this, at least for me anyway, started my personal little drama. We're going to do that, and we're going to do it right this time. So yeah, that is the update. I am back doing group rides, not just going on them, but actually leading them. And having led a big one, we did over 200 miles. We were on the bikes for like 12 hours. It didn't take us 12 hours to ride 200 miles, we kept stopping and having lunch, but we were out. And having led that, and it being such a great success, and, you know, I'm confident now I can lead more rides. Oh, you know what, we'll go right, I don't fancy queuing. It's a bit of a U-turn and then some, but I'm happy with my decision. Lessons learned, improvements made. It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to next year. It's only a little railway bridge, but it makes a lovely noise, even on me 125. In fact, I think I prefer the noise on the 125 through there to the Virago noise. Down. Merc cuts the corner because he didn't want to wait. Typical. Well, a lot of people, it's normally Beamers and Audis, but Mercs as well. Any premium brand of car, Range Rover, always drive like bellends. Well, nearly home, and I'm running out of things to say. Probably going to have to cut a lot of this out, assuming you even see it. So we'll call on it. I'll see you next time. I think I can safely say next biking video is going to be shock absorbers and swing arm pivot bush jollies for this bike. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching.
Hello, welcome to another biking video on doing stuff and filming it. Today I'm going to be talking about licenses, and what I have to say may surprise you. Right, this is the short version of this video. I decided to do two. I recorded the first one the first time and it was over an hour long before I got halfway through it. And then I started it again and then I just hated it and started again. And then I recorded it a third time and I was sort of happy with it, but it was still pushing like 45 minutes in length. So I thought I'd just do a shorter version because I know not everyone has the attention span to watch the other version. The other one, I go into a lot more detail into my thought process and everything, but I thought I'd just do a much shorter version of this video, just explaining what I would change about motorbike licenses, because it comes down to three things, really. Now, by all means, leave your opinions in the comments. I'm well aware that my opinion on motorbike licenses is a fair bit removed from the general consensus. And everyone has their own view. This is just what I would do given the opportunity. Let's say I was a government minister or something like that. This is what I would change with motorbike licenses. Spoiler alert, if anything, I would make them a bit more complicated. Most people seem to want them to be simpler, and I agree they are quite complex, the motorbike licenses, but I think I'd make them more complicated. They would make more sense, but I think I would make them complicated. In fact, the whole licensing system would probably end up more complicated under me. But here we go. This is what I would say. Now, starting off, CBTs. That is for everybody their first foray into being a motorcyclist. It just is. It has to be. Now, with those, I would do two things. Option one. Let's say it's a 16 or 17-year-old. Never been on the road before, especially when they're 16. They have had no reason up to that point to be in charge of a vehicle, no reason to pay any attention to the rules of the road or behaviour of other drivers. I would make the CBT a minimum 2 days. And the reason being is, on modern roads, as busy as they are, as impatient as they are, with the number of subpar drivers out there, as well as impatient Audi drivers that think they own the road and they're, God's gift to driving, 1 day isn't enough. And I did my CBT in winter, and my instructor was very keen for us to get back and get it done before it got dark. She really did not want us out at night, and I can understand the reasons for that, although CBT doesn't restrict you to daylight hours, but whatever. So it was more like half a day's training. So yeah, that's just not enough when you've got no other experience on the road. Minimum 2 days training. First day, classroom work and pad work, and then the next day you want a whole day out on the road with an instructor in your ear, just going through situation after situation, junctions, roundabouts, different types of road. The CBT, even on a moped, you can go out on A roads on 60 and 70 mile an hour roads. You've got to be prepared for that, and I just don't think a few hours worth of training is enough when you have no other experience on the road whatsoever. If anything, it might even need to be 3 days, but what I'd probably do is make it a minimum number of hours that have to be done before you pass. So in winter it'd probably take you 3 days, whereas in summer you could probably knock it out in 2. But that's what I would do. However, if you already hold another full license, say a car license, I don't see why your CBT needs to be 2 days. It could be 1 day, and you can skip the classroom work at least. Like when I did my CBT, I'd already been driving for 18 years. Why the hell do I need to be taught how roundabouts work?
And it's the same, even if you're 17, you will have already done all of that. You know, if you have a car licence, you don't need to sit in a classroom and go over junctions and giving way to the right. It's utterly pointless. You know, you could just get straight on the bike. Still do the pad work. I still think there's value in doing the off-road training before you go out on the road. Some people just don't like it, and they abandon their CBT before going out on the road. Well, that's fine, it's not for everyone. But you can skip the classroom work and do it in one day if you already own another full licence of some sort. That's what I would do. And the same if you're renewing a CBT. Your first ever CBT, 2 days, for example, and then say you come back and you've got to renew it again after 2 years. You could just do the 1 day course. If it's run out, if it's 2 years and 1 day, tough shit. You've got to do the 2 day, and it'll obviously cost more to do it, but that's your fault, really. But renewing them could be done in 1 day. So only your first ever CBT, if you don't have any other licence, will be 2 days. Next up, theory tests. Now, this only applies if you're going for one of the full licenses. In particular, that's going to be A1, but mainly A2 and A licenses. Doesn't apply to AM necessarily, unless you're doing one of those when you're 17, but I don't know why you would, because at that point you can just do an A1 license. But anyway, theory tests. If you already have a full license, the theory test is pointless. It really is. I had to do one for my Cat A licence, and it was exactly the same test as I did when I got my car licence 18 years before it. It just was. It's that test where there's video, you're going along the road, and you have to click when you see a hazard. And when I booked it, I had to tell them that I was doing a motorbike licence, but the test was no different. And when I got up to leave after doing the test, I looked around, and everyone's doing the exact same test. I just felt that after so long on the road, I'm pretty good at hazard perception. So why do I need to do a hazard perception test on a computer? I'm already perfectly good at it out on the road. Especially since it's not a different test. Now, you could say, alright, if you've had your car licence, if you've got a full car licence, you don't need to do a theory test for your bike licence. Or you could say you've got to have held it for 1 year, or 5 years. Either one would be kind of acceptable, but yeah, once you've done one theory test and got a full licence after, doing another theory test is pointless. It just is. Yeah, you're just giving more money to the government, which is good for the government, but it's not really good for the people, and government should be afraid of their people, not the other way around.
People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Third thing I would do is change the age limits. Now, 16-year-olds should still be limited to 50cc mopeds. They just should, because a 16-year-old does not need anything bigger than that, and can't be trusted with anything bigger than that. This tends to rile a lot of people up. I'm going to say it anyway. Bikes are dangerous, and teenagers are idiots. It's a fact of life. Yep, 50cc for 16-year-olds, 125 for 17-year-olds. You know, there's a nice progression to that. But A2, I would make available at 18. And the reason being is, A2, whilst it is a restricted licence still, I think it's 35 kilowatts, you can get a more powerful bike and then restrict it down. It can't be more than 50%, whatever, look it up. But you can still get some reasonably quick bikes on an A2. I wouldn't consider an A2 licence and an A2 bike really all that restrictive to your life. But at 18, it's a big moment in your life. I'd say it's probably the most important time of your life. You think about it, you've finished school, you've finished compulsory education. A lot of people go off to university at that point, so they're moving out of home, maybe moving to the other side of the country. They may be going into full-time work. They've got all these options, but for everyone it's a time of big change, and the need and the will to travel at that point goes up massively as well. And
I think keeping people restricted to 125s, it's just not fair at that point. You're just treating them like a child. You know, by that point, they can have a full car licence, but let's say they want to do it on a motorbike. Why are you holding them back? You know, you're still treating them like children. And being 18 will be used against you at every fucking opportunity. How many times have all 18-year-olds heard, "Oh, you're 18 now, you should know better," right? But then they're not allowed to, you know, move past their learner motorbike. You can't have it fucking both ways, government, can you? So yeah, I would make A2s available at 18. I just would. Cat A's, at the moment it's 24 if you want to do direct access, or 21 if you do the progressive access from A2. It's 21, however, because you need a minimum 2 years on the licence before, which is the same if you're going from A1 to A2 or AM to A1. But I would make it 21 for everyone. Just because it seems fair. I mean, the idea of an 18-year-old being able to get hold of a Fireblade, it just sounds mad. It's like, no. It's like an 18-year-old passing their driving test and being able to get in a Ferrari. It's like, no, don't do that. But I think making them wait till they're 24, it's like, no, knock it off. I mean, at 21, you know, you can adopt children, but you're not allowed to ride a motorbike. You know, it just seems a bit daft to me. It really does. And also, when you think about it, most people's lives, by the time they're 24, they'll have finished university if they went. If not, you know, they're going to be a good few years into a career, likely to be in a serious relationship at that point. Maybe not again, but quite possibly. Maybe looking at marriage, maybe even children. Maybe a bit early for those two things, but still, all of those things can be happening. And I think to be still treated like, you know, you can't be trusted with a full-size motorbike at 24, but all these other things, it just feels wrong to me. And also, a lot of people are concerned about the ageing population of motorcyclists, and that is a bit of a concern. You know, getting young people into biking is a bit of an issue, and licenses being as complex as they are has been cited as one of the potential issues, but I'm not sure if I fully agree with that. I think making everything available to you at 21, that stage in your life, is a good time to be going out on a big bike, to have access to them. At that stage, you're still young, you know, you may have just left university, you're looking at more serious things in life, but I think 21's a perfectly reasonable age. Some people will say you should be able to get a full Cat A at 18. And I can see the reasoning behind that. Yeah, you know, you are an adult, you should be allowed to go out and do what you like, but you can't do everything in life at 18. There is still some stuff you have to wait till 21 for, and I think bikes should be it. 18 for an A2 is perfectly fine, but I'd keep the 2-year restriction. If you put in the effort and get your A2 when you're 18, if you want to go for Cat A at 20, then fine, there has to be some reward to putting the effort in. So that's the 3 main things I would do. I would keep the 2 tests, Mod 1 and Mod 2. I do think there's value in those, in demonstrating that you have the skills to be safe in a controlled environment before you go out on the road. But I would transfer that over into cars as well. I think there should be an off-road element to car tests. I think there should be a Mod 1 and Mod 2 for cars. You should have to demonstrate basic skills in a controlled environment before you're allowed out on the main road. I think car and bike tests should be the same. Well, in that sense that there's 2 tests, you know, obviously they can't be the same in a lot of other ways. I just think that's how it should be. And I think at 18 your car licence should be restricted to certain power levels and sizes of vehicle. I think it should be 21 before you're allowed to drive anything you fucking well please. I mean, how many examples are there out there of, you know, rich kids getting hold of stupidly powerful cars because they can afford to buy them and insure them, and then going out and doing stupid shit? you know, or YouTubers with basically unlimited cash crashing McLarens and then filming their seriously injured mates. Wouldn't fucking happen if they were on a restricted license until they were 21 and just that bit older and a bit more mature before they start doing that sort of shit. So yeah, that is what I would do. CBT's, your first one, harder and more intense.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Theory tests can be scrapped. If once you've done one, you don't need to do them again. They're pointless. Once you've got a full license under your belt, theory test is relevant. And I'd lower the age restrictions for getting into bikes, but not fully scrap them. That's what I think. That's what I would do, given the power. Let me know what you think down in the comments. I'm well aware that some people are going to be frothing at the mouth. Keep it respectful. If you're going to start going off on one, I'm just going to delete you. But yeah, let me know what you think. If you think you should be able to get on a Fireblade age 17, same as you can drive a Ferrari at 17, fine, let me know. I'm interested to know your reasoning behind that. Or if you think it should be even harder to get into motorbikes. You know, I've heard some people say that you should be like 30 before you can get a full Cat A licence. Yeah, let me know your reasoning behind that. Don't just say, this is what I think. Explain your thought process behind it. Anyway, that's it. Next month, I'm hoping to have the Lifan back on the road, and that should be a good video. So yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Thank you for watching this video on doing stuff and filming it. Please don't forget to press the big button here in the middle to subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you liked what you just saw, please click the like button below and leave a comment letting me know what you liked about it. And as always, thank you for watching.